At the villa in Thompson First, Elaine was lounging comfortably on the all-glass balcony of the second floor, her face lit up with a broad smile as she gazed at her cell phone. Her pictures had received over 300 likes, setting a new personal record. She lost track of the comments, and soon enough, it became impossible for her to respond to all of them. Today, Elaine truly experienced what it felt like to be in the spotlight, with her entire friend circle watching her every move. They eagerly showered her with compliments in the comments, leaving Elaine feeling relaxed and genuinely happy. As she enjoyed this moment, some of her closest friends began messaging in their group chat. "Sister Elaine just moved into the villa at Thompson First. You know that means she'll have to treat us to dinner." "Absolutely," others chimed in. "Sister Elaine, you've just moved into a villa worth over $130 million. This is a huge occasion, so how could you not take us out for dinner tonight?" Before long, everyone in the group chat was eagerly awaiting Elaine's agreement to their dinner plans. However, Elaine felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she read their messages. Buy them dinner? She couldn't fathom where she would come up with the funds. Even though she resided in an extravagant villa valued at over $130 million, she was currently short on cash, lacking even $1,000. At that moment, someone suggested, "Sister Elaine, this is such a significant occasion. You should treat us all to dinner at the Shangriila Hotel tonight." Another friend added, "If Sister Elaine is buying dinner tonight, I'll take everyone to a high-end spa afterward. We'll have a blast together. I'll invite everyone to a KTV bar for some singing and fun tonight. Should I arrange for a foot massage for everyone after our singing session? Since you all have planned so many activities, I'll just take everyone out to the bar later." As the group continued to organize their night out, one sister prompted, "Sister Elaine, why don't you chime in? Everyone is waiting for your response." Seeing her friends excitedly outlining their plans for the evening, Elaine felt a strong desire to join in and enjoy the night with her sisters. After all, she had been feeling down lately and was eager for a chance to unwind. But with everyone expecting her to foot the bill for dinner, how could she possibly manage that without any money? As she contemplated her situation, Elaine decided to come up with an excuse, saying, "Oh, sisters. I'm really sorry, but since we just moved into the villa today, I still have a lot to unpack and clean up. I might not have the time to go out today." "Oh," a friend responded, "Sister Elaine, now that you've moved in, you can unpack and clean at your own pace. Today is the day for your housewarming party. If you let this opportunity pass, you might not get another chance." Elaine felt tempted by the idea. However, the lack of money loomed large in her mind. Jacob had already returned all of the family's remaining funds to Charlie, leaving her with no option but to ask Charlie for a few tens of thousands of dollars. At that moment, Elaine replied to her friend, "Okay, give me a moment. I'll check in with my family and get back to you all." Her friend responded, "Sounds good, Sister Elaine. It's currently 1:30 in the afternoon. Make sure to let us know by 3 o'clock so we can finalize our plans." "Okay." Elaine quickly agreed before rushing off to find Charlie, who was busy cooking in the kitchen downstairs. Having just moved into the villa today, it took some time for the family to settle in and tidy up their new home. As a result, their lunch would be served later than usual. Meanwhile, Charlie was enjoying some delightful company. With two lovely women, Clare and Lorine, assisting him in the kitchen, the task of preparing dinner became a joyful experience for him. Once lunch was ready, Charlie set the dishes on the dining table. At that moment, Elaine descended from the second floor using the elevator. She intended to ask Charlie for some money, but upon seeing him come out of the kitchen accompanied by the two girls, she hesitated. Elaine felt no embarrassment in asking Charlie for financial help, however, her husband and daughter were present, making her feel it was inappropriate to bring it up at that moment. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling her. "Who could be visiting us so soon after our move?" she exclaimed. With that, Elaine turned and headed to the courtyard to open the gate. Upon opening the gate, she was surprised to see Lady Wilson, Christopher, Harold, and Wendy standing there with bags and luggage in hand. Unaware that the Wilson family villa had been sealed off, Elaine frowned and asked, "What brings you here again?" Ignoring Elaine, Lady Wilson quickly strode into the villa as soon as the door was open. Elaine rushed to block her path, saying, "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to invade my home? Do you really think I won't call the police on you?" With a dissatisfied expression, Lady Wilson pushed past Elaine, responding, "Am I not allowed to visit my son? You can't keep me from entering my own family's home." Feeling distressed, Elaine grasped Lady Wilson's arm and insisted, "Why can't you understand? You're not welcome here. If you don't have anything important to discuss, kindly leave." Lady Wilson shrugged off Elaine's grip and entered the living room. Immediately, the delicious aroma of food wafted through the air, making her stomach growl. The scent was even more enticing than the duck and boiled cabbage she had for lunch earlier. Moreover, the commotion with the court had interrupted their meal, and now, after a lengthy period of distress, she felt famished. Hearing her stomach rumble, Elaine smirked and remarked, "So, you've come over just to mooch off our food? How the mighty have fallen. You used to demand your meals be served hot. Why the sudden hunger?" Lady Wilson's face turned red with embarrassment. She wanted to retaliate but held back her anger, knowing she needed to find a way to live comfortably in the villa at Thompson first. Instead, she sighed and said, "My dear daughter-in-law, I really am hungry. Could you please let me have some of your food?" Elaine retorted, "Dream on. You have 10 seconds to leave my house, or I'll call the police." Seeing that Elaine wasn't budging, Lady Wilson shouted, "Jacob! My son! Are you really going to let your mother starve?" At that moment, Jacob emerged with a look of concern. "Mom, I transferred $1.21 million to you yesterday. What are you doing back here?" Lady Wilson collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. "My dear son, the bank has come to repossess our villa. Your brother and I have nowhere to go." She continued sobbing, "Please, don't let your mother starve or freeze on the streets." Jacob was taken aback and asked, "What happened? Why did the bank come to seal the villa?" "It's all because of the debts from the Wilson group." Lady Wilson wiped her tears and pleaded, "You can't abandon me now. Your villa is so spacious. Just give me 2 rooms. I can share one with Wendy, and your brother can share a room with Harold." Elaine, feeling flustered, interjected, "How can you be so shameless? We've made it clear that we don't want you here. How can you even think of moving in?" Ignoring Elaine's outburst, Lady Wilson turned to Jacob and implored, "Jacob, you're the head of the family. Can't you speak up for your mother?" With tears in her eyes, she added, "I'm begging you. I'll kneel down in front of you if I have to." Just as Lady Wilson was about to kneel, Jacob felt a surge of panic and swiftly reached out to stop her. Determined, the elderly lady dropped to her knees anyway, landing squarely on the floor. She figured she would humble herself first, curious to see whether Jacob would really stay firm and show no compassion. Unbeknownst to her, Jacob agreed completely with Elaine's stance. Despite their rocky relationship and Jacob's own plans to separate from Elaine, both were absolutely resolute that Lady Wilson could not stay in the villa with them. With that conviction, Jacob lifted the old lady gently yet firmly and said coldly, "Mother, please stop this act. No matter what you say, I cannot allow you to stay in this villa." Lady Wilson retorted sadly, "Jacob Wilson, you ungrateful wretch. I brought you into this world, you selfish child. How dare you deny me a place to live in such a spacious villa?" Jacob nodded, holding his ground. "Mother, whether you accept it or not, that's the reality. I simply cannot let you stay here." "Did you hear that?" Elaine interjected, hands on her hips. "Leave now while we're still being polite, or I'll call the police and have you arrested. And when that happens, you won't even have your wrinkled dignity left." Lady Wilson sulked and huffed disdainfully. "Jacob is my son, my own flesh and blood. He has the obligation to support me. I have nowhere else to go, so he must take me in. Starting today, I will live here, and no one can force me out. Call the police if you want, I'll take you to court and sue you for abandoning me. Then the police will arrest you for abusing an elderly person." Elaine pointed angrily at the old woman and snapped, "You old hag, trying to act tough? I'd like to see who the hell would dare arrest me. If you don't get out right now, I swear I'll make you regret it." With that, she lunged forward, ready to scratch Lady Wilson's face. Christopher quickly blocked her. "What are you doing? You want to hit an elderly person? I'm recording this." Harold and Wendy jumped in, surrounding Lady Wilson and arguing, "It's reasonable and legal for you to support Grandma." Jacob froze, bewildered. He wasn't sure how the law handled situations like this, but it seemed he would be on the losing side if this turned into a legal battle. Elaine felt panic rising. If these shameless people managed to win the argument and move in, her peaceful life would be destroyed. She had just moved into the villa today and hadn't even slept there once. The idea of Lady Wilson, that dreadful old woman, moving in infuriated her. As Jacob and Elaine exchanged anxious looks, Charlie stood up and interjected, "While it's true my father-in-law has a duty to support you, Grandma, this villa belongs to me, and I have no obligation to care for you." Jacob sighed in relief. "Did you hear that? This villa belongs to my son-in-law, not me. I can't make decisions here." Lady Wilson glared at Charlie and snapped, "Loser, you've lived with us for years, shouldn't you support me now?" Charlie replied calmly, "I have no legal obligation to support you. So I'm sorry, but you need to leave." "I don't care. You married my granddaughter, so you have to support me. I'm moving into this villa today, and no one can stop me. I will die here if I have to." Charlie frowned, annoyed. "You're trespassing and causing trouble. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call the police." Lady Wilson sneered defiantly, "Call them if you want. I'm at my family's house, why would they arrest me? Even if God showed up, I wouldn't be afraid." Charlie nodded. If they wanted to behave shamelessly, then he would no longer hold back. "Grandma, since you're homeless, let me help you. I can arrange free food and lodging for you." "Absolutely not," she snapped. "You want to shove me back into that old apartment where the four of us used to live? No way. I refuse to stay in that rundown place. I'm moving into the Thompson First Villa today." Charlie chuckled. "Oh Grandma, you're misunderstanding. We already bought that old apartment, and we definitely won't let you stay there for free." He pulled out his phone and messaged Isaac. "The Wilson family is causing trouble at Thompson First. Please have someone detain them for 2 weeks." Isaac replied immediately, "Understood, Mr. Wade. I'll handle it at once." Elaine, furious with Lady Wilson's antics, tried to push her out of the door. Seeing this, Lady Wilson panicked and called the police herself. "Officer, help. My daughter-in-law refuses to support me. She's trying to force me out and leave me homeless." The dispatcher asked seriously, "Where are you located?" "Officers will be sent immediately. Thompson First, Villa No. A 05. Understood. Please remain where you are." After Charlie sent his messages, he smiled at Lady Wilson and said, "Since you've involved the police, let's wait for them to make a judgment." Elaine grew even more anxious. If the police sided with Lady Wilson, Jacob might be forced to allow her to move in. "Why are we waiting for the police?" she hissed at Charlie. "We should throw them out now. If she causes a scene in front of the officers, it'll only make things worse." Lady Wilson smirked triumphantly. "What's wrong? Scared? If you prepare a room for me now and welcome me properly, I'll behave nicely when the officers arrive. If not, get ready, you might end up in jail." Christopher added, "Mom, they need to clean 2 rooms. Harold and I are moving in too. I'm still Jacob's brother, and he's legally obligated to support me. If he doesn't, I'll tell the police he hit me." He then glared at Charlie and shouted, "Listen, boy. I have coronary heart disease and I'm at high risk for a heart attack. If I collapse here, you'll be responsible." Charlie simply smiled. "Let's just wait for the police." Soon, there was a knock at the door. Christopher, thrilled, urged, "Harold, quickly, open the door." Harold rushed over and opened it, allowing a team of police officers to enter. Lady Wilson immediately wailed, "Officer, please help me. My son refuses to take care of me. My daughter-in-law and grandson-in-law are trying to beat me." Elaine burst in, exclaiming, "Officer, you can't believe her. She kicked my husband out of her family and severed ties with him ages ago." The officer shifted his gaze from Elaine to Lady Wilson, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Is what she's saying accurate?" "Absolutely not," Lady Wilson insisted. "I only said that in a moment of anger." "A moment of anger?" Jacob retorted, growing agitated. "Mom, you threw me out of your house ages ago. You expelled Clare and me from the Wilson group, slashed our pensions at the company, and cut all ties with me. Now that you're facing difficulties, it's suddenly just something you said in the heat of the moment." The officer frowned, clearly puzzled. He asked, "Whose villa is this?" Charlie replied, "It's mine." "And what's your relationship with the elderly lady?" the officer continued. Charlie shrugged casually. "We're not really related, she's my wife's grandmother." The officer turned to Lady Wilson, stating, "Ma'am, you're in the wrong place. You need to discuss the support issue with your son and daughter. You can't just barge into your grandson-in-law's home and cause a scene. You're potentially trespassing and creating a disturbance." "What?" Lady Wilson exploded, furious. "Are you out of your mind? Why can't I visit my son's home?" The officer maintained a patient demeanor, saying, "Ma'am, this is not your son's residence, do you understand?" "Understand your nonsense." Lady Wilson shot back. "I don't care, they have to take me in today. I won't leave until they agree to my demands." Christopher piped up, "I'm Jacob Wilson's brother, and he has a responsibility to support me too. I've got nowhere to stay, so they must take us in. We're not leaving until they do." "Exactly. We're staying put." Harold and Wendy chimed in, plopping down on the floor like a pair of stubborn gnomes. Elaine's expression twisted in disdain. "Seriously, the four of you are so shameless. Are you really planning to sit here like a bunch of fools?" Lady Wilson growled defiantly, "Yes. If you don't let me live here, I'll stay right here without eating or drinking. I'll die on your doorstep. I'll haunt you forever." Both Elaine and Charlie were taken aback. Wasn't this the very same underhanded tactic that Elaine had employed in her recent disputes with other tenants in their apartment complex? Indeed, Lady Wilson and Elaine made for quite the argumentative duo. The officer stared at the four individuals in disbelief. He motioned to his colleagues, instructing, "Take these people back to the station." "Yes, sir." The officers quickly apprehended Lady Wilson and her companions, handcuffing them. Lady Wilson was bewildered and outraged. "What's going on? You're arresting the wrong people. They abandoned me. Why am I being arrested?" The officer replied, "You are under arrest for trespassing and causing a disturbance on private property. According to the law, you will be detained for 15 days. Lady Wilson struggled and shouted, "What the hell? No, you've got it all wrong. You should arrest them instead. They abandoned me while I'm innocent." The officer frowned in disappointment. "You can file a lawsuit regarding the abandonment issue, and a judge will address your case. However, you can't just barge into someone else's home and create a scene. That's illegal." He added, "I suggest you cooperate. If you continue to yell or resist arrest, you'll be charged with obstruction of official duties." Lady Wilson wailed in despair, "No. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I'm just an old woman with nowhere to go. Please, show me some mercy and let me go." The officer replied coldly, "Whether there's mercy or not, you must abide by the law. Get them all into the car." With two officers holding him firmly by the arms, Harold shot a venomous glare at Charlie as he was pulled from the house. He shouted, "Hey, you bastard, is this all you're doing?" Charlie simply grinned and replied, "Take a wild guess." From a distance, Christopher bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Charlie Wade, you'll pay for this. I'll kill you myself." The lead officer retorted sharply, "Shut up. Then, a group of police officers ushered all four of them into the police car and drove them to the station. As Elaine watched the car pull away, she was filled with excitement, bouncing around and cheering, "Yes! We've finally rid ourselves of them. That dead old woman is getting a taste of her own medicine." Jacob sighed, clearly disapproving. "Mind your words. It's fine that you don't want her living here, but she's still my mother, and that will never change." Elaine scoffed, "You can call that woman your mother all you want, just as long as she doesn't step foot in my house." Clare, who had been quiet until now, let out a sigh and said, "Grandma is really pitiful right now. Why don't we let them stay in our old house? Let them live there?" Elaine snorted in disbelief. "No way. I'd rather keep 4 pigs in that house than let them stay there. Have you forgotten how your grandma treated us? But she's still my grandmother. I can't stand to see her in such a sorry state." Elaine waved her hand dismissively. "Enough with the overflowing sympathy. That old hag, Christopher, and his 2 brats deserve what they're going through right now. It's fantastic, let them wallow in the detention center and reflect on their actions." With a hint of regret, she added, "It's too bad I can't visit the detention center to see the old woman's miserable face myself. I'd make sure to record it and watch it 20 times a day." Claire shook her head, feeling helpless. "I just hope Grandma can learn a lesson or 2 while she's in there. It would be better if she could change her attitude a bit." Turning to Elaine, she said, "Mom, if there's nothing going on this afternoon, I'll head to the office." Lorine then chimed in, "I need to go to the company for some business. Would you like to go out together?" "Sure, I'll drop you off," Claire replied quickly. They both grabbed their bags and headed out, with Charlie accompanying them to the yard to watch Claire drive away. At that moment, Charlie received a text from Isaac, "Mr. Wade, all 4 members of the Wilson family have been detained for 15 days for trespassing and provocation. They are currently at the detention center." "Okay, good job," Charlie responded. Isaac replied, "Mr. Wade, do you think 15 days is a bit too short? Would you like me to arrange for them to be kept inside for months or even a year?" "No, that's not necessary. If we keep them locked up for that long, they'll just have a place to eat and sleep. I'd rather they stay in there for a while and then be released so they can experience what it's like to be homeless." "Understood, Mr. Wade. As you wish." Charlie put his phone away and noticed Elaine tossing all of the Wilson family's belongings into the trash bin outside. This time, the Wilson family had truly hit rock bottom. Once they were released, they wouldn't even have a spare set of clothes. After disposing of the luggage, Elaine approached him with a sigh and asked, "Charlie, did your dad transfer all the money from the furniture shopping into your account?" "Yes." "Why do you ask?" "I want to use it." "Give it to me," Elaine insisted. Elaine was certain that Charlie, whom she considered a loser, wouldn't dare refuse her if she asked him for money directly. Once she had the cash in hand, she could treat her friends to a lavish dinner at a high-end restaurant, followed by a relaxing spa day and facial treatment. This was what they referred to as the upper-class lifestyle. Charlie shook his head at her request. "Mom, I can't give you the money." "Why not?" Elaine asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Dad is now in charge of the household expenses. If you want to use any funds, you'll need to get his approval first." "What do you mean?" Elaine snapped, her frustration boiling over. "So my words don't matter anymore?" Charlie nodded. "When it comes to money, you have to go through Dad. Don't you dare use Jacob to intimidate me. I'm your mother-in-law, and if I ask for money, you should give it to me without hesitation." Charlie smiled slightly. "I can give you the money if Dad agrees. In fact, I could give you all of it." "You?" Elaine seethed, confronting Charlie with a mix of anger and disbelief. "Is this how you want to play it? You're challenging me." "Mom, you said it yourself, Dad is in charge of the finances now. I'm just following what you instructed. Enough of this nonsense. Just give me the money already. Do you hear me?" Charlie raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Sorry, Mom, but if Dad doesn't give me permission, I can't give you the money, even if you threaten me." With that, he turned and walked back into the villa, leaving Elaine seething behind him. She glared at his retreating figure, imagining what she would do if she had the power to shoot lasers from her eyes. She considered going to Jacob to ask him to talk to Charlie, but quickly dismissed the idea. She knew Jacob wouldn't be inclined to help her out. The old man had become more arrogant than Charlie. Not only did he ignore her commands, but he also dared to stand up to her, even hinting at a divorce. Approaching him now would feel like a humiliating defeat. Frustrated and indignant, Elaine found herself at a loss for what to do next. Meanwhile, her friends were still waiting for her response in their message group. She felt embarrassed and was unwilling to abandon her plans for entertainment just like that. In the kitchen, Charlie was tidying up while Jacob lounged on the Lexington sofa, sipping tea and reading the newspaper. An idea suddenly struck Elaine as she stood at the door, watching them. Charlie had been involved in dubious feng shui jobs, conning many wealthy and influential clients. He could easily earn $2 million from a single job. Who knew how much money he really had stashed away? What if he had actually made $3 million? The thought was tantalizing. Her mind drifted to the 2 BMWs Charlie had purchased. He bought those cars with his own money. Each was nearly $1 million. This meant Charlie had a habit of keeping a significant amount of pocket money. If she could find his card and crack the password, she could access all that money. She didn't even need $1 million, just $100,000 would be enough to enjoy some time with her friends. A sly and cunning grin spread across Elaine's face. She made up her mind, she would steal his card. Elaine hurried up the stairs to the second floor, eager to enter Charlie and Claire's room. She felt a surge of triumph when the doorknob turned effortlessly in her hand. Once inside, she began to sift through their belongings. However, since it was their first day moving into the villa, their items were still scattered everywhere, and there wasn't much of value to be found. Elaine searched diligently but couldn't locate Charlie's wallet or bank card. Just when her frustration began to mount, her eyes lit up with excitement as she spotted Charlie's coat hanging in the closet. She dashed over and began checking the pockets. After a bit of rummaging, she finally discovered a sleek black and gold bank card tucked away in one of them. The card was covered in text from a language she couldn't understand, but she recognized that it was issued by Citibank. Despite her efforts to examine the card closely, she couldn't determine what type it was, though it certainly appeared exclusive and impressive. Overjoyed by her find, Elaine quickly tucked the card into her pocket, whispering to herself, "Hee hee, Charlie, oh Charlie, you think you can keep your money from me? That's okay, I'll just take it. If only you had been a bit nicer to me earlier, I might have left you a few $100s in your account. But you treated me poorly and even used Jacob to get your way. Sorry, mister, but you've messed with the wrong person. Just you wait, if I can guess your password, I won't leave you with a single penny." With her heart racing, Elaine quietly exited the villa and made her way to the nearest Citibank branch. Meanwhile, Charlie was busy in the kitchen, completely unaware that Elaine had taken his card. Just as he was scrubbing dishes, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and felt a rush of excitement upon seeing Mrs. Lewis displayed. Charlie's parents had passed away when he was just 8 years old, and he would have faced a grim fate had it not been for Mrs. Lewis from the orphanage, who took him in. Because of her kindness, Charlie had always held deep gratitude for Mrs. Lewis and fondly remembered her generosity. This is also why he had summoned the courage to borrow money from Lady Wilson at her birthday banquet in order to raise funds for Mrs. Lewis's kidney transplant surgery. Later, Stephen Thompson had emerged unexpectedly, and with his help, Mrs. Lewis was transferred to Fairview Hospital in Eastcliff for top-notch care. During that time, Charlie had only learned that her surgery was successful and that she was recovering well, thanks to Stephen's arrangements. He hadn't contacted Mrs. Lewis since, wanting to give her the peace and rest she needed after surgery. He quickly answered the call, saying, "Mrs. Lewis." Her warm and gentle voice filled the line. "Hi, Charlie. It's me. How are you?" Charlie replied enthusiastically, "I'm great. How about you?" Mrs. Lewis chuckled. "I'm doing very well, thank you. There's no sign of rejection, and the doctor says I'm recovering beautifully." I'll be discharged soon and can head back to Oris Hill in just a few days." Charlie beamed with joy. "That's fantastic news. Please let me know when you're back. I'll come to pick you up from the airport and we'll celebrate your recovery." "Oh, Charlie, I can't let you spend more money. If it wasn't for the nurse who let it slip, I wouldn't have known you paid for my hospital bills, millions of dollars, for my surgery and care. I'm not sure how to thank you." Mrs. Lewis's voice trembled as she began to sob. Charlie felt a lump in his throat. "Oh, Mrs. Lewis, please don't cry. I'm just trying to help. Remember when I was 8, wandering the streets for 3 days, starving and exhausted? If you hadn't rescued me and brought me to the orphanage, I might not have made it." Mrs. Lewis let out a deep sigh. "It was my responsibility to bring you off the streets and into the orphanage, but you aren't obligated to take care of me or cover my hefty medical bills. Besides, I'm well aware of your life with the Wilson family." She continued, "Don't worry, Charlie. I'll find a way to repay you." Charlie felt a surge of emotion. Mrs. Lewis had always treated him like her own child, showing him immense care. With genuine sincerity, he replied, "Mrs. Lewis, you don't need to stress about the money or repay me at all." "No, I can't accept that. It's a significant amount, I must pay you back." "No, Mrs. Lewis. I will always cherish your kindness toward me. It's my responsibility to cover your treatment costs. If you keep insisting on repaying me, it feels like you're treating me as an outsider, and I might not want to see you again." Mrs. Lewis smiled at his heartfelt words, but she was determined to return the money regardless of his insistence. "However," she said during their phone conversation, "now that you're an adult, I'll consider your wishes. By the way, how are you and Claire doing?" Mrs. Lewis was genuinely concerned, recalling the delicate and somewhat unusual nature of their relationship. She understood that Charlie had married Claire for a specific reason and that their bond didn't seem particularly intimate or close. Still, she believed they were destined for each other. With all her heart, she hoped that they would grow to love one another, start a family, and live a happy life together. Charlie chuckled awkwardly and responded, "Claire and I are doing well. When you return, I'll make sure to bring her along when I come to pick you up." Mrs. Lewis breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, hurry up and get Claire pregnant. You two aren't getting any younger, it's time to start a family. Trust me, having a baby will improve your relationship immensely." Charlie, however, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. They weren't even sharing a bed yet, so it seemed a bit premature to talk about children, didn't it? But he couldn't admit that, so he smiled and replied, "Yes, I know. Don't worry, we'll think about it." "Good, good. I can't talk much longer, the nurse is telling me to hang up and get some rest." "All right. Just remember to let me know when you're back in Oris Hill." "I will. Goodbye for now." They ended the call. Meanwhile, Elaine made her way to the nearby Citibank branch. She headed straight for the ATM, clutching the black card in her hand. Convinced that Charlie wouldn't have much money on the card, she decided it would be easier to make the transaction at the machine rather than at the counter. Inserting the black card into the ATM, she was greeted by the interface, "Hello, esteemed Citibank Supreme VIP member, it is our pleasure to serve you. Please enter your black card password." Elaine scoffed, "Supreme VIP, my foot. When I had $2 million in my account, the industrial and commercial bank called me their wealth management VIP too." With determined confidence, she began her mission, testing the password. Feeling smug after successfully figuring out Jacob's phone password, she speculated, Charlie has a soft spot for my girl, maybe the password is her birthday." She promptly entered Claire's birthday. The screen responded, "Hello, esteemed Citibank Supreme VIP member, the password is incorrect. You have 2 more attempts today." "Incorrect password?" Elaine was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "Damn you, Charlie. You claim to love my girl, yet you didn't even make her birthday your card password. Look at Jacob, he set his lover's birthday from over 20 years ago as his phone password." Frowning, she contemplated, perhaps it's their wedding anniversary? Elaine quickly entered the wedding anniversary date of Charlie and Clare into the ATM. The screen displayed, "Hello, esteemed Citibank Supreme VIP member, your password is incorrect. You have one attempt remaining for today." "Damn it!" Elaine exclaimed in frustration. "Wrong again. Ugh, I'm down to my last chance." As she paced nervously, a thought suddenly crossed her mind: could it possibly be Charlie's birthday? Excited at the prospect, she hesitated when she realized she didn't actually know when his birthday was. Sheepishly, she pulled out her phone and called Clare. As soon as Clare picked up, Elaine rushed, "Clare, when is Charlie's birthday?" Clare responded with skepticism, "Mom, why do you want to know?" She was aware of her mother's long-standing disdain for Charlie, so she was puzzled as to why Elaine was suddenly interested in his birthday. Elaine stammered, "Oh, Charlie got us a villa, didn't he? He worked so hard for that, so I thought I'd reward him by celebrating his birthday." "It's on February 2nd, Clare replied. Elaine frowned. "February 2nd? Candlemas?" "Yes, Candlemas," Clare confirmed. What about the day he was sent to the orphanage?" Elaine inquired. "That's on March 13th, Clare answered. "Got it," Elaine said, wrapping up the call. However, she found herself in another predicament. She knew the year of Charlie's birth and how old he was when he entered the orphanage, but she was torn between using 0202 for his birthday or 0313 for the orphanage date. With only one attempt left, a mistake would block the card. She had to choose wisely. After some reflection, Elaine concluded that his birthday held more significance than the sorrowful day he was sent away. Deciding the birthday was the better choice, she entered the date while biting her lip in anticipation. Almost instantly, a message appeared, "Hello, esteemed Citibank Supreme VIP member, your password has been successfully verified. Please select a service." Elaine was ecstatic, she had guessed the password correctly. She immediately clicked on the option to check the balance, eager to see how much money Charlie had in his account. After a moment, a stream of lengthy numbers flashed on the screen, causing her to feel dizzy and disoriented. "Wow, I had no idea Charlie the so-called loser had this much money. Let's see how many facials I can afford with this," she murmured as she began to count. With each number, her mouth slowly dropped open, her eyes widened, and soon her jaw hung completely slack. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. 100 million. Billion. 10 billion. Elaine clutched her chest, trying to steady her racing heart and avoid fainting from the shock. She screamed in disbelief, "The loser has 21.9 billion in his account?" Elaine was stunned as she gazed at the numbers displayed on the ATM screen. Her mind was racing, filled with disbelief. It felt as though the ground beneath her was crumbling. Her heart raced wildly. How could Charlie possibly have $20 billion in his account? No way. How is this even possible? 20 billion. Am I losing my mind, or is Charlie? Where on earth did he get that kind of money? Her hands trembled with anxiety. 20 billion. Not $200 or even $2 million, but 20 billion. She had never even imagined such a staggering sum in her wildest dreams. Where did Charlie acquire this fortune? Had he somehow outsmarted Bill Gates without anyone knowing? In that instant, her initial impulse was to call Charlie and confront him about the money. But almost immediately, she shook her head vigorously. "No. I can't call him. He'll realize I've taken his card." What she needed to do was transfer the funds into her own account before he discovered the truth. Without hesitation, she clicked on the transfer option and typed in her bank account number. When the cursor blinked at the transfer amount, she paused for a moment. Then, a wicked smile spread across her face as she typed 21,900,000,000 into the amount field. Yes, Elaine was planning to siphon a total of 21.9 billion into her own account. She didn't care how Charlie had come by that money. Now that she had seen it, it was rightfully hers. Her entire life had been a battle against Lady Wilson and Jacob, all for the pursuit of wealth. After losing $2 million, she had felt the sting of being broke. Now, as she watched the enormous figure appear before her, a powerful sense of possession surged within her. If she had all this money at her fingertips, she would have nothing to fear. The luxurious life she had once only dreamed of was now beckoning her. With glee, she pressed the confirm button. 21.9 billion. It's all mine. I, Elaine Wilson, finally have the chance to become a billionaire. Just as she was reveling in her joy, a notification suddenly flashed on the screen. The maximum daily ATM transfer limit is $1 million, and the maximum daily withdrawal limit is $100,000. Please visit the counter for higher withdrawal requests. Elaine cursed under her breath, 1 million a day. Even if I came here every single day, I could only transfer 365 million in a year. It would take decades to move 21.9 billion. Without wasting any time, she quickly ejected the card and strode into the bank. No matter what, she was determined to transfer all the money into her account by the end of the day. She wanted to set the wheels in motion today. Yes, I am Elaine. My approach is like a whirlwind, I leave nothing in my wake. With the card firmly clutched in her hand, she stepped into the bank, a mix of excitement and determination coursing through her. A bright and eager young man approached her the moment she entered. Hello. How can I assist you today? Let me get you a number. Elaine waved the sleek black card and responded enthusiastically, I'd like to make a transfer. The young woman's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the card. All Citibank employees had undergone extensive professional training before starting their roles, which included a segment highlighting the significance of the black card. This black card was Citibank's most prestigious offering, with only 100 in existence worldwide, and merely 5 allocated for the entire country. Holders of the black card were considered Citibank's elite VIPs, entitled to personalized service and the highest level of respect and hospitality from the top executives at any branch. The young staff member never imagined that the fabled black card would make an appearance in a second-tier city like Oris Hill. She hurried over, bowing respectfully. Dear esteemed guest, please follow me to the VIP reception room. I'll have our bank manager personally take care of your needs. Feeling an exhilarating rush at successfully impressing the bank staff, Elaine lifted her chin and declared pompously, let's get moving. If there's any delay, I'll make sure your bank manager hears about it. The young staff member jumped in alarm, replying, I'm sorry. This way, please. She guided Elaine to the VIP reception area, asked the service staff to bring her a glass of water, and then dashed to the bank manager's office, bursting through the door without knocking. Manager. Manager. We have a VIP in the bank. The manager frowned, taken aback by the intrusion. Hey, watch your tone. Why are you so flustered? Customers will think our staff is unprofessional. Gasping for breath, the young woman explained, Manager, there's a black card VIP waiting in the VIP room. She's here for some transactions. The manager immediately stood up, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? Repeat that. A black card VIP is here. She's in the VIP room. Hurry. Oh my goodness. The manager felt dizzy, almost in disbelief. A black card VIP? Are you sure? There are only 5 in the country, and I've never even seen one. I'm absolutely sure, the young staff member confirmed. I studied the black card during training, and I know it's the real deal. Quickly straightening his tie and tidying himself up, the manager rushed toward the VIP room. A holder of the black card represented the pinnacle of exclusivity. Anyone possessing it was a billionaire, with a net worth in the hundreds of billions. Rumors suggested that the 5 black cards were distributed to the most prominent families in the nation. He wondered which family this distinguished guest belonged to. Was it the Wade family, the Banks family of Eastcliff, or one of the other 3 elite families? The manager sprinted to the VIP room, paused to catch his breath behind the door, gently knocked, and entered. There, he found Elaine lounging on the sofa like a commanding empress, her leg crossed and a triumphant smile plastered across her face. Elaine couldn't shake the wide grin off her face as she contemplated her newfound wealth of $21.9 billion, her excitement was nearly overwhelming. At first glance, the manager couldn't discern Elaine's background, but recognizing the black card in her hand, he approached with a respectful demeanor. "Hello, our esteemed VIP guest. I'm Dorian Lee, the manager of this branch. You can call me Lee." Elaine nodded with an air of superiority and said, "Hi, Lee. Glad you're here. I want to make a transfer, but your ridiculous ATM only allows me to transfer $1 million a day. What's the deal? I have 20 billion in my account. How long will it take if I can only do 1 million a day? I'll be waiting forever." Lee apologized sincerely, saying, "I understand your frustration. Honestly, the ATM is designed for regular customers with average needs. It's just a basic machine with limited capacity, not equipped to handle transactions of your magnitude as a black card VIP. Wouldn't you agree?" He quickly added, "For a supreme VIP like yourself, simply showing the black card at any Citibank location guarantees you the most exclusive treatment. Our managers will serve you personally. We can't allow you to use the ATM for such transactions." Elaine felt a wave of comfort wash over her when she caught Dorian's comment. So, the ATMs were meant for regular folks. Huh. By regular folks, did he mean those struggling financially? How amusing. He was correct. She was on the verge of becoming a super-rich woman with billions to her name. How could her refined self possibly carry out a transaction at an ATM like those less fortunate? With a triumphant grin, Elaine stretched and proclaimed, "Not bad at all, Lee. Great work." "Oh, you're too kind." Dorian replied with respect. "You wish to make a transfer, am I right? I'll personally assist you." He took a seat across from Elaine and powered on the computer in the VIP room. Once the computer was up and running, he inquired, "Ma'am, which account and what amount are you looking to transfer?" Elaine pulled out her card, handed it over along with the black card, and stated, "Transfer 21.9 billion from this black card to this white ICBC card." Dorian was so taken aback that he nearly lost his composure. "Ma'am, are you absolutely certain you want to transfer 21.9 billion? Elaine nodded firmly, urging him impatiently, "Yes. Enough of the questions, just complete the transaction. Otherwise, I'll have this bank shut down." Dorian gulped, feeling a surge of nerves. He took the black card, inserted it into the card reader with the chip facing up, and requested, "Please enter your password." Elaine raised her hand and typed in Charlie's birthday on the keyboard. It was the correct password. Next, Dorian glanced at the account balance, confirming it was indeed 21.9 billion. Inside, he felt as if a tsunami were crashing through him, his heart racing in disbelief. He never imagined a middle-aged woman would walk in with a black card containing such a staggering amount. She must be someone significant. Yet, as a manager at a small branch in Oris Hill, he lacked the authority to verify the cardholder's identity, leaving him unaware of who owned the card. This was the nature of the black card. Most people couldn't uncover the true identity of its owner. If someone came to the bank for transactions, they would not be questioned or required to verify their identity, as the privacy of the black card holder was paramount. Additionally, the black card held immense power, something even the most daring thief would hesitate to steal. It was akin to wealthy individuals possessing credit cards with limitless credit, yet without a password. With the capabilities of the black card's owner, anyone foolish enough to attempt stealing it or the funds within would find themselves out of luck. For these affluent individuals, setting a password on a card was unnecessary because the bank and law enforcement would be the first to act in the event of theft or fraud. Charlie had received the black card from Stephen of the Wade family, and the password had been established from the start. Charlie never bothered to change it, having rarely used it. The password was Charlie's birthday, and Elaine had stumbled upon it by chance. Now, she aimed to withdraw all the funds from the account. Since Dorian was not authorized to check the identity of the cardholder, he could not ascertain Elaine's connection to the card. Moreover, he was bound to follow the directives of the VIP customer out of respect for the black card's owner. Elaine, feeling agitated, snapped, "Yes, I'm certain. What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Dorian, taken aback, nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. He quickly accessed Elaine's account on the computer. Following verification, he clicked confirm and said, "Please enter your password again." Elaine quickly typed in the password. Dorian then announced, "I just got a notification stating that the money has been transferred." Elaine wasted no time and checked her mobile banking app. Her expression turned sour as she exclaimed, "Why haven't I received it yet?" "Don't fret, it's a whopping 21.9 billion, after all." When such a staggering sum is involved, the banking system needs to verify the transaction multiple times and also file reports at their headquarters, so the transfer can take some time, Dorian explained. Elaine, feeling increasingly impatient, snapped, "Are you serious? Do I really have to wait? How long is this going to take?" "I can't say for sure, it could take anywhere from a few minutes to a full working day," Dorian replied. Elaine retorted, "Why on earth does it take so long? Push the system to work faster, or I'll have Citibank fire you. I have no control over this, it's all decided by the headquarters. Even if you take me to court, there's nothing I can do," Dorian replied, looking defeated. Realizing that Dorian had no authority to expedite the transaction, Elaine huffed angrily, "If I had known this would take ages, I would have transferred $1 million first before moving on to the next step. I'm so frustrated." "You can wait for the transaction to finalize here," Dorian suggested. Elaine felt an uncomfortable sensation, as if someone were poking her insides. Every second felt unbearable. 21.9 billion. She couldn't shake off her restlessness, even if just a moment passed. Ultimately, there was nothing left to do but wait. "Fine, I'll wait here. You go get me a cup of coffee. I want the finest coffee you can offer." "Sure, I'll take care of that right away." Meanwhile, at the Thompson First Villa, Charlie made his way to the living room after cleaning up the kitchen. Jacob greeted him with a smile, saying, "Good son-in-law, come join me for some tea." "Sure," Charlie said as he settled beside him. Jacob eagerly poured him a cup and added with a warm smile, "Thanks to you, I can enjoy this lovely villa and sip on tea. Please, have a taste." Charlie nodded appreciatively. "Thanks, Dad." He took a sip, but secretly shook his head. Jacob had been living frugally, and the tea he served was worth at most $300 per kilo, yet he savored it like it was a rare treasure. Jacob beamed as he enjoyed his tea. "This is top-notch quality. I bought it from a tea farmer's granddaughter on Facebook for $5,000 a kilo. I wasn't ready to spend more, so I only bought 100 grams and will savor it gradually." Charlie questioned, perplexed, "A tea farmer's granddaughter? Did her grandfather fall ill, prompting her to sell his premium tea at a bargain to afford his medical expenses? How did you know?" Jacob chuckled. "Good tea is hard to find at such low prices. I just happened upon a great deal. If you like it, I'll share some with you later." Charlie sighed in resignation. "Dad, that's a scam online. You've been taken for a ride." "Impossible." Jacob insisted, his expression serious. "The girl was so kind. She even shared videos and pictures." Amused, Charlie laughed. "It's all staged. They have fake materials and information to swindle people like you. That girl you were chatting with could very well be a grumpy old man." As he spoke, he couldn't help but think that Jacob rarely had the opportunity to encounter the real thing, given his modest means. In his youth, the tea he enjoyed with his father wasn't sold by the kilo but by the gram, and none of it was cheaper than gold. Knowing that his father-in-law hadn't had the chance to experience such high-quality tea, Charlie resolved to buy some authentic top-tier tea for him in the future. Just then, Charlie's phone buzzed with a new message. "Dear Mr. Charlie Wade, the fund transfer of $21,900,000,000 from your black card account at 15:02 today was successful." Reading the message, Charlie's expression shifted to one of shock as he muttered, "What?" Charlie, who was typically calm and composed, found himself utterly stunned when he received the shocking message. His Citibank black card revealed a staggering balance of $21.9 billion. This amount included the original $10 billion that Stephen had given him when he first acquired the card. Additionally, There was the 10 billion he had secured from Masao Kobayashi, and another billion obtained from Jiro Kobayashi after the passing of his father. He also had 1 billion from Lord Moore, which he had deposited into the card without knowing how to handle it. Thus, his total balance reached 22 billion. However, since he rarely spent any of it, his account showed 21.9 billion plus a few tens of millions in change. But suddenly, someone had transferred a staggering 21.9 billion away. Who the hell could have done this? His first suspect was the Wade family. Had they decided to reclaim his card because he had refused to return to the family for such a long time? It seemed unlikely. Why would the extremely wealthy Wade family want to take away his funds? The second possibility was that his account had been hacked. However, the black card was equipped with highly exclusive encryption, making forgery a rare occurrence. It was possible the card had been stolen. Charlie straightened up, set down his teacup, and hurried toward the stairs. Jacob called out, "Hey, where are you off to? This tea is fantastic, aren't you going to finish it?" Charlie waved him off. "Thanks, Dad, but I have something urgent to handle. I promised to get you some really good tea to try someday." He then dashed up the stairs. Jacob sighed as he watched him go. That kid doesn't even appreciate such fine tea. What does he know about good tea? He's more likely to get scammed than I am. Charlie rushed back to his room, frantically searching his jacket pocket for his card. To his dismay, the card was missing. This was incredibly strange. Thompson First had an excellent security system. Who the hell could have stolen his card right under his nose? Moreover, even if someone had taken it, they wouldn't know his password, which was simply his birthday. It had to be someone familiar with him to even attempt to guess the password. Suddenly, a familiar face flashed in his mind. Elaine. Yes, it had to be her. Charlie's expression turned icy and dark at the thought. You bold, greedy woman. Not only did you cause me trouble, but now you're trying to steal my money, too. And you have the fucking audacity to transfer 21.9 billion. Didn't you even feel a twinge of fear upon seeing that amount? How the hell could you dare to take it all? He quickly grabbed his phone and called Stephen. Once the call connected, Stephen's mature, serious voice came through. Hello, Mr. Wade, how can I assist you? Charlie replied coldly, my black card has been stolen, and someone attempted to transfer the funds. Stephen's voice turned frantic. How much is missing? 21.9 billion. What? That much? Stephen gasped in disbelief. He had just given Charlie 10 billion not long ago. How did it grow to 21.9 billion so quickly? The young man's ability to amass wealth in such a short time was truly impressive. Despite his surprise, Stephen maintained professionalism as he assessed the situation. When such a large sum is transferred, it must first go through headquarters for verification. This means the money has left your account and is currently at the headquarters settlement center. It will only be released to the recipient after verification, which typically takes at least an hour. Mr. Wade, when did this transfer occur? Just a few minutes ago. Stephen exhaled in relief. That's reassuring. The Wade family has strong business ties with Citibank's headquarters. I'll contact them immediately, and your funds will be returned to your account shortly. Okay. Charlie felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just 2 minutes after hanging up, his phone buzzed again. A text message appeared, Dear Mr. Charlie Wade, a total of $21.9 billion has been credited to your black card account at 15:06 today. With the money finally back in his possession, Charlie began to relax. But then, a serious thought struck him. Elaine had taken his card, guessed his password, and had seen the staggering balance. What would happen if Claire found out? How could he possibly explain this to her? Charlie's expression turned increasingly grim. Elaine, I've tolerated your awful behavior for so long because you are Claire's mother, but today you've crossed the fucking line. I won't let this slide. With determination, he dialed Isaac's number once more. As soon as the call connected, Isaac's respectful voice came through. Mr. Wade, how can I assist you? Charlie replied, barely containing his anger, "My troublesome mother-in-law took my card and drained my account, 21.9 billion in total. I want to teach her a lesson. Please coordinate with the appropriate department to set up a demonstration for me." "Absolutely, Mr. Wade." Charlie detailed his plans to Isaac, emphasizing, "Everything must go smoothly. I won't tolerate any mistakes, understand?" "Yes, Mr. Wade." At the Citibank VIP lounge, Elaine was obsessively refreshing her banking app, but her account still showed a miserable 32 cents. She was eagerly waiting for the 21.9 billion to be transferred to her account, dreaming of effortlessly soaring into luxury. However, 10 minutes passed with no sign of the funds. Frustrated, she considered berating Dorian, the manager, when her phone rang with a call from a friend. "Hey, Elaine, do you want to join us for a facial tomorrow?" Elaine scoffed, "A facial? What do you mean? Who am I to go for a facial? What kind of bullshit is that?" The woman's tone shifted immediately. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, going to a beauty salon for a facial is for people like you. As for me, I'm planning to buy the entire beauty salon for myself. I'm done associating with your kind." "Elaine, are you out of your damn mind? You want to buy a beauty salon? You? It's far too early for such ridiculous fantasies." Elaine smirked, shaking her head in amusement. "I have nothing to say to you poor people. Believe me, I'm not the same Elaine you used to know. The money I have is beyond your wildest dreams." The woman retorted with disdain, "I think it's time you seek help," and abruptly hung up. Elaine brushed it off, feeling as if she were floating in the clouds, euphoric and carefree. It was best to distance herself from those less fortunate. She found it irritating to think they might ask her for money once she became rich. Sipping her Blue Mountain coffee, she glared at Dorian and barked, "Hey, hurry the hell up. What is taking so long? The money isn't in my account yet. Just know, with one phone call, you could be out of a job tomorrow." Dorian was growing irritated with Elaine's arrogance but held his composure, saying, "Ma'am, please be patient, the headquarters needs time to process the transaction." "I don't give a damn. Find out what's going on, or I'll make sure you regret it." Dorian felt a surge of fear at Elaine's threatening demeanor and replied helplessly, "I can help you check on the status, but if the transaction has already been reported to headquarters, there's nothing further I can do." Frustration boiled within Elaine as she gritted her teeth. In a fit of anger, she splashed coffee onto Dorian's face and yelled, "Hurry up. What are you waiting for? I need this done now." Dorian let out a pained scream. Thankfully, the coffee wasn't too hot, otherwise, he would have suffered severe burns. Despite his growing anger, he didn't dare challenge the so-called VIP. Instead, he said submissively, "Please hold on a moment, I'll check the transaction status right away." He quickly logged into the system, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, "Wait a minute. This is odd. The system shows that the transaction has been cancelled and the funds have been refunded. What the fuck? Where did the money go?" Elaine demanded furiously. "It was refunded to your black card, the money is back in your account," he replied. "What?" Elaine's anger exploded as she swung her hand and slapped Dorian hard across the face. "What the hell did you do, you idiot? Why was the money refunded back to the card?" Tears welled up in Dorian's eyes. "Ma'am, I have no idea. The order came from headquarters, not from me. Get out of my way." Elaine slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Quickly transfer the money again, or I'll destroy this damn bank." All that consumed Elaine's thoughts was the staggering amount of $21.9 billion. She would have pushed anyone, even her own mother, aside to seize that money without a second thought. She had the fortune almost within her grasp, but she never anticipated that headquarters would send the money back into Charlie's account. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside the VIP room. With a loud crash, the door was kicked open, and a group of police officers armed with guns stormed into the room, demanding, "Who just used the black card for a transaction?" Dorian blinked in disbelief, stuttering as he pointed at Elaine, "It was this lady here." "What's going on?" The police ignored him and turned their attention to Elaine. "What is your name?" Her heart raced, thumping so hard it felt like it would leap from her chest. "What's happening? Did Charlie call the police on her?" She was his mother-in-law. Surely it wasn't illegal for a mother-in-law to take from her son-in-law, right? Lost in her thoughts, the police pressed again. "What is your name?" Elaine stuttered. "I'm Elaine Wilson." "Elaine Wilson, is it? You are under arrest for suspected involvement in a major overseas bank fraud." He then gestured to two officers beside him. "Cuff her and take her away." The color drained from Elaine's face. "Officer, there must be a mistake. I just came here to make a transfer. The card isn't mine, and I'm not involved in any fraud." The officer replied coldly, "You have the right to remain silent. Speak only when we reach the interrogation room. As public servants, we protect good citizens, but we will not let any wrongdoers escape." Elaine cried out in a panic, "No, this card isn't mine. It belongs to my son-in-law, Charlie Wade. There must be a mistake." The officer responded in a cold tone, "This card was forged by an international criminal organization with a highly advanced tech team. They've used it to defraud banks of vast sums of money. We've been investigating this significant transnational case in collaboration with the International Criminal Police Organization across 23 countries for 2 years, and we've finally tracked you down. We have the evidence right here. What more do you have to say?" Elaine stood frozen in disbelief, devastated by the revelation. Was the card actually forged? That explained everything. It was utterly impossible for a loser like Charlie to have such large sums in his account. It was all a scam. A fraud. Even more alarming, the card seemed to be linked to a major international case. A joint investigation with Interpol involving 23 countries. That sounded like a massive operation. If they proved her involvement, would she face severe consequences? Feeling overwhelmed, Elaine collapsed to the floor and cried out, "Officers, you've got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary law-abiding citizen. My son-in-law gave me this card. He doesn't hold a proper job and wanders around scamming people. You must arrest him to clear my name. His name is Charlie Wade. He's currently in Thompson First Villa A05. Hurry, go and arrest him. He deserves life imprisonment. I never want to see that bastard again." The lead officer scoffed, "Oh really? You're quick to shift the blame. We have no idea who this Charlie Wade is. All we know is that you used the card in an attempt to defraud Citibank of $21.9 billion. Fortunately, we traced the transaction swiftly and blocked it in time, otherwise, you would have vanished with the money. Get ready for some serious jail time." Elaine slumped on the floor, crying out in despair, "Officer, I'm innocent. I truly am." Suddenly, a cup of tea was splashed across Elaine's face. An enraged Dorian kicked her to the ground and stomped on her face furiously. "Arg! You liar! I'm a bank manager, yet you treat me like a dog, splashing coffee on me and even slapping me. I'll make you pay, you filthy bitch." Two young officers quickly intervened, pulling Dorian away. Elaine was left bloodied and distressed. The lead officer commanded, "That's enough. Take her back to the station for questioning." With her face stained with blood, Elaine was dragged to the police car by two officers, shouting and crying, "I'm innocent. The card is not mine. It belongs to that scoundrel Charlie. Why are you arresting me? Go after him." Onlookers in the bank lobby stared, bewildered by the scene. Elaine cried out to the crowd, "Help! I'm innocent. You must testify on my behalf." Everyone looked at her, confusion in their eyes. "Testify? For what? Do we even know you?" The lead officer warned, "Save your breath. Be quiet and keep moving. Once we're back at the station, you'll face a more extensive interrogation. Don't waste your energy here." Desperate, Elaine struggled against her restraints like a fish out of water, yelling, "Let me make a call. I need to contact my daughter." I want her to turn that liar in at the station so you'll see I'm innocent." The officer snatched the phone from her pocket and said, "You are the main suspect in a significant international criminal case. During our investigation, you have no right to contact anyone." He turned off Elaine's phone and shouted to the officers escorting her, "Hurry and get her to the car." The two officers swiftly dragged her out of the bank and shoved her into the back seat of the police vehicle. Almost immediately, a convoy of police cars sped toward the station. Upon arriving at the Oris police station, Elaine was swiftly escorted to the interrogation room of the Regional Crime Unit. A wave of shock washed over her as she read the words "Regional Crime Unit" emblazoned on the door. Feeling utterly defeated, Elaine was led into the interrogation room, akin to a hen dragged into a cockfight. The officers forcefully seated her in a chair, illuminating her face with a harsh overhead light. Before her stood several officers from the crime unit, their expressions stern and unyielding. One officer spoke in a chilling tone, "Elaine Wilson, you are now the primary suspect in an international high-tech crime syndicate. I strongly advise you to be honest and disclose everything you know about your involvement. Otherwise, you will face the full extent of the law." Overcome with emotion, Elaine began to wail, "Officers, I swear you've got the wrong person. Charlie Wade is the real suspect. No, he's a criminal. I'm just a law-abiding citizen. I only took the card from his jacket, it wasn't my fault. Do you expect us to believe you simply because you claim it belonged to your son-in-law? The card was with you, and you used it to withdraw money from the bank, making you the prime suspect." Another officer scoffed, "It seems this woman is trying to pin the blame on her son-in-law now that she's been caught." He shot a glare at Elaine and reprimanded, "Are you even human, doing something so insane?" Elaine cried out in despair, "I'm innocent. My son-in-law is the real criminal. His name is Charlie Wade, and he always scams people. He's definitely guilty." The officer slammed his hand down on the table in frustration. "I believe you are the criminal here. Tell us the truth. If you confess honestly, we might go easy on you, but if you resist, punishment will follow." "Officer, I'm being honest. If anything I say is a lie, let God punish me. Do you think this is a church? This is a police station. God punishing you? Nonsense. I warn you, you'd better start being honest right away. Tell us who your handlers, underlings, and accomplices are. Explain the criminal connections in your organization and the procedure. Interpol from 23 countries is aware of your capture and wants us to extradite you for further investigation. If you continue to be stubborn, we'll hand you over to the US Interpol, where they will interrogate you. Just so you know, American law enforcement can be very brutal, often using torture to extract confessions. Think carefully." Elaine begged desperately, "Officer, I'm innocent. I have no handlers, no accomplices. I just took my son-in-law's card, that's all. Please don't send me to America." The officer stood up and addressed his colleagues. "The suspect, Elaine Wilson, is being obstinate and refuses to admit to her crime of forging bank cards and international fraud. Lock her up in the detention center while we continue the investigation." Elaine cried out in despair, throwing herself on the floor and kicking in protest, "No, I don't want to go to the detention center. I'm innocent, you can't do this to me. I'll kill myself if you do." The officer looked down at her, indifferent to her plight. "Lift her up and take her to the detention center now." "Yes, sir." The other officers hoisted Elaine off the ground as if she were a piece of stubborn gum and transported her directly to the Oris Hill Detention Center, ignoring her cries and pleas. Oris Hill housed 3 detention centers for individuals accused of administrative and criminal offenses, as well as those awaiting trial or serving short sentences. After sentencing, inmates with longer terms would be transferred to prison to serve their time. The 3 detention centers associated with the Oris police station each had distinct purposes. One was designated for male suspects, another for female suspects, and the third catered to juvenile suspects. After the arrest of the 4 members of the Wilson family, they were separated and sent to different facilities. Lady Wilson and Wendy were placed in the women's detention center, while Christopher and Harold found themselves in the men's detention center. Upon entering her cell, Lady Wilson experienced an unsettling itch and tingling sensation. She settled onto the thin mattress, her mind racing with thoughts of the recent turmoil in her life. This moment marked the most significant and devastating crisis for both Lady Wilson and the Wilson family. The court had seized all of her hard-earned possessions, her son had denied her access to the Thompson First Villa, and in a shocking turn of events, he had even called the police to have her arrested. As she reflected on these events, her frustration grew. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she struck the mattress in despair and cried out, "What did I do to deserve this? My family is in ruins, my son refuses to help me, and he has allied with his wife to have me locked up. That ungrateful son! Does he want me to perish here?" Nearby, Wendy shared in her sadness. "Grandma, Uncle Jacob has never acted this way before. He always respected you and never dared to defy your wishes. Why has he turned so cruel now?" Lady Wilson scoffed, her anger boiling over. "It's all Elaine's doing. That wicked woman has been a troublemaker ever since she married your uncle. If it weren't for her, your uncle would have let us stay in the villa." Wiping away her tears, she lamented, "Oh, how dismal my life has become. When I finally meet your grandpa on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge, he will be heartbroken to learn how his daughter-in-law has tormented me." In a moment of shared grief, grandmother and granddaughter embraced, crying together. Due to Lady Wilson's advanced age, the other inmates were drawn to them, intrigued by the sight of such an elderly woman in detention. Among the onlookers was a tall, muscular woman who had been in the cell for 3 months and had earned a reputation as its unofficial leader. She approached Lady Wilson and inquired, "Hey, old lady, is your daughter-in-law really that terrible? Did she get you thrown in here? What's going on?" "Yes, what happened? Tell us." As the first question was posed, the other inmates eagerly gathered around Lady Wilson, their curiosity piqued. This group of women had a strong penchant for gossip, especially regarding family matters, and they leaned closer, straining to hear the unfolding drama. Lady Wilson felt her agitation rise as she prepared to share her story. With tears streaming down her face, she exclaimed, "I'm so miserable. My terrible daughter-in-law and her useless husband have deceived us. We used to be one of the most respected families in Orris Hill, but they've brought us to our knees, plunging our family into bankruptcy. Our debts are towering, and the bank has taken our home." The muscular woman responded coldly, "How can there be such despicable people?" Lady Wilson's face flushed with rage. "They're truly awful, beyond belief. My grandchildren and I were thrown out of our home, leaving us homeless, while they live in a lavish $1 million villa at Thompson First. We have nowhere to go, yet they enjoy a dozen bedrooms. I thought they would have compassion for me as their mother and mother-in-law, so I approached them, but instead, they beat me, yelled at me, and kicked me out. They even called the police, claiming I was trespassing and causing a disturbance, which led to our arrests." Gina, the muscular woman, clenched her fists, her eyes filled with fury. "I, Gina Hill, cannot stand people who disrespect the elderly. My mother took her own life after being treated poorly by my sister-in-law. I ended up in jail for 10 months after I lost control and punched that horrible woman to death." With fire in her eyes, Gina continued, "Don't cry, old lady. If I ever meet your daughter-in-law, I'll make sure she pays for what she's done." Gina's comment instantly ignited the anger of those around her. A wave of righteous indignation swept through the crowd as they began to cheer loudly. Despite all being prisoners, most of the individuals here had not committed grave offenses, nor were they inherently bad people. They instinctively felt compassion for the elderly and vulnerable. As they listened to Lady Wilson, her gray hair disheveled, her weathered face trembling as she described her sorrowful life, it was impossible for them not to empathize with her plight. Consequently, the crowd united in denouncing the so-called perpetrators. How could they abandon such an elderly mother? They're nothing but scoundrels. Absolutely. They live in a multi-million-dollar villa but can't even offer an empty room to the old lady. It's disgusting. Don't worry, ma'am. Karma always comes around. It'll catch up to your wicked daughter-in-law." Tears streamed down Lady Wilson's face. "Thank you for your kindness and support, truly. I never expected to find such good-hearted people here." Gina sighed. Honestly, ma'am, seeing you reminds me of my poor mother, who tragically died after swallowing pesticide. Life is tough for the elderly, especially when they have a cruel daughter-in-law. Lady Wilson nodded, sobbing softly. I'll be detained for 15 days. I dread what will happen when I'm released. I have nowhere to go, and I might face prosecution in a few months. In my opinion, ma'am, you might as well stay here in the detention center. At least we get 3 meals a day and a roof over our heads. Isn't that better than living on the streets? A wave of disappointment and despair washed over Lady Wilson at this suggestion. Was this to be her fate? To remain in a detention center just for food and shelter? No! She shouted within herself. Absolutely not. I'm still the head of the Wilson family. If I spend my remaining years in a cell, it would be a complete humiliation to everything I've worked for. No, I refuse to accept this. I must find a way to rise again. At that moment, a police car pulled up at the entrance of the detention center. 2 officers entered, escorting a woman with unkempt hair between them. This woman was Elaine. She was being dragged along in cold handcuffs, her eyes red from crying. Elaine never imagined that simply stealing Charlie's card would land her in such serious trouble. From what she gathered, she now faced an indefinite period in custody. A case would only be filed and prosecution initiated once the entire network of transnational crimes was dismantled and more suspects were identified. Once public prosecution began, the court would proceed with the trial, heavily relying on the evidence collected to determine her sentence. Terrified, Elaine asked about the possible length of her sentence if she were found guilty. The officer informed her that attempting to defraud the bank of $21.9 billion was one of the largest fraud cases in decades. The severity was extreme. Even though the transfer failed, she could still face life imprisonment. Furthermore, if her accomplices were caught and more evidence surfaced, she could even face the death penalty. Elaine felt her stomach drop. She was filled with rage toward Charlie. She desperately wanted to call her daughter and tell her to divorce that bastard immediately. But upon arrival, the officer informed her that, as the primary suspect in a major transnational case, she was prohibited from contacting family or hiring a lawyer until the trial began. A storm of fury raged within Elaine, yet she was unable to release it. After entering the towering walls of the detention center, the officer guided her through the formalities. The process was meticulous and exhausting. Her photos were taken, her identity verified. Then she was ordered to remove all her clothing and personal items, surrendering them to the staff before changing into the prison uniform and receiving the basic necessities. After changing, the officers who had escorted her left. From that moment on, her life would be entirely governed by the detention center. A female guard led her inside, explaining the rules as they walked. This cell accommodates 20 people. Wake up is at 6 a.m., lights out at 10 p.m. You'll receive 3 meals a day, which you must eat in your cell. She glanced at Elaine and continued, however, the portions are limited, so you may still feel hungry. If you want extra food or personal items, your family must deposit money into your account so you can buy from the canteen. Oh, that's great! Elaine exclaimed. When can I contact my family? The guard suddenly remembered the briefing and replied coldly, oh, I almost forgot, since you're a suspect in a major criminal case, you're not allowed to contact anyone on the outside. So if you're hungry, consider it part of your diet. Elaine lowered her head, miserable and desperate. Then a thought struck her, Lady Wilson and Wendy were also detained here. Would she run into them? She nervously bit her lip. But soon she calmed down. So what if she met them? Lady Wilson was just an old woman in poor health. Elaine believed she could shove her aside if necessary. As for Wendy, though young, she was delicate and fragile. Elaine believed that with just a bit of force, the girl wouldn't be able to lift her arms. If Wendy dared to confront her, Elaine would just slap her. At that moment, the guard pointed at a cell ahead and announced, Elaine Wilson, this is cell 025. This is where you'll stay. Elaine nodded quickly. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson had begun to calm down after receiving comfort from the other inmates. She was surprised by the sympathy she received and felt a sense of relief from their support. Wendy, too, felt better than she had earlier. She always imagined detention centers would be brutal and filled with bullies, like in the movies, but she was surprised by the warmth here. Just then, someone shouted, "Another newcomer is here." Outside the iron gate, the female guard opened the door and shoved Elaine inside. "Get in there and repent." The iron gate slammed shut behind her. Anxiously, Elaine scanned the room and noticed the inmates gathered around a lower bunk. What are they huddled around? Are they telling stories? She wondered. At that moment, Lady Wilson, surrounded by the group, spotted Elaine and gasped loudly, shouting at the top of her lungs. "Elaine Wilson! You've finally fallen into my trap, you wretched bitch." Elaine was taken aback when she heard the voice. Turning around, she spotted Lady Wilson sitting cross-legged on the bed, angrily pointing her finger and hurling curses in her direction. Lady Wilson was clearly surprised to see Elaine at the detention center. To make matters worse, Elaine was dressed in the same prison uniform as Lady Wilson, giving the impression that she had just been arrested for a crime. Elaine felt flustered upon encountering Lady Wilson and Wendy. She never imagined she would be placed in the same cell as them. In fact, she had been hoping to avoid such a misfortune, yet here she was. Desperately, she shouted through the small window of the iron gate while a prison guard was nearby, "Comrade! Officer! Could you please transfer me to another cell? I don't want to share a cell with these people." The prison guard responded, "Do you really think this detention center is your home? You can't just request a cell change whenever you feel like it. If you don't want to be in a cell, you shouldn't have committed a crime. What led you to do it in the first place?" Elaine quickly replied, "I've told you countless times. The fraud was committed by my son-in-law. I'm not involved in this at all. If anyone should be arrested, it's him. Please let me go." The guard dismissed Elaine's pleas, saying, "Stop with the nonsense. Given the seriousness of your crime, I doubt you'll ever leave this cell." After saying this, he turned and walked away without a second glance. Elaine felt her heart drop as she watched the guard retreat further into the distance. At that moment, Wendy sneered and said, "Elaine, you just moved into that fancy villa at Thompson First, and now you find yourself in a detention center. It sounds like you've gotten yourself into quite a bit of trouble." Elaine turned to face the grandmother and granddaughter glaring at her. She couldn't shake the feeling of bad luck hanging over her. However, she quickly composed herself. What was there to fear? She was only dealing with an old woman and a young girl. With that thought, Elaine scoffed, "What's going on? Are you two laughing at me because I'm here with you in this detention center? Let me remind you, even though I'm in here, I still have a villa waiting for me outside. What about you? What will you return to when you're released? I can already picture both of you starving on the streets." Lady Wilson shouted furiously, "Elaine! Do you even remember your last name? How can you act so arrogantly while in detention? Oh, really? What are you going to do about it?" Elaine shot back disdainfully. "This isn't my first day being defiant. Does my attitude bother you?" With a venomous tone, Elaine continued, "Lady Wilson, once you and your granddaughter are out of here, you'll probably be starving in just 3 days. But don't worry about Wendy, she has the looks to sell her body on the streets if she needs to." Wendy erupted in anger, "Elaine! What did you just say?" Elaine smirked and replied, "I said you can go sell your body on the street. What's wrong with that? Still not convinced? Should I remind you of your escapades with Kenneth Wilson and Jeffrey Weaver?" Lady Wilson trembled with rage, glancing at Gina before pointing at Elaine. "Elaine! It's truly shameful for the Wilson family to have a daughter-in-law like you." As soon as Lady Wilson spoke, Gina couldn't contain her anger any longer. She sprang to her feet, pointing at Elaine and asking the old lady, "Is this the pathetic daughter-in-law you were talking about?" Upon realizing that she had accomplished her goal, Lady Wilson was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streamed down her face as she hit her own legs, crying out, "I have been so miserable in this life. My family is truly unfortunate to have such a wicked daughter-in-law. I am on the verge of death, yet my daughter-in-law still yells at me and scolds me. Gina could no longer bear witnessing the old lady's sorrow. Suddenly, memories flooded back of her own mother, who had been rushed to the hospital after consuming an entire bottle of pesticide. Though she survived that day, the doctor had grimly informed Gina that her mother's lungs had suffered irreversible damage and could not be saved. In that moment, her mother had wept just as tragically as Lady Wilson was now. Gina's heart ached as she remembered that painful scene, and tears began to fall. Feeling that Elaine had driven the old lady to this breaking point, Gina found Elaine even more repugnant than her own thoughtless sister-in-law. Rage bubbled within her, and she could no longer contain it. With determination, Gina marched up to Elaine and coldly said, "You scumbag. Didn't your parents teach you to show respect to your in-laws before you got married?" Elaine, oblivious to Gina's intentions, laughed mockingly at her. "Honor my in-laws? Are you serious? If you had a mother-in-law like this, I bet you would have killed her already." Unaware of Lady Wilson's true nature, Gina's anger flared at Elaine's callousness. The desire to retaliate surged within her, and she could hardly restrain herself. With fury, Gina lunged at Elaine and struck her directly in the nose. Elaine cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground. Gina, strong and assertive, sat on Elaine's stomach, yanking her hair with one hand while delivering hard slaps with the other. As she struck, Gina shouted, "I'm going to end you today. You ungrateful daughter-in-law. I will kill you." Elaine, still reeling from the blows, yelled, "Who are you? Why are you hitting me? What did I do to deserve this?" Gina continued to hit her, cursing, "You are a disgraceful dog who mistreats her own mother-in-law. I must punish you and teach you a lesson today. This is a favor to everyone." Lady Wilson watched the scene unfold with excitement, urging, "Quick! Help me over there." With trembling effort, she attempted to rise, and Wendy, along with another woman, rushed to assist her toward Elaine. Lady Wilson's face lit up with vicious glee as she approached Elaine, shouting, "You scumbag! Unfilial child! I'm going to take you down today." Once she finished her tirade, Lady Wilson raised her hands and struck Elaine, leaving marks on her face. Elaine screamed in agony, "Help! Help! Someone, please! They're trying to kill me." At that moment, the prison guard was just outside the cells. Gina continued to pull Elaine's hair, landing more blows. With a sneer, she taunted, "The prison guard has already finished her patrol. She won't be back for at least an hour. Today is your end, you unfilial dog." Wendy seized the chance to unleash her own pent-up frustrations. She kicked Elaine, shouting, "Aren't you so impressive? You think you're great living in the villa at Thompson First? That was my former fiancé's place. You're the reason I've been left behind and forced to live on the streets. I'm going to kick you to death." Though Elaine had faced beatings before, this was unlike anything she had ever endured. Each of the three women unleashed their bottled-up anger, relentlessly hitting and kicking her. Before long, other inmates joined in, eager to partake in the chaos and violence. Elaine was beaten so thoroughly that not a single part of her body was spared. Desperately, she cried out, "Please, stop hitting me. I'm going to die." Gina delivered a sharp slap to her face, declaring, "It's fine. She can still talk, which means she's not dead yet. Keep going." While Elaine endured her time in the detention center, Charlie received a call from Isaac. As soon as the connection was made, Isaac informed him, "Young master, Elaine has been locked up in the detention center. I've also ensured that she is placed in the same cell as the old lady from the Wilson family and Wendy, just as you instructed." Charlie inquired, "Have you spoken to the prison guard?" Isaac replied, "Yes, I've instructed my subordinates to make contact with the person in charge at the detention center. No one will interfere or take action while Elaine is being mistreated." "Good," Charlie responded coldly. "I want her to suffer a bit longer in there." Isaac quickly asked, "Young master, would you like me to send a few people into the detention center to eliminate Elaine? This way, she wouldn't pose a threat to you again." Charlie paused for a moment before replying, "Let's hold off on that for now. I want to see how things unfold first." In truth, Charlie wished for Elaine to vanish completely, ensuring she wouldn't disrupt his life with Clare any longer. He also believed that Jacob wouldn't mind this outcome. In fact, Jacob would likely feel relieved. However, Charlie was uncertain about Clare's feelings on the matter. From what Charlie knew, Clare was a deeply caring and devoted daughter. If her mother were to suddenly disappear, it would weigh heavily on her heart, leaving her with constant worry and sorrow. Thus, Charlie decided to monitor Clare's reaction carefully. To avoid raising Clare's suspicions, when Charlie visited the supermarket that afternoon to pick up groceries for dinner, he deliberately bought some of Elaine's favorite foods. Yet, deep down, he understood that Elaine wouldn't get a chance to enjoy them. Meanwhile, Gina led a group of inmates as they continued to beat Elaine, leaving her nearly unconscious. Once Gina noticed Elaine's head swollen like a pig's, she momentarily stopped and warned her, "Let me give you a tip, don't you dare say anything when the prison guard comes by later. If you do, we'll make you regret it. Do you understand?" In fear, Elaine nodded eagerly and said, "I understand, I won't say a word." However, inside, Elaine was plotting. When the prison guards arrived, she would scream for help and expose the abuse she had suffered. After all, she recalled that prisoners who stirred up trouble in their cells were given harsher punishments. Once Charlie returned home, he started preparing dinner, coinciding with mealtime in the detention center. In the detention center, everything operated on a strict schedule, requiring inmates to go to bed early, rise early, and eat at designated times. When the prison guard came to Elaine's cell, she was curled up in a corner, battered and unable to sit up. She felt utterly helpless and miserable. The guard opened the cell door and said casually, "It's time for dinner. Send a couple of people from your cell." As he spoke, Elaine, covered in bruises and wounds, crawled over to him, pleading, "Prison guard. Please help me. They're trying to kill me. You have to punish them." The prison guard frowned at her but recalled his superior's instructions. He ignored Elaine's desperate cries and continued addressing Gina and the other inmates, "Send 2 people from your cell to collect your food." Gina felt a moment of panic at Elaine's outburst, fearing punishment. But she relaxed when the guard dismissed Elaine's plea. She then instructed 2 women nearby, "You 2 go and get the food." "Okay," they replied eagerly and stood up quickly. The guard nodded. "Follow me." As he turned to leave, Elaine clutched his leg, crying, "Please, help me. Move me to another cell, or they will really kill me." The guard stepped back, freeing his leg from her grip. He then instructed the 2 women again, "Hurry up and follow me." Without hesitation, they rushed after him. Elaine felt a wave of despair and helplessness. As soon as the door closed behind the guard, Gina approached Elaine, her face dark with anger. Grinding her teeth, she spat, "You bitch. You've got some fucking nerve. How dare you report me?" Elaine felt she might collapse under the pressure. Quickly, she pleaded, "I'm so sorry. I must have been confused. Please, just let me off this time. Forgive you." Gina exclaimed, raising her hand and delivering a sharp slap across Elaine's face. The force left her slightly dizzy. Lady Wilson then marched over with a scowl. She stomped directly on Elaine's fingers and cursed, "You worthless dog. It seems like you still haven't had enough punishment. Just wait. I've got another 15 days here, and I'm going to beat the shit out of you every day." Gina quickly interjected, "Lady Wilson, it's such a rare chance to be in the same cell as this ungrateful brat. If I were you, I wouldn't want to leave after 15 days. I'd stay here and beat her 5 or 6 times a day to release all my pent-up anger." The elderly woman nodded vigorously. "Honestly, now that I've got this golden opportunity to punish her every day, I can't bear the thought of leaving." Feeling utterly defeated, Elaine collapsed and cried, "Mom, please just let me go. If you stop hurting me, and if you keep this woman away from me, I promise to arrange a bedroom for you in the villa at Thompson First." Lady Wilson scoffed, "Do you think I'm stupid? You don't even know how long you'll be stuck here. How can you make any arrangements for me?" Elaine responded quickly, "I can write you a letter when you're about to leave the detention center. You can give it to Clare. Once she knows everything, she'll definitely let you live in the villa at Thompson First. The old lady hesitated. Are you serious? Absolutely. Elaine nodded vigorously. You know Clare, she's responsible and caring. If I ask her, she'll agree. For a moment, the old lady was torn. She hated Elaine deeply, but she was also tempted by the thought of living in the villa. Besides, she had no idea how long Elaine would remain incarcerated. If she could secure a place in the villa without Elaine interfering after her release, that would be ideal. With that in mind, she decided to negotiate. Elaine, if you write that letter for me now, I won't hit you again. Elaine, being clever, replied, Mom, if you agree to stop hitting me, I'll write you the letter on the day you leave. Lady Wilson wasn't fooled. Are you trying to trick me? What if you refuse to write the letter afterward? I'd be screwed. Elaine insisted, I swear I'll write the letter. The old lady snorted. I don't trust you at all. Gina, who had been watching with a grin, chimed in, Lady Wilson, it's simple. If she writes the letter now, great. If she refuses, we'll just beat her 10 or 20 times a day until she agrees. Elaine protested loudly, you can't do that. You'll kill me. If I die, none of you will have a good life. Gina smiled wickedly. Don't worry. If you die in here, I'll just tie your bedsheets to the beams and hang your corpse. Then I'll say you committed suicide because of your own damned guilt. Elaine nearly lost control upon hearing Gina's harsh words. She had no doubt about Gina's intentions, recognizing her as a truly ruthless individual. The severe beating she had received from Gina earlier had already left a deep psychological mark on her. Lady Wilson leaned on Gina for support as she kicked Elaine and shouted, So, are you going to write that letter or not? Feeling the pain, Elaine cried out, I'll write the letter. I'll do it right now, okay? In response, Gina slapped her hard across the face and remarked, You really are pitiful. You refuse to cooperate when asked nicely, but only comply after being beaten. Elaine felt a surge of injustice and retorted, You're the same. You didn't even bother to speak to me nicely before hitting me. Gina clenched her teeth in anger and slapped Elaine again. You dare to talk back? You're asking for trouble, she yelled. With that blow, Elaine's already loose front teeth fell out immediately. Elaine felt her upper lip collapse, tasting blood in her mouth. She nearly swallowed her fallen teeth. In a panic, she spat the teeth out and, upon seeing the blood, wailed, Just kill me. I don't want to live anymore. Gina stepped closer, delivering several more slaps to Elaine's face. What are you screaming about? Trying to let everyone in the detention center know you're loud, she scolded. Elaine sobbed uncontrollably, shielding her face. Lady Wilson, filled with excitement, yanked Elaine's hair and spat, Why are you crying? Weren't you so arrogant at the villa in Thompson First? Show everyone here the bitch you really are. Wendy quickly joined in, declaring, Everyone, don't be fooled by her. She's vile and despicable. She treats her own mother-in-law poorly and brags about living in a villa at Thompson First, despite not even owning it. That villa belongs to her son-in-law, who scammed someone out of it. Everyone was taken aback, with one person asking, What does her son-in-law do? How could he deceive someone into giving him such a grand villa? Wendy replied, It doesn't matter what he does. Any ordinary person would be grateful to live in such a luxurious villa, regardless of how they got it. But this woman disrespects her son-in-law and constantly urges her daughter to divorce him. Doesn't she deserve to be punished? Nods of agreement echoed through the crowd. From every angle, Elaine seemed more despicable than ever, leaving everyone unbothered by her suffering. Elaine sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face, too afraid to speak. At that moment, Gina threw a piece of paper and a pen in front of her, demanding, Write the letter now. If it isn't satisfactory, we'll keep hitting you. Swallowing her anger, Elaine picked up the pen with trembling hands and began to write. Once she finished, Lady Wilson snatched the letter from her. Reading its contents, she noted that Elaine had indeed requested Clare to arrange bedrooms for their family of 4 in the villa. Satisfied, she smiled and declared, "Perfect. Since you won't be enjoying your villa for the next 15 days, I'll go enjoy it with Christopher, Harold, and Wendy instead. You can stay here and enjoy your time." The thought of potentially spending the rest of her life in detention made Elaine cry even harder. Disgusted, Gina approached Elaine and kicked her again. "Why are you still crying? It's so annoying." Elaine clutched her side where Gina had kicked her and protested, "Didn't you say you'd stop hitting me once I wrote the letter?" Gina nodded slightly, "Yes, I did, but I've changed my mind." The blatant shamelessness of Gina's words made Elaine shudder. Desperately, she turned to Lady Wilson. "Mom, you promised. You said you wouldn't let her hit me anymore after I wrote the letter." Lady Wilson shot her a disgusted look. "What did I promise you?" She pinched Elaine's arm and added, "Do you really think you can escape punishment just because you wrote a letter? You might not get out of here for the rest of your life. I intend to take full advantage of the next 15 days to beat you as much as I want." Once Lady Wilson finished her speech, she raised her hand and slapped Elaine once more. Coldly, she declared, "I have disliked you ever since Jacob expressed his desire to marry you. You've disgusted me for years, and I won't stop hitting you until I feel satisfied." Elaine completely broke down. She never anticipated Lady Wilson would be so devoid of shame. It was Lady Wilson who had made her a promise, yet here she was, reneging on her words without a second thought. However, in that moment, there was nothing Elaine could do. With Gina present, Elaine didn't dare express her frustration at all. Feeling overwhelmed, Elaine was filled with sadness. She could only fervently wish this was merely a nightmare and hope to wake up from it soon. A little while later, the two individuals sent out to fetch dinner returned, each carrying large plastic baskets. Inside the baskets were various lunch boxes neatly packed in Tupperware. Even the rice and dishes looked identical. The moment they stepped through the door, someone shouted, "Let's eat. It's time for dinner." Immediately, an inmate rushed over, grabbed a lunch box, and began to eat with delight. Feeling hungry herself, Gina temporarily spared Elaine, allowing her to focus on her own meal first. Lady Wilson and Wendy, also feeling the pangs of hunger, approached to grab their lunch boxes. When Wendy opened hers, she noticed it contained two square compartments, one for the dish and the other for the rice. Wendy couldn't shake the feeling that the dish looked strangely familiar. Someone chimed in excitedly, "Oh, we're having boiled duck and cabbage tonight. This dinner is quite nice." Realization dawned on Wendy as she recognized the dish. She had just eaten the same thing at noon. This thought made her feel slightly nauseous. She had been ravenous, but now she felt unexpectedly full. Lady Wilson, oblivious to Wendy's discomfort, inquired, "Wendy, why aren't you eating?" With tears in her eyes, Wendy replied, "Grandma, this is the same meal we had earlier today." Lady Wilson responded, "It tastes much better than what we had for lunch. You should give it a try." Wendy sighed, expressing, "I'm already tired of the flavor of this dish." At that moment, Gina interjected, "Listen, this meal is actually quite good. If you don't eat now, you'll have to wait for breakfast, which won't be served until 7 in the morning. There won't be any supper available later if you feel hungry." Wendy quickly asked, "Can I skip dinner now and eat my food when I'm hungry later?" Gina explained, "We only have half an hour to finish our meal. After that, someone will come to collect the Tupperware, and they'll keep track of how many are collected. If you choose not to eat now, you can pour your food into your wash basin and eat it later tonight when you're hungry." Having been spoiled for so long, Wendy couldn't bear the thought of eating from a wash basin. The mere idea made her retch. So, she quickly responded, "All right, I'll eat my dinner now." Elaine, who had suffered a brutal beating, found herself overwhelmed by hunger at that moment. She hadn't even managed to take a single bite of the lunch that Charlie had prepared for her at noon before the police arrested her. After the chaotic afternoon, combined with the shock and the physical ordeal she had experienced, Elaine was now acutely aware of her hunger, feeling weak from the exertion. With great caution, she crawled over to the bag of food and grabbed a lunch box from the plastic basket. She intended to find a quiet corner to eat alone when Gina's voice suddenly cut through the air, "Elaine, What the hell do you think you're doing? Elaine responded hurriedly, Big sister, I'm just going to eat. Eat? Gina exclaimed. You ungrateful bitch who doesn't even respect your own mother-in-law, and you still think you deserve to eat? Elaine's voice faltered, choked with emotion, leaving her at a loss for words. Gina was clearly dissatisfied and continued to scold her. What do you mean, I? Get over here. With a slight nod and her head bowed, Elaine approached Gina, asking softly, Big sister, how can I help you? Without hesitation, Gina snatched the lunchbox from Elaine's hands and coldly declared, You're not worthy of this food. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Elaine cried out, Big sister, I only had a small meal early this morning. I'm so hungry I feel like I might faint. Please, have mercy and let me eat something. Gina smirked and replied, You live in a villa at Thompson First. Don't you think this food is too pathetic for someone like you? Desperate, Elaine continued to plead, Big sister, I'm truly starving. Are you really going to let me starve to death? Gina responded coldly, Don't worry. You won't die from missing a couple of meals. Elaine begged, But I'm really hungry right now. Gina shot back with disdain, Are you going to keep spouting bullshit? Listen carefully, get the hell away from me. Do you think I won't beat you senseless if you say another word? Seeing the fierce look on Gina's face, Elaine trembled with fear, tears of frustration streaming down her cheeks. Fearing another beating, Elaine retreated to a corner where she could only watch as Gina slowly savored her meal, taking spoonful after spoonful. Meanwhile, Charlie was busy preparing dinner at the villa at Thompson First. Clare and Lorine arrived home together. As soon as they entered, Lorine rushed into the kitchen, exclaiming, Oh, since I'm causing you all so much trouble by staying here, let me help out more with the housework. After saying this, she stepped into the kitchen and asked Charlie shyly, Is there anything I can assist you with? Charlie replied, I don't need any help. Why don't you go watch television with Clare instead? But I don't want to watch TV. Lorine insisted shyly. I just want to help you. I'm okay with doing any simple chore. Recognizing Lorine's intentions, Charlie quickly responded, That's really not necessary. I'm used to making dinner by myself. You can just wait outside for the meal to be served. As they chatted, Clare entered the kitchen and asked, Charlie, have you seen my mother? No, Charlie feigned surprise and asked, Why? What's going on? Is Mom still not back home? No, Clare replied, I thought she went out with a friend. But one of her friends just called me and said they haven't been able to reach Mom since this afternoon. They were waiting for her to confirm if they were having dinner together, but she's completely out of touch. I also checked with Dad, but he has no idea where she is. That's why I thought I'd ask you. Charlie shrugged nonchalantly, I really don't know where your mother is. She asked me for some money earlier today, saying she wanted to go out for dinner with her friends. But since Dad is managing our family's finances now, I told her I needed to get his okay first. I didn't give her any money because Dad didn't agree. I think she might have been a bit upset. Clare nodded thoughtfully. That's strange. She's not at home, and it seems she didn't meet up with any friends either. So where could she be? Charlie shrugged again and suggested, maybe she went out to play mahjong. But why would she turn off her phone? No one can reach her at all. She's never done anything like this before, Clare countered. Maybe her phone battery died? Charlie suggested. Don't stress. Mom's an adult, she can look after herself. Clare sighed. Even though she's an adult, she often acts like a child. I'm really worried she's gotten into some trouble. Lorine, overhearing their conversation, asked in surprise, You can't find Auntie anywhere? No, Clare replied anxiously. I can't reach her on her phone at all, and it seems like no one has seen her today. At that moment, Jacob peeked into the kitchen, surprised to see everyone gathered there. Why are you all in the kitchen as soon as you get home? I was about to invite you for some tea. Clare quickly asked, Dad, has Mom reached out to you? Why isn't she back home when it's so late? Jacob scoffed at the mention of Elaine. Who knows? Just let her be. I'm sure she's out there causing more trouble for us. Since discovering that Elaine had squandered the family's money, Jacob's frustration toward her had become impossible to hide. Just the sight of her reminded him of their financial loss, making him wish she would simply stay away. Clare felt helpless. Dad, I know Mom made a mistake, but she's apologized. She understands what she did was wrong. Please don't stay angry with her. What if she decides to run away because of how you're treating her? Run away? Jacob sneered. If she really did, I'd go to the temple and burn incense to pray for her. Honestly, it would be a damn relief if she just disappeared like Hannah did. Clare couldn't believe her ears. It pained her to see how poorly her parents' relationship had deteriorated. After a brief silence, she said, Dad, no matter how flawed Mom is, you've been together for over 20 years. Can't you just let the past go and forgive each other? Jacob waved her off. Forgive her? That'll never happen. I will never forgive her in this lifetime. With that, Jacob turned and walked out of the kitchen, hands behind his back. With a sigh, Clare turned to Charlie. Charlie, don't you know a lot of people in Oris Hill? You're on good terms with Don Albert. Can you ask him to help us find out if anyone has seen Mom? Charlie replied, My dear wife, even kids sometimes come home late after playing. Mom has only been gone since this afternoon. Why are you so worried? She's played mahjong for longer periods before. If she's truly at a friend's place, we might not find her even if we searched all of Oris Hill. Clare pressed her lips together. All right, let's wait a little longer. But if Mom isn't back by 10 p.m., I'm calling the police. Call the police? Charlie replied, a bit awkwardly. Is that really necessary? The police are probably busy with serious matters. I don't think we should bother them with this. I can't just let this slide, Clare insisted. We haven't even found Auntie since she disappeared. What if the same thing happens to Mom? If I don't hear from her by 10 tonight, I want you to go with me to the police station. During dinner, Clare barely touched her chopsticks. She kept picking up her cell phone, trying to call Elaine and sending numerous text messages, but there was no reply. In contrast, Jacob wore a relaxed and content expression. He secretly thought that if Elaine had run away from home like Hannah, it would be a breath of fresh air for him, giving him a sense of liberation. Clare, feeling anxious, insisted on going to the police station to file a report. Jacob interjected, Oh, Clare, your mother is an adult. Maybe she's just out doing something. Why are you so worried? And what if she really did intend to run away? Would you actually want the police to drag her back? That's impossible. Clare insisted earnestly. Mom has been looking forward to moving into the villa at Thompson First for so long. Now that we've finally moved, there's no way she would leave. You've lived with her long enough to know that better than anyone. Jacob suddenly fell into deep thought. Her words stirred something within him. Who exactly was Elaine? She was the type of woman who cared excessively about appearances. She had always dreamed of living a lavish lifestyle. It made no sense for her to disappear on the very day their family moved into the villa at Thompson First. As he pondered this, Jacob frowned. Could it be that Elaine was actually in trouble? Despite his disdain for Elaine, they had spent many years together as a couple. If something were to happen to her, it would leave a void within him. So he felt it was inappropriate to stay home sipping tea while Clare was worried sick. With a sigh, Jacob said, All right, let's finish dinner. After that, I'll go out with you to look for your mom. Seeing her father's change of heart, Clare felt a bit of relief. She immediately suggested, How about this? I'll go to the police station to file a report while you check the mahjong halls where Mom usually goes. Jacob agreed. Sounds good. I'll go look for her later. Charlie chimed in, My dear wife, I'll accompany you to the police station. Clare quickly replied, I can handle the police report myself. You should go with Dad to look for Mom instead. Okay, Charlie nodded, still concerned about Clare. He turned to Lorine and said, Lorine, could you go with Clare? Lorine promptly responded, "Absolutely. I'll go with Claire to the police station." After finishing dinner quickly, the four of them split into two cars and left the villa at Thompson first. Claire drove Lorine to the police station while Charlie took Jacob to search the mahjong halls. Before they got into their cars, Charlie sent a text to Isaac, "My wife is going to the police station to file a report. Tell your contact there not to reveal any information about my mother-in-law." Isaac quickly replied, "Don't worry, young master. I've already informed them. They won't disclose anything about Elaine." "That's good." Charlie felt slightly relieved as he drove off with Jacob. Once they were on the road, Charlie asked, "Dad, where should we start looking?" Jacob sighed and replied, "I'm not sure which places she likes to play mahjong. Just drive around and see if we spot any mahjong halls nearby. If we see one, we'll stop." Charlie smirked subtly, realizing Jacob was likely just putting on an act to ease Claire's worries. After checking several mahjong halls without finding any trace of Elaine, Jacob remained unconcerned. The only reason he had come along was to ease his own guilt, not because he genuinely cared about Elaine's well-being or whereabouts. After a brief search with no results, Jacob turned to Charlie and said, "Charlie, how about we go get some barbecued meat instead? Claire rushed us during dinner, so I barely ate." Charlie smiled and replied, "Sure, Dad. I know a great roadside barbecue stall with amazing roast meat." Excitedly, Jacob patted his thigh and said, "Let's go. We should enjoy some roast meat and have a few beers tonight." Charlie quickly responded, "But Dad, I'm driving, so I can't drink tonight." Jacob waved dismissively. "We can just call a driver. It's not every day we get to drink together as father and son. Your mother-in-law is always nagging me, and it's annoying as hell. Since she's gone, let's enjoy ourselves." Charlie shrugged, grinning. "All right then, let's drink together." With that, Charlie drove them to the roadside barbecue stall. They ordered a generous amount of barbecued meat along with several bottles of beer and happily settled down to enjoy their food and drinks. As the mastermind behind Elaine's disappearance, Charlie felt a sense of satisfaction. For Jacob, after enduring Elaine's constant nagging for years, her absence felt like a blessing, leaving him relaxed and cheerful. Just as they were about to dig in, Charlie's phone rang. It was Claire. He quickly winked at Jacob before answering, "Hello, Claire. Did you manage to file the police report?" Claire's voice came through, tinged with frustration. "Yes, I filed it, but the officers said that since Mom is an adult and hasn't been missing for more than 10 hours, they can't mobilize a search team. They've entered her information into the system and will notify me if she's found." Charlie responded, "That makes sense. The police are right. It's only been a few hours. They won't deploy a search team so quickly, they have more urgent matters to handle." "I know," Claire sighed, "but I just have a really bad feeling. Something feels wrong. I'm scared something terrible might have happened to my mom. You know how she is. If she clashed with someone, she could get into real trouble." Charlie couldn't help but acknowledge how accurately Claire understood Elaine's temperament. As he reflected, he sighed. Ever since marrying Claire and joining the Wilson family, he had realized she was an extraordinary person. Her beauty was undeniable, but what made her truly remarkable was her kindness and integrity, especially considering the dysfunctional family she grew up in. The Wilsons, from Lady Wilson to Christopher's branch, were far from ideal people. Jacob was somewhat decent but lacked the courage to stand up for himself. Charlie admired how Claire managed to stay kind-hearted despite everything. At that moment, he thought about what to do regarding Elaine. If Elaine remained missing for too long, Claire would never be able to let it go. This meant that eventually, for his wife's sake, he would have to release his troublesome mother-in-law. In fact, Charlie was willing to free her once she had paid enough for her actions. But there was still unfinished business. Charlie knew that the first thing Elaine would do upon being released was to confront him about the bank card he had. She would definitely suspect that he was involved in the scam. If that happened, Elaine would absolutely tell Claire. No matter what, Charlie needed to come up with a plan to keep Elaine quiet about everything. While Charlie was deep in thought about the situation, Claire broke the silence, asking impatiently, "What about you and Dad? Have you found any leads on Mom?" Charlie glanced at the array of skewers and the beer in front of him before responding, we're still checking out various mahjong halls in hopes of finding Mom. So far, there are no leads on her whereabouts." With a sigh, Claire said, "Then you can keep searching. Lorine and I will also continue our search for Mom." "Okay," Charlie replied quickly. "Don't worry, Dad and I will definitely put in the effort to find her." "Alright," Claire responded. "Let's wrap this up for now. Please call me if you discover anything at all." "Sure thing." Once Charlie ended the call, he noticed Jacob already relishing his meat with enthusiasm. Jacob raised a glass of beer and then poured one for Charlie. As he savored the barbecue, he said, "My good son-in-law, today we won't be disturbed. Let's enjoy a drink together. Here's to a toast." Charlie couldn't help but chuckle. His father-in-law seemed oddly relaxed and carefree now that Elaine was missing. He nodded and said, "Dad, you really shouldn't drink too much. Excessive drinking isn't good for your health." Jacob laughed heartily. "I feel refreshed and happy right now. I'm just hoping your mother has joined some fucking MLM organization. She won't die from a little hardship, she might just be stuck for 3 to 5 years, and then we can finally enjoy some peace." Charlie nodded but sighed. "That sounds ideal, but I worry that Claire won't accept it." Jacob sighed in agreement. "True. Claire is incredibly filial, perhaps too much so. But is your mother really deserving of that devotion? You don't share any blood ties with Elaine at all. So tell me honestly, if your mother were just like Elaine, would you still show her the same respect?" Charlie felt a bit embarrassed, his expression turning somber as he replied, "If my mother were alive, I would gladly honor her, even if she had a worse temper than my mother-in-law." "That's a fair point," Jacob admitted, looking slightly sheepish. "I apologize for bringing that up. Let's use myself as an example instead. You can clearly see that Claire's grandmother has a temperament similar to her mother's. Both are shrewd women, just with a difference in age." As he spoke, Jacob took a sip of his beer and continued, "You could say I'm not a very filial son. My mother lost everything she had, yet I wouldn't let her move in with me, preferring instead that she live on the streets. Why? Because we all have our own views of right and wrong. You can't defend your mother just because of your relationship with her when she's in the wrong, right?" Charlie nodded slightly. "You're right." Jacob sighed again. "Actually, you're living a better life than I did. At least you married a wonderful girl like Claire. Even if you're not wildly successful, she would never leave you. If you ended up as unfortunate as I did, stuck with a difficult woman, your life would be miserable." Seeing the melancholic look on Jacob's face, Charlie felt a wave of sympathy. The old man had lived through so much. He had a sweet first love and was in a stable relationship with her, but Elaine's interference had completely derailed his life. At that moment, Charlie deliberately inquired, "Dad, why don't you share some stories about your first love? I heard some of the uncles discussing your relationship during your class reunion, and it sounded quite legendary." "Legendary? How so?" Jacob sighed and explained, "Matilda and I were planning to marry right after our graduation. Back then, going abroad wasn't easy, but because her family was influential, they intended to send us to the United States for further studies. We were set to marry before leaving for our studies together." As he continued, Jacob's frustration was apparent. "But who would have guessed that I would drink too much during our graduation party? When I woke up, your mother-in-law and I had already..." He covered his face and groaned. "Elaine is quite manipulative. She wasted no time telling Matilda about everything that happened between us, and Matilda got furious. Unlike Elaine, who relished causing chaos, Matilda simply wrote me a breakup letter, gathered her things, and left for the United States. I haven't seen her since." Curious, Charlie asked, "Did you not get a chance to explain yourself back then?" "How could I explain myself?" Jacob responded. "No matter how hard I tried to clarify the situation, the truth remains that something did happen between Elaine and me. Matilda is someone who values cleanliness above all else. She wanted her life to be spotless, and she sought a relationship that was equally pure. Deep down, she knew Elaine was the one who got me drunk and orchestrated the entire ordeal. Ultimately, Matilda felt she could no longer be with someone like me, so she ended things without hesitation and moved to the United States. Charlie prompted, "So, do you still think about her?" Jacob opened up. "How could I not? Matilda was my first love, the only woman I've ever truly cared for. I even changed the password on my phone to her birth date." Charlie nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Have you tried to find out how she's doing now?" "I've made some inquiries," Jacob replied. "But I haven't been able to gather much. Over the years, I've only heard that she married an American and had a son. From what I understand, they're doing well, but beyond that, I'm in the dark. My old classmates lost touch with her long ago." Charlie contemplated this, thinking to himself, if Matilda knew how Jacob has changed, she probably wouldn't feel the same way about him anymore. Noticing Charlie still hadn't taken a sip of his drink, Jacob complained, "Come on, my good son-in-law. Why aren't you joining me? You can't let me drink alone." Smiling, Charlie lifted his glass and said, "Let's drink together." Just then, Jacob's phone began ringing. Seeing an unfamiliar number flash on the screen, he frowned. Who could be calling me at this hour? He instinctively answered the call. A gentle voice came through the line, asking tentatively, "Excuse me, is this Jacob Wilson?" Taken aback, Jacob stuttered, You are." Jacob was stunned. He paused for a moment before regaining his composure and exclaimed, "Matilda? Is it really you?" "Yes, it's me." She smiled through the phone. "What's wrong? Did my voice change so much that you didn't recognize me? Your voice sounds just the same." Flustered, Jacob said, We haven't spoken in years. What made you decide to call me?" "I was just talking about you with my son-in-law." "Really?" Matilda asked curiously. "What did you say about me? Were you reminiscing about our past?" No, it's not like that," Jacob replied nervously. "I'm just having a drink with my son-in-law and got a bit emotional, so I mentioned you." Curiously, Jacob then asked, "Matilda, what prompted you to reach out?" Matilda smiled again and said, "My son and I have decided to move back to China. I wanted to contact you and some of our old classmates because I'd love to treat everyone to a meal when I return to Oris Hill. It's been far too long since we last met." Jacob never imagined he would receive another phone call from Matilda in this lifetime. What truly took him by surprise was the news that Matilda was returning to China. After graduating from college, Matilda had headed straight to the United States. She remained there to continue her studies and had not been seen by any of their old classmates since. It had been over 20 years since that day. Despite the long separation, hearing her voice stirred something deep within Jacob's heart. He quickly asked, "Matilda, are you really coming back to Oris Hill? When will you arrive?" With a smile, Matilda replied, "I'll be boarding the plane soon. If everything goes according to plan, I should land in Oris Hill by 11 in the morning. We can have dinner with our old classmates the day after tomorrow, assuming everything goes smoothly." Jacob was filled with excitement. "So, you'll be back in Oris Hill tomorrow? Where will you be staying?" Matilda explained, "My son has booked us a room at the Shangriila for the next few days. We'll be there for a short while as we look for a suitable house to buy in Oris Hill." Curiously, Jacob asked, "Will your husband be coming back with you?" "No," Matilda said sadly, "my husband has passed away. That's the main reason my son and I decided to return to China. We want to leave behind this place filled with grief and painful memories." Jacob felt a rush of joy at her words. He exclaimed, "Then would you like to have a meal with me after you land tomorrow? I can pick you up, and we can finally catch up." Matilda hesitated for a moment before saying, "Oh, if Elaine finds out, she might not let you eat alone with me, right?" Jacob couldn't help but chuckle at Matilda's comment. Elaine? She was gone. Ha ha ha. She had just vanished, and now Matilda was returning to Oris Hill. Was this a sign from above? Unable to contain his excitement, Jacob stood up and paced in front of the barbecue stall. Don't worry. Elaine and I are currently experiencing some issues in our relationship. We've already separated, so she won't interfere in my personal life anymore. Matilda looked surprised. Why are you two separated? Oh, Jacob sighed, it's a complicated and long story. Quickly, he added, Matilda, I'll pick you up from the airport at noon tomorrow, okay? Since you'll be at Shangriila, how about we have a meal there? Matilda thought for a moment and replied, my son will be with me. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? That's fine. Jacob insisted. I can bring my son-in-law along. He's about the same age as your son. They can chat while we catch up. Okay, then, Matilda agreed with a smile. Let's meet at the airport tomorrow. Don't forget to make a sign, though, I'm worried we won't recognize each other after all these years. Jacob replied enthusiastically, absolutely. I'll have a sign ready for you. Matilda said, I won't keep you any longer. I need to board the plane soon, and it's a long flight, over 12 hours. I'll be in Oris Hill by 10 tomorrow morning. Sounds great. Jacob laughed. I'll see you at the airport. After hanging up the phone, Jacob couldn't contain his excitement. He felt like a teenager, jumping around with joy. Charlie found it amusing and quickly asked, Dad, is your first love coming back? Absolutely. Jacob exclaimed with enthusiasm. The crucial point is that her husband is already gone. Ha ha ha. Don't you think God is on my side too? Charlie gave a slight nod but interjected, but Dad, Mom isn't dead. Jacob's smile faded, and he responded sheepishly, don't misunderstand me. I'm not wishing for her to be gone. He sighed and continued, wouldn't it be amazing if Elaine actually ran off with another man, just like Hannah did? Charlie shook his head in resignation. He feared that Jacob's heart had become completely consumed by Matilda, who was set to return to China soon. Any remnants of Jacob's feelings for Elaine had vanished entirely. With a sigh, Charlie remarked, if Clare could view Mom's absence as an elopement with someone else, that would be ideal. If Clare held the same viewpoint as Jacob, Charlie would have no qualms about letting Elaine fade from existence. For someone like Elaine, he felt he was already doing her a favor by ensuring she had food, drinks, and shelter. Perhaps he should just send her to the same coal mine as Hannah, where she could toil away for the rest of her days. Hannah and her friends likely despised Elaine intensely. If Elaine were actually sent to the coal mine, she would undoubtedly endure countless beatings daily. It was truly unfortunate that Clare was too compassionate. She was far too kind and forgiving toward Elaine. At that moment, Jacob was in high spirits. He continued to indulge in barbecued meat and drink beer by himself. His joy was evident as he kept toasting and refilling Charlie's cup, urging him to drink along. However, Charlie discreetly poured out the beer whenever Jacob wasn't watching. After all, tonight marked the first night he would share a bed with Clare, and he hoped to consummate their marriage. He worried that smelling of alcohol would lead to a disappointing experience. Once Jacob finished eating and drinking, it was well past 10 o'clock. At that point, Clare called Charlie to check in. He answered, we haven't found your mom, and there are no signs of her anywhere. It seems she didn't go out to play mahjong after all. How about you? Clare replied anxiously, I've reached out to some of her friends, but no one has heard from her. I have no leads on her whereabouts. Charlie suggested, why don't we stop searching for a needle in a haystack tonight? Let's head home and wait patiently. Since you've filed a police report, I trust the officers will be looking into this. Well, Clare sighed. I suppose that's the best option. Lorine and I will head home now. You should go back with Dad. Okay, Charlie replied promptly. After hanging up, he quickly informed Jacob, Dad, it's time to go. Jacob clapped his thighs, a smile on his face as he said, let's go. We'll head home, take a nice bath, and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, you'll accompany me to the airport. Charlie asked in surprise, you want me to come with you? Of course. Jacob responded. Matilda is coming to Oris Hill with her son. don't you think her son will just be a third wheel while we reminisce about the good old days? If you're there, you can keep him occupied, giving me some private time to chat with Matilda." "All right then," Charlie nodded. "I'll come with you tomorrow." "Oh, by the way," Jacob added, a bit embarrassed. "My dear son-in-law, I'm currently broke. I've transferred all the money we had left after buying furniture into your account. Could you help me book a table at Shangriila for tomorrow?" "Sure, I'll handle the arrangements," Charlie replied without hesitation. He had no hard feelings toward his father-in-law, as Jacob had always treated him well. Charlie then sent a text to Isaac, requesting him to reserve one of the nicer rooms at Shangri-La for lunch the following day. However, he specifically asked Isaac not to book the best room, as it would make it difficult to explain to Jacob. A mid-range room would be ideal. Isaac promptly instructed the lobby manager at Shangri-La to secure the reservation for Charlie. Meanwhile, in the detention center, all the lights had been turned off. Elaine lay on her wooden bed, enduring hunger and pain that coursed through her body. As she lay there, her stomach growled unexpectedly. Nearby, Gina cursed, "Hey, Parker. If your stomach keeps making noise, I swear you'll be sleeping in the toilet tonight." As Elaine lay in bed, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice wash over her. It had been over 12 hours since she last ate, and she had suffered a brutal beating. Hunger gnawed at her insides, and even if she could survive without food or water, she couldn't silence the loud growling of her empty stomach. Despite her discomfort, Elaine was careful not to provoke Gina. After all, this foul-tempered woman had a penchant for inflicting pain. Elaine thought that perhaps if she pulled the blanket over her head and tried to sleep, everything would be fine. But who would have guessed that her hungry belly would betray her at such a moment? Gina sprang to her feet, stormed over to Elaine, and delivered a sharp slap to her face. The sting was intense, and Elaine felt her already swollen cheeks throb with pain. Desperately, Elaine pleaded, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." With 2 front teeth missing, her words came out garbled and unclear, making it hard for anyone to understand her. Gina responded with another slap, her voice laced with anger, "Has your tongue been cut off? Speak clearly when you talk to me." Elaine quickly raised her voice, "I didn't mean to. I'm really sorry." As she spoke louder, a few drops of saliva flew from her mouth, landing squarely on Gina's face. Fuming, Gina wiped her face and grabbed Elaine by the hair, hauling her off the bed and dragging her toward the bathroom. Elaine struggled and called out for help, but no one came to her aid. Instead, everyone stood by, watching the spectacle with glee. Lady Wilson wobbled over to the bathroom door, witnessing Gina pinning Elaine down as she fought to break free. With a grin, Lady Wilson suggested, "Gina, why don't we make her sleep in the toilet tonight?" Gina nodded slightly, then slapped Elaine again, warning, "If you even think about stepping out of this toilet tonight, I'll end you." With her face swelling and pain overwhelming her, Elaine could hardly bear it. She nodded frantically, whimpering, "I'll stay in the toilet. I promise. Just please stop hitting me. I feel like I'm dying." Gina scoffed, "You think you're going to die from this? Believe me, you have a long way to go. Just wait." With that, Gina stood up, kicked Elaine, and returned to her wooden bed. Lady Wilson lingered at the door, sneering, "Elaine, there's justice in this world. You, an ungrateful daughter, thought you could live in that villa at Thompson First all by yourself? Look at where you are now. You didn't even last a night there before ending up in this dump. It's clear you're not meant to live in that villa." Elaine cried out, "Mom, I know everything that happened was my fault. You've scolded and punished me enough. Please, I beg you, stop Gina from hurting me any further. I realize my mistakes." "You realize your mistakes?" Lady Wilson replied with a cold laugh. "Do you really think I'm unaware of who you are? When you're on top, you act arrogant. When you're down, you beg for mercy. Without Gina and these others backing me, you would have bullied me without a second thought. If you think someone like you could truly change, you're dreaming." Both Lady Wilson and Elaine were cut from the same cloth, fully understanding one another. Lady Wilson was acutely aware that neither she nor Elaine would ever genuinely submit to anyone unless it was out of sheer necessity. Even as Elaine knelt before her now, she knew that if given the chance, Elaine would seek revenge. Wouldn't she have acted the same way if the roles were reversed and she were in Elaine's shoes? Thus, Lady Wilson had no intention of showing kindness or grace toward Elaine. Moreover, the humiliation Lady Wilson experienced at the villa in Thompson first lingered in her mind. With a cold tone, she declared, "This is the result and price of your own actions. You should just enjoy the consequences. And remember, this is only day 1, we still have another 14 days to endure together." Once she finished speaking, Lady Wilson scoffed disdainfully and strode out of the restroom. Meanwhile, Elaine sat on the cold floor of the toilet, feeling both hungry and chilled. Overwhelmed by helplessness and despair, she fought back tears, recalling the fierce and ruthless Gina. Eventually, though, she succumbed to her emotions, pulling her legs close and burying her face in her knees as she sobbed bitterly. This was the most tragic experience of Elaine's life. The pain and suffering she faced today eclipsed all the hardships she had endured over the past few decades. The thought of spending the next 14 days in the same cell as Lady Wilson sent her into a panic. Desperation washed over her as she realized she might be stuck in the detention center indefinitely, and she cried until she felt drained of tears. While Elaine wept in the detention center's toilet, Charlie was driving back to the villa at Thompson First with Jacob. The old man hummed cheerfully, his face glowing with joy. Clare and Lorine had already returned to the villa ahead of them. The moment Charlie and Jacob stepped inside, Clare rushed out from the living room. Seeing them, she asked anxiously, "Dad, Charlie, how many mahjong halls did you visit?" Jacob, feeling guilty, said, "I can't remember. We went to several mahjong halls looking for your mother, but no one had seen her or knew anything about her." Clare pressed, "So, there are no updates at all?" Jacob waved his hand dismissively, "Oh, Clare, your mother is an adult. She'll be fine. The worst that could happen is that she got caught up with some MLM scheme. Don't worry too much." "How can I not worry?" Clare replied, her eyes red. "What if something has happened to her? We haven't heard anything. So many terrible things could have occurred. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it becomes. Do you know how many disappearances are reported online, and how few people are actually found? Most of those who are found have encountered serious dangers." Jacob countered quickly, "It's not as dire as you think. Do you really believe any criminals would see your mother as a target? Does she have any money left? She's squandered our family's finances. And is she even attractive enough for criminals to consider her? Why would anyone risk their freedom to rob or harm her?" "Dad!" Clare exclaimed, upset. "How can you say things like that?" At that moment, Jacob's thoughts were consumed by Matilda. A bit tipsy, he was less restrained and showed little concern for Elaine, not bothering to mask it from Clare. "Honestly, what I said is just the truth. First, there's no way criminals would rob her. Second, they wouldn't be interested in her at all. What kind of danger could she possibly be in? And don't forget your mother's personality. Who would dare to provoke her? She once yelled from our window in the community, and no one dared to make a sound afterward. Do you think anyone would target her?" Clare was left speechless by her father's comments. Finally, she asked, exasperated, "Dad, have you been drinking?" Clare was initially unaware that Jacob had been drinking. However, upon approaching him, she immediately detected the strong odor of alcohol emanating from him. Anger surged within her as she thought about her father. She recognized that Jacob typically enjoyed a drink, and she had no strong feelings about that. But the issue at hand was that he had claimed he was going to various mahjong halls to search for her mother. So why was he returning home intoxicated? This only confirmed her fears that he hadn't gone out to find her mother at all. He had simply gone out to drink. When Jacob heard Clare question him about his drinking, he panicked, quickly covering his mouth and stepping back. He stammered, "Don't say silly things. I wasn't drinking. You're the one being ridiculous," Clare exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. "I can smell alcohol on you. You didn't have that smell when you left home, but now it's overwhelming. You must have been drinking." As she continued, Claire's gaze landed on Jacob's collar, where she spotted some oil stains. Her eyes narrowed with anger as she exclaimed, "Mom is already missing, and we can't find her at all. Yet here you are, out eating and drinking without a care. Are you really that carefree?" Jacob, feeling embarrassed, stuttered, "Oh, I truly didn't." Claire shot back, "Dad, do you honestly think I'll believe you?" Realizing he was cornered, Jacob turned to Charlie and said, "It was Charlie who suggested we go out for a drink." Immediately, Jacob winked at Charlie, silently urging him to take the blame. Without hesitation, Charlie nodded and said, "That's right. It was my idea for Dad to go out for a drink." Charlie knew full well that he hadn't had a single drink, while Jacob was clearly inebriated. The more Jacob insisted that this was Charlie's idea, the less Claire would believe him. Sure enough, Claire stomped her foot again, saying, "Dad, are you seriously trying to pin the blame on Charlie right now? Can't you act a bit more responsibly?" Jacob's face darkened as he replied, "I'm just telling you the truth. If you refuse to believe me, there's nothing I can do to help you." He quickly added, "Oh, I must be getting old. It's not even 10 o'clock yet, and I'm already feeling exhausted. I'm heading to my room to rest." Claire wanted to stop him, but he dashed away without a backward glance. Feeling desperate, Claire turned to Charlie and said, "You're partly to blame too. I called you to check where you were, and you told me you were searching various mahjong halls while you were actually out eating and drinking with my dad." Charlie coughed lightly before responding, "Well, your dad said he was hungry and uncomfortable. I couldn't just drag an old man around when he was hungry, could I? What if he fainted from low blood sugar? But you should have been honest with me. Why couldn't you just tell me the truth that you were both eating?" Charlie found himself at a loss for words, realizing he had mishandled the situation. He hadn't anticipated Claire would discover Jacob had been drinking. If he had known, he would have never taken Jacob to the barbecue stall. So, Charlie sincerely apologized, saying, "I'm really sorry, my dear wife. I shouldn't have lied to you about this. But Dad insisted I keep it from you, so I couldn't tell you the truth over the phone." Interestingly, Charlie felt no guilt as he said this. After all, they were merely shifting blame onto one another. With Jacob not present, it was natural for Charlie to deflect responsibility back to him. Claire believed Charlie's words instantly, thinking this was all her father's doing. She understood that Charlie must have felt compelled to lie since he was right next to Jacob. Even though she was less angry, she still felt deeply wronged. With a sigh, she broke down emotionally, saying, "Charlie, my mother is missing. It feels like my father doesn't care about her at all, and it seems you don't either. How can I possibly find her alone? If something terrible happens to her, I won't be able to live with myself for the rest of my life. I'll never forgive myself until the day I die." Charlie quickly rushed to comfort Claire, saying, "Don't think that way. Nothing bad will happen to your mother." Claire was unable to find her calm. She waved her hand dismissively and declared, "Forget it. I don't want to discuss this issue any longer. I'm going back to my room to collect myself." After finishing her statement, Claire turned and made her way up the stairs. Charlie let out a sigh as he watched her ascend, eventually vanishing at the top of the staircase. Dealing with Elaine seemed like it would be quite a challenge. It wasn't as if he could simply eliminate her or make her vanish without a trace. Even after enduring so much, he would still need to bring her back home. Yet, the process of getting her back would be troublesome. How could he ensure she wouldn't utter any nonsense? Perhaps through hypnosis? But that didn't seem reliable. The downside of hypnosis was that once a person began to follow his psychological suggestions, they would momentarily lose their awareness. This was similar to the time he hypnotized Kian, planting the suggestion that he should have an extra meal every couple of hours. During those moments when Kian was indulging in his extra meal, he was merely acting on the suggestion Charlie had given him, losing his awareness for a bit, focused only on satisfying his hunger. However, once he finished his extra meal, the suggestion would fade, and Kian would return to his usual self. Therefore, using hypnosis on Elaine would be a complex task. If Charlie were to suggest that she stop speaking nonsense, he would need to ensure that the suggestion remained active at all times. But doing so could change Elaine fundamentally. She might end up losing her sense of self or become completely unhinged. Ultimately, Charlie had no choice but to find a way to ensure Elaine would voluntarily keep quiet. It was a daunting challenge to figure out how to prevent her from mentioning his bank card at all. Once Clare left, only Charlie and Lorine remained in the expansive living room, the silence stretching between them. Lorine had been waiting for a chance to speak with Charlie alone. Seizing the moment, she quickly said, "Charlie, please don't be upset with Clare. Try not to hold it against her. She didn't mean to upset you, she's just really anxious and worried about Auntie going missing." Charlie nodded slightly, acknowledging her words. "I understand. I won't be angry with her. No matter what happens, Clare is still my wife." Hearing this, Lorine felt a pang of jealousy. She couldn't comprehend why Charlie was so devoted and sincere toward Clare, especially considering their marriage was merely a facade. Didn't he realize it was all just an act? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lorine couldn't help but feel lost. In terms of beauty, Lorine believed she was almost on par with Clare. Financially, Lorine had the advantage, being part of the wealthy Thomas family from Eastcliff, far better off than Clare. Additionally, she had confessed her feelings for Charlie long ago, genuinely hoping to build a future with him. Yet, she struggled to understand why he continued to stand by a woman who didn't love him. With these thoughts in mind, Lorine gazed at Charlie and said, "Charlie, you know how I feel about you. Don't you have any feelings for me at all?" Charlie's frustration was evident when he heard her words. "Lorine, you are Clare's best friend, and she is my wife. Naturally, I see you as a good friend because of her. There are many other wonderful men out there, you shouldn't pin all your hopes on a married man like me." Lorine's eyes filled with tears as she fought to hold them back. Despite her efforts, tears streamed down her cheeks. "But you and Clare aren't even truly married. It's all just an act. You've been playing this role for over 3 years. What will you do when the act finally ends? Will you continue performing alone?" Charlie smiled gently at Lorine, reaching out to wipe away her tears. "Trust me, our marriage will never come to an end." Lorine felt Charlie's tenderness as he gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. Yet, an intense ache filled her heart as she listened to his heartfelt confession of love for Clare. With a strained voice, Lorine said, "Charlie, if Clare truly loves you, I promise I won't do anything to disrupt your relationship. But you know very well that the only reason Clare is with you is because she made a promise to her grandfather. Do you honestly believe that this relationship will flourish if you're the only one making an effort? Maybe it's time for you to let her go and think for yourself for once." As she finished speaking, Lorine sobbed, asking, "In what ways am I less than Clare? Tell me so I can improve and try to be more like her. Please don't just dismiss me. Why can't you give me a chance?" Charlie shook his head slightly and replied, "Lorine, sometimes you don't grasp how a man thinks. You fell for me because I was kind, and that's the same reason I fell for Clare. She was kind to me, and that's enough for me to choose to love and protect her. As for whether she genuinely loves me, I'm not rushing to find out. I have plenty of time to understand, explore, and grow so I can see if Clare truly loves me. The same goes for you. I've told you many times that I'm married and have no interest in any woman but Clare, yet you keep confessing your feelings to me." Lorine began to understand Charlie's perspective. His treatment of Clare mirrored the way she treated Charlie. As Charlie spoke, a realization struck Lorine. Just as he was unwilling to let go of Clare, she too was determined not to give up on Charlie. Wiping her tears, Lorine looked at Charlie resolutely and said, "If you refuse to give up on Clare, then I won't give up on you. If you can wait for Clare to love you, then I can wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I'm willing to wait, even if it means waiting forever." Charlie sighed and replied, "All right, if that's your decision, I respect it." He then checked his watch and said, "It's getting late. You should head back to your room and rest." Lorine nodded slightly and said, "You can go back first." I want to stay here for a little while longer." Charlie nodded and walked upstairs. After he left, Lorine sat on the sofa, overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions. She felt a blend of grievance, reluctance, sadness, and obsession. Her thoughts were tangled, and she struggled to make sense of them. Lorine realized that Charlie might be the only man she could ever love so deeply in her lifetime. The thought of not being with him left her feeling despondent. Would she really miss out on Charlie in this life? No, she refused to believe that. She felt that Charlie's 2 rescues were destiny. She wouldn't give up her dreams of a future with him so easily. She was determined to achieve a happy and fulfilling ending, as long as she remained sincere and steadfast in her intentions. With perseverance, she believed victory would surely come. When Charlie entered his bedroom, he found Clare standing alone on the second-floor balcony. Bathed in moonlight, her silhouette was both ethereal and captivating, causing Charlie's heart to race. Clare was undeniably loyal and devoted. Her determination to remain by his side and refuse to divorce him spoke volumes about her character. She was not only fiercely loyal to Elaine but also to him. After they married, Lord Wilson passed away shortly thereafter. In the wake of his death, the entire Wilson family urged Clare to divorce him. After all, Clare had married Charlie due to Lord Wilson's wishes, and with his passing, their marriage faced opposition. Everyone pushed her to find a wealthy young man to secure the future of the Wilson family. Yet, Clare was steadfast. She was content with her marriage to Charlie and remained committed to him despite the challenges they faced. If Charlie didn't ask for a divorce, she would never consider it. Her loyalty to her marriage was unwavering, a testament to her dedication to her husband. If Clare had not clung to this stubborn stupidity, she would have heeded everyone's advice and let him go a long time ago. But if that had been the case, what kind of fate would he be facing now? Charlie could hardly bear to think about it. Life was incredibly tough for him before he married Clare. Being an orphan meant he had no place to turn once he reached adulthood, as the orphanage did not accept adults. On his 18th birthday, Mrs. Lewis celebrated by buying him a birthday cake with the little savings she had. They shared a bittersweet celebration before she tearfully sent him out into the world. In that moment, Charlie found himself once again helpless and alone. Mrs. Lewis wanted to assist him by introducing him to job opportunities so he could support himself, but Charlie felt too ashamed to accept her help. Determined to stand on his own feet, he found a construction site and began working there, moving bricks, sand, and cement at just 18 years old. Reluctant to spend money on rent, he opted to live in a prefabricated house on the construction site, sharing cramped quarters with the other laborers. He ate the most inexpensive meals and took on the hardest, dirtiest jobs at the site. Charlie only kept a small portion of his earnings for himself, donating the rest back to the orphanage. He understood that many younger children still there were just as vulnerable and alone as he had been. They were young and in need of extra care and love. However, the orphanage had limited funds, allowing them only to provide basic food and clothing, without the means to ensure the children enjoyed better meals and clothing. Thus, he dedicated himself to donating whatever he could, hoping to help his younger siblings lead better lives. He even purchased textbooks for them, encouraging their education. After 4 years of hard work at the construction site, his team was hired by the Wilson family for a new project. During an inspection of the site, Lord Wilson immediately recognized Charlie's resemblance to his grandfather from years past. The Wilson family had served the Wade family a century ago, and Lord Wilson knew of Charlie's grandfather well. Long ago, Lord Wilson's grandfather and his family had fled from disaster to Eastcliff, where they were taken in by the Wade family during a time of need. In gratitude, they chose to serve as the Wade family's servants, establishing a long-lasting relationship. Back then, the Wade family was one of the most prominent and powerful families in the country. The head of the Wade family treated their servants with kindness, allowing them to marry and have families while they worked. Lord Wilson's father grew up in the Wade family household and continued the tradition of service when he became an adult. Eventually, Lord Wilson was born into this legacy, also growing up within the Wade family and taking on the role of servant as he matured. During his youth, he and the young master of the Wade family were of similar ages, growing up together, though Lord Wilson remained unaware of his own standing. Following a devastating war, the Wade family chose to relocate but could not bring many domestic servants along. They generously compensated most of their servants before parting ways. Lord Wilson used his settlement money to return with his family to their hometown. Upon meeting Charlie, he was convinced that Charlie must be a descendant of the Wade family. After pressing Charlie with questions, Charlie ultimately revealed his background and life story. In a gesture of deep respect, Lord Wilson knelt before Charlie, bowing 3 times as a sign of gratitude to the Wade family for their kindness toward the Wilson family. Following this, Lord Wilson brought Charlie back to the Wilson household, insisting that his eldest granddaughter marry him. Unbeknownst to Lord Wilson, Charlie was destined for greatness. He simply believed that a descendant of the esteemed Wade family should not be relegated to a life of labor on a construction site. As a family that had served the Wade lineage for generations, the Wilsons felt a duty to ensure that the young master of the Wade family was provided for and had a stable home. Reflecting on his past, Charlie was engulfed by a wave of emotions. Within the Wilson family, only 2 individuals had ever treated him with kindness. One was the late Lord Wilson, and the other was his wife, Clare. With Lord Wilson no longer around, Clare remained the sole member of the Wilson family who genuinely cared for him. As Charlie spotted Clare on the balcony, her face etched with sadness, he approached her gently and reassured her, "Clare, try not to worry too much. Mom will definitely come home safe, okay?" Clare didn't notice Charlie's presence until his words broke the silence. She turned to him with irritation, saying, "You don't really care about her. That's why you think nothing will happen to her. Even if something did, you wouldn't feel sad or worried at all." Understanding Clare's frustration, Charlie sighed softly and moved closer to her, offering comfort. "My dear wife, I know you're concerned that your mother might be in pain or facing danger. But don't you think a little hardship could be beneficial for her?" Clare responded, "I get what you're saying, but the key point is that if she suffers, it should be manageable. If she's in real danger, then everything spirals out of control." Charlie nodded, then suggested, "Why don't we get some rest tonight? We can resume our search for your mom in the morning, all right?" Clare paused for a moment, then agreed, "Okay, we should go to bed. I'll head to the police station first thing in the morning to check on their progress. They mentioned that if Mom is still missing by then, they'll send out the Blue Sky Rescue Team to help." "Sounds good." Charlie quickly reassured her, "The Blue Sky Rescue Team has significant resources at their disposal. They should be able to locate a missing person fairly easily." "I hope so," Clare replied, turning back toward the bedroom. Charlie followed closely behind, a hint of excitement bubbling within him. After all, tonight was the night he would finally level up. He was eager to share the bed with his wife. If all went well, he would soon consummate their marriage. With those thoughts in mind, Charlie hurried into the bedroom, ready to embrace Clare and guide her to bed. However, to his surprise, she bypassed the bed and headed straight for the closet. She pulled out a set of bedding, glaring at Charlie as she declared, "Here. You're still sleeping on the floor tonight." "What?" Charlie exclaimed, taken aback. "My dear wife, didn't you say I could level up after moving into the villa? I've been sleeping on the floor for 3 years, it's time for me to share the bed with you." Clare, slightly embarrassed, stomped her foot in frustration. "Yes, I did say that, but the circumstances have changed. Your upgrade will have to be postponed." With a gloomy expression, Charlie inquired, "How long will the delay be?" Clare replied, her voice tinged with irritation, "It'll be delayed until Mom comes home." Charlie's expression shifted in disbelief. Elaine, you always seem to linger wherever you go." As he mulled this over, Clare climbed into bed, her tone sharp as she said, "You're not allowed to sneak in here. If you do, I'll kick you out of the bedroom, and you'll be sleeping on the first floor instead." Charlie had no choice but to acquiesce. "All right, my dear wife. I won't level up today. We can discuss this when Mom returns." Though Charlie felt a tinge of disappointment, he was also quite annoyed with Elaine. If his mother-in-law hadn't tried to swipe his black card, this situation wouldn't have arisen. If Elaine had been honest and upright, she would be peacefully sleeping in the spacious master bedroom on the 3rd floor right now. Moreover, he would have been able to share the bed with Clare tonight. It seemed necessary for him to teach Elaine a lesson. He would need to give instructions to Isaac to send a few people to the detention center to set Elaine straight. She needed to learn not to take what isn't hers and refrain from trying to illegally transfer funds from others' accounts. Jacob, who was upstairs on the 3rd floor, was experiencing a stark contrast to Charlie's situation. That night, he was so filled with excitement that sleep eluded him completely. His mind was flooded with memories of his time with Matilda, each cherished moment replaying vividly in his thoughts. He found himself lost in the nostalgia of their shared experiences. With each recollection of Matilda, his anticipation for their upcoming reunion grew even stronger. By early morning, Jacob, despite having had no sleep, felt an unexpected surge of energy and was in remarkably high spirits. A broad smile graced his face, lighting up his features. He rose early to freshen up, meticulously shaving his beard until not a single stubble remained. After combing his gray hair, he applied some styling spray to perfect his look. Then, he opened his cabinet to retrieve the luxurious suit he had long been reluctant to wear. This suit was custom-made in Hong Kong during the Wilson family's heyday, a time when Jacob was the second young master of the family. His father had generously provided him with ample pocket money to uphold his image and reputation whenever he stepped out. Fortunately, Jacob had maintained a frugal lifestyle over the past few years, allowing him to fit into the suit perfectly without any weight gain. Once dressed, Jacob glanced in the mirror and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He looked a decade younger after grooming himself. As the saying goes, a person experiencing joy often radiates a carefree aura, and Jacob's beaming smile was a testament to that. He was convinced that Matilda would be thrilled when she saw him. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Jacob felt an overwhelming urge to rush to the airport to reunite with Matilda. However, since her plane was scheduled to land after 10 o'clock in the morning, he opted to head downstairs for breakfast instead. In the dining room, Clare and Lorine were enjoying glasses of milk while Charlie busied himself cooking fried eggs and bacon in the kitchen. Lorine was the first to notice Jacob's arrival and exclaimed, "Wow! Uncle, you look so young today." "Really?" Jacob replied, feeling a bit bashful. "Do I look all right?" Lorine gave him a thumbs up, responding, "You look amazing." At that moment, Clare looked up, clearly surprised to see her father in his favorite suit. "Dad, why are you wearing a suit?" she asked quickly. Jacob answered, "I have something planned for today. An old friend just returned from abroad, and I'm meeting her for lunch." He continued, "By the way, Charlie will be joining me for lunch, so you don't need to come home for lunch today. Just grab something near the company." "Dad!" Clare protested, "Mom is still missing. I wanted to ask you and Charlie to help me look for her today, not meet up with your old classmate." Jacob replied, "Well, since my friend is here now, I can't just cancel our appointment, can I?" Clare shot back angrily, "But Mom is missing. Shouldn't you be more concerned about her well-being? I can't believe you're going out to lunch with a friend at a time like this. Are you and Mom really a couple?" Jacob nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Yes, we are a married couple." He added, "But we are currently separated." Clare was left speechless, fuming at the thought of her father dressing so formally and styling his hair for what she suspected was a meeting with a female classmate. She couldn't shake the feeling that this old friend was actually her father's first love, someone her mother had often mentioned. Clare felt a surge of anger at the thought of her father dining with his first love while her mother remained missing. Jacob spoke earnestly, "We can search for your mother at any time, but I've made a commitment to have this meal with my friend. I can't back out now. I promised to help you look for your mother with Charlie after lunch." Clare snapped, "Why don't you go by yourself then? Charlie can help me look for Mom." "How can I do that?" Jacob responded quickly. "My friend is bringing her son along today. It wouldn't be right for me to go alone. Why don't you ask Charlie to search for your mother while you join me for lunch instead?" When Clare learned that her father wanted her to join him in meeting his first love, she immediately refused, saying, "I am not going." Jacob raised his hands in a gesture of surrender before responding, "Then don't stop Charlie from coming with me. One of you has to accompany me today, no matter what." "You," Clare exclaimed, her anger rising. "Is having a meal with an old classmate more important than finding Mom? Dad, can't you see which is the priority right now?" Jacob shot back, "Of course I can. It's far more important for me to have a meal with my old classmate." "You." While Clare typically had a calm demeanor, she felt her temper flaring and was on the brink of losing control. Jacob continued, "Clare, you need to understand something. The world doesn't revolve around your mother alone. There are 4 of us in this family. Your mother and I have our own individual lives. You can choose to make your life all about your mother, but you can't impose that on Charlie or me. Don't you think we deserve our own lives too? Don't we have our own needs?" As he spoke, Jacob's agitation grew. "Should I just abandon everything else in my life to search for your mother forever? Am I expected to stop living just because we can't find her? If that's the case, I'd rather leave. Why should I dedicate my entire life to something like that?" Clare was left speechless. Despite realizing that her father was twisting logic to justify his behavior, she couldn't deny there was a grain of truth in his words. For years, he had been under her mother's control, and now that she was gone, it was a relief for him. He finally felt free. In a moment of desperation, Clare conceded, "I won't stand in your way if you want to have a meal with your old classmate. But you have to promise that you'll help me look for Mom afterward." "Yes, yes," Jacob agreed quickly, then added with a smile, "Don't worry. I'll do my best to help you find your mother after the meeting." Just then, Charlie emerged from the kitchen, carrying fried eggs and bacon. He was surprised to see Jacob dressed so nicely today. "Wow, Dad. You look really handsome." Jacob beamed and asked, "What do you think? Do I still have it?" Charlie nodded, grinning, "Absolutely. You definitely do." With a sigh, Clare said, "Charlie, you can go with Dad to meet his old classmate for lunch. Afterward, I want both of you to check places like the mahjong halls to look for Mom." Charlie quickly agreed, "Sure thing, dear wife. I'll help Dad look for Mom after lunch." Meanwhile, it was breakfast time at the detention center. Elaine had spent the entire night shivering in the toilet, feeling cold and hungry. Starving, she longed for breakfast to fill her empty stomach, otherwise, she feared she might faint from hunger. 2 people returned from breakfast duty, carrying baskets brimming with food. Everyone quickly grabbed a lunchbox, but Elaine hesitated to take any for herself. Instead, she approached Gina with a pleading look. "Sister Gina, could I have some food today? I haven't eaten anything for a whole day and night." Gina, busy eating her porridge and steamed buns, frowned and replied, "Do you think I care whether you eat or not? Did I stop you from eating?" Elaine responded with a bitter tone, "I'm just worried you'll hit me again if I eat something." Gina scoffed, "I'm pleased you understand the situation. Go ahead and eat as much as you want. It's better to endure a beating when you're full." Elaine was acutely aware that she was facing a threat. The moment she reached for her lunchbox, she knew it would likely lead to her suffering another beating. With tears streaming down her face, Elaine pleaded, "Sister Gina, you've already punished and scolded me enough yesterday. Please, have mercy and let me off today." Gina raised her eyebrows and replied, "Even if I let you go, who will bring my dead mother back to life? Do you have any idea how my mother suffered? She drank a bottle of pesticide and spent her last moments in a hospital bed, gasping for breath as she slowly suffocated." Overwhelmed with emotion, Elaine sobbed, "Sister Gina, I know you loved your mother, but I haven't harmed her in any way." Gina shot back, "Are you still trying to twist the truth? My mother died because of her ungrateful daughter-in-law. That's why I can't stand someone like you. You should consider yourself lucky we're not in ancient times, or I would have already chopped you into pieces." Lady Wilson chimed in with a triumphant tone, "Gina, you're absolutely right. Women like this should have been thrown into a pig cage in the past. We should lock her in a bamboo cage with heavy stones and toss her into the river to drown." Fearful, Elaine remained silent, not daring to approach her lunchbox. Instead, She knelt before Gina, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Once Gina finished her last spoonful of porridge, she used her steamed bun to scoop up the remaining rice in the lunchbox, devouring it all in one go. Then, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I think I'm still a bit hungry." At that moment, another female inmate pointed to the plastic basket, saying, "Sister Gina, isn't there another lunchbox left? You should eat that too." Gina looked at Elaine with a deliberate smile, asking, "Oh, Elaine, would you mind if I helped myself to your breakfast as well?" "Not at all. I wouldn't mind it one bit." Elaine dared not protest and could only nod vigorously. With a satisfied smile, Gina continued, "I'm glad to hear that. You see, I really enjoy exercising, which gives me a bigger appetite than most people. I expended a lot of energy beating you up yesterday, so I need to replenish my strength today." She then made her way to the plastic basket, retrieving the lunch box inside. After opening it, Gina held one steamed bun in one hand and the lunch box with porridge in the other. Deliberately torturing Elaine, Gina slurped the porridge loudly, the sound making Elaine's legs feel weak and her stomach churn with hunger. Gina devoured all the steamed buns and about a third of the porridge before she pretended to carelessly drop the lunch box, spilling porridge all over the ground. As she spoke, Gina waved her hand at Elaine, commanding, "Go to the toilet, grab the mop, and clean this up for me." Elaine had never been one to waste food, she had often left her own meals unfinished. Yet, witnessing the spilled porridge made her heart ache. Seeing Elaine stare intently at the mess, Gina smirked and taunted, "If you're really hungry, why not kneel down and lick the porridge off the ground?" Humiliated and wronged, Elaine felt as though she could disappear. Kneeling down to lick porridge off the floor. The ground was filthy. So many people had walked on it, and the mop in the toilet was grimy. How could she possibly degrade herself like that? She resolved she would rather starve than stoop that low. With that thought in mind, Elaine quickly replied, "I'll just get the mop to clean this up." Gina sneered, "You can do whatever you want, but mark my words, you'll end up licking that food off the ground sooner or later. Just wait and see." Shortly after 8 in the morning, Charlie drove the elderly man away from the villa. Although there were still more than 2 hours until the plane's arrival, Jacob could hardly contain his anticipation. As they departed from Thompson First, Jacob eagerly turned to Charlie and asked, "My dear son-in-law, do you know where I could find a bouquet of flowers? I want to buy some roses for Matilda." Charlie responded, "Dad, remember that your classmate will be bringing her son with her today. Do you really think it's appropriate to give her roses in front of him?" Jacob paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "You're right. I'll just go for a regular bouquet instead. I know a flower shop nearby," Charlie said. "Let's go there and pick out a bouquet." Once they reached the flower shop, Charlie spent $500 to have the florist create a bouquet that symbolized friendship. He then returned to the car, where Jacob was waiting eagerly. Jacob was thrilled as he held the bouquet, smiling and saying, "This florist is so professional. The bouquet looks impressive and generous. I'm sure Matilda will love it." Charlie smiled softly, thinking to himself that Jacob was truly experiencing a second spring. If Matilda still had feelings for Jacob after all these years, perhaps they could rekindle their romance. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Charlie felt a wave of sympathy for the old man. For the sake of his wife, he knew he couldn't erase Elaine from existence entirely. Thus, he allowed Jacob to enjoy his time with his first love. However, when Elaine was released from the detention center in a few days, Jacob would have to face her demands and the difficult times ahead. If Elaine discovered that Matilda had returned to Oris Hill, it would surely complicate matters, leading to an even more miserable life for Jacob. Charlie kept these thoughts to himself, understanding that his father-in-law was currently filled with happiness and excitement. He wanted Jacob to savor this fleeting moment of freedom with Matilda before Elaine's return. At that moment, Jacob asked, "Oh, Charlie, did you reserve a room at the Shangriila for us?" "Yes, I've already booked the room," Charlie confirmed with a nod. "Rest assured that everything is prepared for you. I guarantee that you and Aunt Matilda will have a wonderful time today." "That's great. That's great." Jacob sighed in relief, glancing at the bouquet in his hands. He picked up the lone rose, inhaled its fragrance, and exclaimed, "Ah! This scent is simply delightful." After saying this, he couldn't help but hum an old tune, "Rose, Rose, I love you, Rose. Rose, Rose, love." Charlie shook his head with a secret sigh. He never anticipated that his father-in-law would be such a romantic at this stage of life. Upon arriving at the airport, they made their way to the arrival hall to await Matilda and her son. Jacob's eyes were glued to the arrival screen, and after a lengthy search, he finally spotted Matilda's flight. The estimated landing time was 10:20 a.m., meaning there was still an hour to go. Since they were returning from abroad, the immigration process would take some time, so Matilda likely wouldn't emerge until around 11 o'clock. Jacob was buzzing with excitement, hardly feeling tired despite having stood for over an hour. About 5 minutes before 11, a group of people began to exit. Jacob focused intently on them, bouquet in hand. Suddenly, he spotted a middle-aged woman in a black dress and waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Matilda." Matilda paused, momentarily surprised, then exclaimed, "Oh my God, Jacob." She stepped forward, moving closer to Jacob. Charlie, intrigued, was eager to see what his father-in-law's first love looked like. As he took in the sight of her, he was pleasantly astonished. Matilda was the same age as Jacob, both 48 this year. However, she certainly didn't look like she was in her late 40s. Tall and slender, Matilda had a radiant complexion and elegant features. Dressed in a long black gown, she resembled a graceful goddess, complete with a dignified hairstyle. Matilda's appearance was nothing short of stunning. She exuded beauty and elegance, radiating a classic charm reminiscent of intellectual women from generations past. In this era, a well-known television personality was the talented actress Catherine Zeta-Jones. Renowned for her charm and beauty, Catherine was undoubtedly one of the most captivating women in her age group. Yet Matilda surpassed even her. Catherine Zeta-Jones was in her early 50s, yet she remained incredibly enchanting. Matilda, just 3 years younger, looked as though she could be 6 or 7 years her junior. How could someone nearly 50 appear so youthful? She looked more like an older sister, radiating the vitality of someone in her 30s or early 40s. Charlie was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Jacob's first love would be such an exquisite and glamorous middle-aged woman. He could only imagine the beauty Matilda must have possessed in her younger days. Oh my God! Charlie felt a twinge of envy toward Jacob, that seemingly frail old man. How fortunate he was to have once loved such a stunning beauty. At the same time, Charlie felt overwhelming sympathy for Jacob. He couldn't believe that Jacob had given up such a lovely and graceful woman, with such radiant spirit, all because of Elaine. It was as if he'd thrown away a grand prize to clutch worthless scraps. As Jacob gazed at Matilda, still breathtaking after all these years, he felt an even deeper sense of regret. Why did it seem like Matilda had defied time itself? What was it about her beauty that could still leave him breathless after 2 decades? How could her smile and subtle dimples remain so captivating after all this time? Why did Jacob feel his knees grow weak just from looking at her? At that moment, Matilda approached Jacob. Standing before him, she flashed a warm smile and said, "Jacob, I don't think we've seen each other for more than 20 years. Feeling a bit nervous, Jacob quickly replied, "Yes." "Matilda, I can't believe so many years have passed." Charlie noticed that Jacob was still clutching the bouquet of flowers in his hand as he spoke to Matilda. He seemed to have completely forgotten to give it to her. Charlie promptly reminded him, "Dad, don't just hold the bouquet. Give it to her." Snapping back to reality, Jacob hurriedly handed the bouquet to Matilda, stammering, "Matilda, this bouquet is for you. Welcome back to Oris Hill." Matilda's face lit up with joy as she accepted the flowers. With a heartfelt expression, she replied, "Thank you, Jacob." After giving Matilda the bouquet, Jacob found himself unsure of what to do with his empty hands. Rubbing them together awkwardly, he managed a stiff smile and said, "Matilda, it's been so long. Why are you being so formal with me?" Just then, a tall, handsome young man with blonde hair approached, pulling some luggage. This young man had fair skin and features suggesting either American or European ancestry. Yet his dark pupils and certain facial traits hinted at mixed heritage, resembling Matilda. He walked over to Matilda and smiled. "Mom, is this your college friend?" Matilda quickly pulled her son closer and introduced him to Jacob. "Jacob, let me introduce you to my son, Paul." Jacob extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Hello, Paul. You speak Chinese quite well." Paul chuckled and replied, "Uncle, you're too kind. Although I'm an American citizen and my father is American, I'm half Chinese. My mother made sure I learned Chinese from a young age and never let me slack off." Jacob nodded and then introduced Charlie. "Matilda, Paul, this is my son-in-law, Charlie." Paul reached out his hand to Charlie, smiling as he said, "Hello, Mr. Wade." Paul's proficiency in Chinese was truly remarkable. If someone were to close their eyes and listen to him speak, they would never guess he was American. Charlie, taken aback, shook his head in disbelief and exclaimed, "Mr. Paul, your Chinese is genuinely impressive." With a humble smile, Paul replied, "Mr. Wade, you're overestimating my abilities." Jacob quickly interjected, "By the way, Matilda, I've already reserved a table for us at the Shangriila Hotel for lunch today. How about we head over there for a welcome meal for you and Paul?" Matilda smiled warmly and said, "Thank you, Jacob. I really appreciate that you came all the way here with Charlie to pick us up and treat us to lunch today." Jacob responded with an awkward smile, "It's the least I could do. Since we drove here, we can all go together in one car." "Sounds good," Matilda replied, then turned to Paul. "Son, please let your driver know that we won't be using the company car. We'll just ride with Uncle Wilson." Paul nodded. "All right, Mom. I'll inform the driver to send our luggage to the hotel first." "That works perfectly," Matilda said. At that moment, Paul politely addressed Jacob and Charlie. "Uncle Wilson, Charlie, could you please give me a moment? I need to make a quick phone call." Jacob hurriedly replied, "Oh, Paul, you're such a considerate young man. You don't need to be so formal with your uncle." Paul smiled. "It's only right to show respect to my elders." With that, Paul took out his phone and stepped aside to make the call. Meanwhile, Jacob turned to Matilda and asked, "So, Matilda, have you arranged for a driver to take you around Oris Hill now that you and your son are back in the country?" Matilda nodded. "After Paul's father passed away, I always wanted to return to China and settle here. His father left us a company, and Paul couldn't bear to let his father's hard work go to waste. So, he took charge of the business and has been gradually moving everything here for about 6 months now." Jacob was surprised. "So you've already transferred all your businesses and industries to China?" "Yes," Matilda confirmed. "I don't get involved much, Paul handles everything." Jacob nodded, feeling a bit inadequate. Matilda and her son had already managed to relocate their entire business before settling down in China. It was clear their enterprise was significant, and it left Jacob feeling somewhat embarrassed about his own situation. After all, the Wilson family had gone bankrupt, and he had no income of his own. The only asset he could claim was the villa at Thompson First, but even that belonged to Charlie. This realization brought a wave of melancholy over Jacob. Would Matilda look down on him? Most people his age would have established careers or businesses, while he was unemployed and doing nothing. It was humiliating. Noticing his father-in-law's discomfort, Charlie understood that Jacob likely felt Matilda was too good for him. He probably believed he was unworthy of her because she was far out of his league. However, Charlie chose to remain silent. At that moment, Paul returned from his call, smiling as he announced, "Mom, Uncle Wilson, Brother Charlie, I've let the driver know. We're ready to go." "Great," Charlie replied with a smile. "Let's head out." The four of them exited the airport together, and just then, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of them. A foreign driver stepped out and respectfully greeted Paul in English, "Hello, General Manager." Paul nodded slightly. Then the foreign driver turned to Matilda. "Hello, Chairman. Matilda smiled and replied, "Mike, please help me deliver our luggage to the Shangriila. After that, ask the receptionist to send our bags to our rooms." The driver quickly nodded. "All right, Chairman. I'll head out right away." He opened the trunk, took the suitcases from Paul, and loaded them into the Rolls-Royce Phantom with professional efficiency. Once finished, he asked Matilda, "Chairman, are you and the general manager taking this car to the Shangri-La Hotel?" Matilda replied, "I'll be going in my old classmate's car. You can leave first." Jacob glanced at the sleek, luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom and felt a wave of unease wash over him. He recognized the car's worth. A vehicle of this caliber easily cost $8 or $9 million. The golden logo alone, made of pure gold, added another $200,000 to its value. Feeling somewhat inferior, Jacob quickly suggested, "Oh, Matilda, maybe you should just take your Rolls-Royce Phantom to the Shangri-La. My car is just an ordinary, low-grade model. I wouldn't want you to feel uncomfortable riding in it." Matilda responded earnestly, "Jacob, we've known each other for many years. Do you really think I'm someone who cares about such things?" Feeling embarrassed, Jacob hesitated. "I just drive a standard BMW 5 Series. I'm afraid it won't be good enough for you." A bit annoyed, Matilda replied, "Jacob, why does it seem like you're so preoccupied with these details now? I don't care if you pick me up in a Rolls-Royce or a BMW 5 Series. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind if you came to get me on that bike that was once so popular among the male students. It's all just transportation. Even if you showed up on a bike today, I'd gladly ride with you." With a warm smile, she added, "But I suppose it might be a bit tricky for me to ride a bike at my age now." Jacob felt a sense of relief wash over him after hearing her words. He had been worried that she might feel uneasy in his BMW 5 Series, especially since she was probably accustomed to luxury cars. The thought of her discomfort made him anxious. At that moment, Paul leaned toward Matilda and whispered in English, "Mom, maybe you should just take our car to the hotel. The BMW 5 Series isn't very comfortable, and I worry you might not adjust well to it." Matilda waved her hand dismissively and whispered back, "Please don't use such an expensive car when I meet my old classmates in the future. Can you check if there's a standard commercial vehicle in your company? Something like a Buick GL8 that costs a few $100,000? I want to avoid making my old classmates feel distant from me after more than 20 years apart." Paul replied reluctantly, "Mom, we don't have anything that inexpensive in our company. The cheapest commercial vehicle we have is a Toyota Alphard, which costs over $1 million. Matilda insisted, "Then just purchase a car that's worth $200,000 or $300,000. Paul nodded. "All right, if that's what you want. I'll handle all the arrangements for you." After finishing his conversation, Paul approached the driver and quietly instructed, "Please go and buy a Buick GL8 for the company later." The driver looked surprised. "General Manager, we don't have such a low-end vehicle in our fleet." Paul said, "It's all right. Just buy one for me." "Okay then." Charlie, with his superior hearing, caught every word of their quiet exchange. He couldn't help but admire Matilda even more. This woman was not only beautiful and accomplished but also possessed incredible emotional intelligence. To Charlie, she was a true goddess in the eyes of every middle-aged man. And he sensed that his father-in-law, Jacob, would soon find himself completely captivated by her charm. After the driver pulled away in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Charlie took the wheel of Jacob's BMW 5 Series and drove it to the airport entrance. As soon as the car came to a stop in front of the three of them, the elderly gentleman quickly opened the rear door. With a courteous demeanor, he said, "Matilda, after you." Matilda gave a slight nod and smiled as she gracefully entered the vehicle. Following her, Paul approached the other side, intending to join his mother in the back seat. Just then, Jacob chimed in, "Oh, Paul. You and Charlie are both young, I'm sure you'll have plenty to talk about. Make sure to have a nice chat on the way to the hotel." Before Paul could respond, Jacob hopped into the back seat beside Matilda. With no other option, Paul settled into the front passenger seat. Charlie began driving into the city, while Jacob, sitting in the back with Matilda, felt a bit awkward. He said, "Matilda, I hope you don't mind too much, but my car is a bit old and not very fancy. Matilda responded with a hint of exasperation, Jacob, I've told you before that I don't care about such things. Please stop bringing it up. Yes, yes, Jacob replied, then complimented her, I know you're not bothered by it. It's just that this car doesn't match your elegance at all. Just look at you. You hardly seem like someone approaching 50, you look under 40. A woman like you deserves to ride in a luxurious car like the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Matilda felt a blush rise at Jacob's kind words and smiled as she replied, Jacob, after all these years, your charm hasn't faded. Jacob beamed and said, I'm just speaking honestly. Matilda nodded thoughtfully and asked, so, how has life treated you over the years? Jacob sighed, his tone turning somber. I've been living an ordinary life. To be frank, I haven't felt happy since graduating from university. In a soft voice, Matilda inquired, aren't you happy with Elaine? Jacob gave a wry smile and replied, happy? I've never truly experienced happiness in the 20 years I've spent with her. Seeing the pained expression on Jacob's face, Matilda felt a wave of sympathy and regret. It reminded her of a haunting memory from the eve of their graduation. On that fateful day, her roommate had rushed into their room, tears streaming down her face. She revealed that her boyfriend had taken her virginity while intoxicated. Matilda was taken aback, feeling as though her world was crumbling. She had been excitedly planning her future, with arrangements made for her and her boyfriend to study abroad together, remaining inseparable as they pursued higher qualifications to return and contribute to their country. Who could have predicted such a devastating turn of events at that moment? Her roommate, in anguish, begged for forgiveness, claiming that her boyfriend had been too drunk to know what he was doing. She implored Matilda to keep the incident a secret and not to take it to heart. But how could Matilda possibly do that? Her boyfriend had betrayed her by being intimate with her roommate. She could never overlook such a betrayal. Valuing emotions over interests, Matilda could endure many hardships for those she loved, but she would not accept infidelity or flaws in their relationships. Unable to accept the betrayal, Matilda chose to end her relationship and left Oris Hill and China alone. Her heart sank even further when she later learned that her ex-boyfriend and roommate had married after she moved abroad. During that time, a young American boy was passionately pursuing Matilda. Out of frustration and a desire to escape her past, she chose to embrace his affection. They quickly married, started a family, and soon welcomed children into their lives. This American boy was incredibly kind, caring for her throughout his life. Yet, even after more than 20 years, Matilda found it impossible to forget her ex-boyfriend, Jacob. Reflecting on her past, she recognized her arrogance had led her to be misled by others. She came to understand that her roommate's visit was not merely a gesture of reconciliation. While her roommate claimed she hoped Matilda would not mind the situation, deep down, she wished for Matilda to step back from her relationship, allowing her to reclaim Jacob. In her youth, Matilda had been too proud and fixated on the ideals of love, which ultimately caused her to forsake the man she loved, inadvertently pushing him into her roommate's arms. For Matilda, married life was fraught with pain, as her heart remained tethered to Jacob. Her husband loved her deeply, and she dutifully fulfilled her role as a devoted wife. She never betrayed him and cared for their family and children, providing substantial support for his career. However, beneath the surface, Matilda recognized that her actions were merely a way of coexisting with him as his wife. Despite her gratitude and respect for him, she did not share the same love. This loveless marriage endured for over 20 years until her husband succumbed to cancer. Matilda devoted herself to caring for him until the day he was laid to rest. After his burial, a profound emptiness settled in Matilda's heart. At that moment, she acknowledged that she had fulfilled every obligation as a wife. She had been loyal and virtuous, pouring her heart into caring for their family through the generations. Following her husband's passing, Matilda realized it was time to live for herself. With that newfound clarity, she decided to return to her hometown. Upon her return to China, the person she longed to see most was Jacob, the man she had relinquished to Elaine out of a moment of impulsiveness. What she didn't anticipate was Jacob's unhappiness with Elaine. According to Jacob, he had not known happiness for over 20 years. What struggles had he endured during that time? Despite lacking true love for more than 2 decades, Matilda recognized her fortune. Her husband had genuinely loved and cared for her. Even without love, her life had been relatively happy. Jacob, on the other hand, felt a deep melancholy. For over 20 years, he regretted drinking too much that fateful night. He had never loved Elaine and felt no joy within his family. His heart had been consumed by thoughts of Matilda for more than 20 years, and seeing her again after all that time stirred feelings of deep regret within him as he admired her elegance and vibrant spirit. He lamented that he should have been with this perfect, humble, intellectual, and understanding woman, sharing more than half of his life with her. But why had he let someone like her slip away, only to end up with someone like Elaine? In that moment, Jacob felt as if he had lost the entire world. Jacob found himself lost in a whirlwind of memories, his thoughts drifting like waves across a vast ocean. Tears welled up in his eyes and spilled down his cheeks in 2 steady streams. Matilda was perfection personified. Even Charlie recognized that she was utterly incomparable to Elaine. In every way, Matilda surpassed Elaine, and Jacob had spent over 2 decades with a difficult woman who couldn't hold a candle to his former love. The thought of seeing Matilda again stirred both discomfort and sorrow within him. When Matilda noticed Jacob's tears, her own heart ached. She, too, regretted the choices she had made. She wished she hadn't acted impulsively and left him behind. Neither of them had experienced happiness during the past 20 years. Both had endured the same emotional and mental suffering. So why had she chosen to end things in the first place? Matilda was well aware that Jacob despised Elaine. Deep down, she understood that Jacob must have been in a daze that night, otherwise, he would never have allowed Elaine to manipulate him. Subconsciously, she knew that Elaine had orchestrated the entire situation from the beginning. Yet her pride had prevented her from admitting it. And what was the result? Neither she nor Jacob had truly found happiness for the last 2 decades. Matilda felt a wave of bitterness and sadness wash over her. Quietly, she reached into her handbag, pulled out a pack of tissues, and pressed it into Jacob's hand. Jacob turned away from her, trying to conceal his tears. But when he felt the tissues and looked back at her, he saw her own tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, Jacob couldn't help but wonder, does Matilda still have feelings for me? If she does, could we possibly rekindle what we once had? His eyes widened, and his heart raced as anxiety surged through him. He felt a sudden nervousness thinking about Elaine. Where was she now, and would she ever return? It would be perfect if she stayed away forever. Then he could pursue Matilda with all his heart. At 50 years old, this was his final chance to chase true love, his real passion. But what if Elaine suddenly reappeared? She would certainly flip out if she saw Matilda again. Elaine would be on high alert, watching him like a hawk and sabotaging any opportunity he had to reconnect with Matilda. More importantly, Elaine would absolutely lose her mind when she saw Matilda now. Matilda had transformed into a stunning, educated, wealthy, and serene woman, outperforming Elaine in every imaginable way. Compared to Matilda, Elaine was nothing more than a bitter, miserable shell of a person. Jacob found himself praying to God, begging that Elaine would never return. She had tormented him for over 2 decades, and he felt he had endured the unimaginable because of her. Now, at last, he believed he deserved to be free. If Elaine stayed gone for good, Jacob was convinced he could rekindle his relationship with Matilda. He also believed Paul was a truly decent young man, someone open-minded enough to accept him as a stepfather. As for Clare, she was sensible and understanding. If her mother were truly gone, Clare wouldn't oppose him pursuing true love. After all, it wasn't reasonable for him to live alone forever if Elaine vanished from his life. His only fear now was the possibility of Elaine's return. So he could only continue praying for his wish to come true. Unbeknownst to him, his fate didn't lie in God's hands, but rather in those of his son-in-law, Charlie. When Charlie arrived at the entrance of Shangriila, the hotel staff immediately approached and opened the door for him. Handing his car key to the valet, he turned to Jacob, Matilda, and Paul and said, "Shangri-La is one of the top luxury hotels in Oris Hill. They serve the finest local dishes here. I hope you'll enjoy it." Matilda quickly replied, thank you so much, Charlie. I'm not picky about food at all, and after being away from Oris Hill for so long, I can't wait to taste the local cuisine again. Charlie chuckled. Looks like we picked the perfect place, then. Turning to Paul, he asked, Paul, how do you feel about Chinese food? Think you'll enjoy it? Paul laughed. Charlie, remember, I'm half Chinese. Honestly, compared to American fast food, I prefer Asian dishes, especially Chinese food. By the way, my mom is an amazing cook. She's the best Chinese chef I've ever known. Her food is both delicious and healthy. Charlie exclaimed, Wow, Auntie, you're not only stunning and elegant, but also an incredible cook. Matilda lightly tapped Paul on the back and said, Don't listen to him, he's exaggerating. Jacob sighed. Back in college, you always said you wanted to cook for me, but we couldn't because we lived on campus. It's been 20 years, and I still haven't tasted your cooking. Matilda smiled gently. I can cook for you if there's an opportunity. But I must warn you, don't take Paul's bragging too seriously. My cooking might not live up to your expectations. Jacob's eyes brightened. Really? When will you be free? Then he added eagerly, You can cook at my place. Just tell me what ingredients you need, and I'll prepare everything. You can come over, cook, and the kids can join us for dinner. Matilda responded a bit awkwardly, Is that really appropriate? Do you think Elaine will want to see me? During their last phone call, Jacob only mentioned that he and Elaine were separated but didn't explain the details, including the fact that she was missing. So Matilda assumed they were simply living apart in the same home. Naturally, she didn't want to run into Elaine, especially given Elaine's unpleasant personality. Jacob waved his hand dismissively. Oh, don't worry about her. She's not home right now, and who knows when she'll be back. I think she'll be gone for a while. Then, with renewed enthusiasm, he continued, Honestly, there's no time like the present. Let's enjoy lunch here at Shangriila, then you can check into your room and rest. Later this evening, come over to my house, we can cook dinner together. I'd love to introduce you to my daughter. Jacob's worry was clear and uncomplicated. He feared that Elaine might come home unexpectedly within the next 2 days. If that happened, his golden opportunity to invite Matilda over would vanish in an instant. He wouldn't dare invite Matilda to his place if Elaine was home, not even under the threat of a gun. The consequences would be dire, and he knew Elaine wouldn't hesitate to make her displeasure known. Therefore, it was crucial for him to seize the moment as soon as it presented itself. Meanwhile, Matilda found herself reflecting on her past. Having grown up in South Haven, she had lived in a dormitory during her studies in Oris Hill. Back then, society was more reserved, and people were shy about their romantic relationships. They were too timid to even let their families in on their love lives. Matilda had always dreamed of cooking a meal for Jacob, but they never managed to find the right time or place. In fact, things weren't as convenient as they are today. Now, couples could easily rent a hotel room or an Airbnb for a romantic evening with home-cooked meals, thanks to readily available kitchen facilities. However, such options didn't exist in the past. Young couples even needed a formal letter from their unit to book a room at a guesthouse, which often discouraged them from seeking accommodations at hotels. Although the college had its own guesthouse where students could obtain a room with a student ID, the fear of being seen by friends or professors kept them from using it. The first time Matilda and Jacob explored their intimacy was under secretive circumstances. Jacob brought her to his home one evening when no one else was around. It was a rushed encounter. After that, they could only steal moments together when the house was empty again. Christopher was studying out of town, and his father seldom traveled for work, as most of his projects were local. His mother rarely went far, so it was uncommon for the house to be vacant. Thus, their intimate moments often took place in the small forest behind their school, the city park, an abandoned house, or even a construction site. This unconventional approach was the only way most college students of that era could enjoy private time with their partners, given the limited options available. It may seem outrageous now, but it was entirely normal back then. Young people were bursting with hormones and had few suitable venues to express their feelings, which led to these risky choices. The small forest behind the school became a popular rendezvous spot for couples. It wasn't unusual to find pairs nestled together every few feet in the dark, dense woods. While everyone could hear whispers, they all respected each other's privacy, feeling no shame or awkwardness since they couldn't see or identify one another. Occasionally, lecturers would conduct surprise checks in the forest with flashlights, expecting to catch couples in the act. Yet, stepping into the woods often felt like disturbing a flock of wild ducks, causing them to scatter immediately. Now, as Matilda and Jacob reminisced about their past, especially their time as a couple filled with crazy, romantic, and sometimes embarrassing moments, their hearts raced. Charlie noticed Matilda blushing a unique shade of red. She seemed shy and timid. He wondered, we were just discussing cooking at our house, weren't we? Why is she blushing all of a sudden? Glancing at his father-in-law beside him, he noticed the older man was blushing too. In fact, Jacob appeared quite uncomfortable, fidgeting with his fingers and unsure of where to place his hands. Charlie immediately grasped that the two older individuals likely harbored some unique memories related to cooking or returning home with him, which explained their awkward reactions. Paul also sensed the oddity but felt too shy to mention it. Instead, he leaned toward Charlie and suggested, "Charlie, let's head to our suite first." Turning to Matilda, he added, "Mom, you've been on the plane for over 10 hours, you must be exhausted. Let's go to the suite and chat if you need to speak with Uncle Wilson." Suddenly, Matilda seemed to regain her focus. She started to reflect on her past with Jacob, even recalling the details of their first intimate encounter. A blush crept over her face as she remarked, "Oh dear, I'm so forgetful." "Yes, let's go to our suite and talk." Jacob quickly chimed in, "Absolutely, let's head to the suite. It's my fault, once I started talking, I lost track of everything." Charlie sighed, shaking his head helplessly. They were like kindling and a roaring fire reuniting after 20 years. If given a chance to cross paths, they would undoubtedly create the most intense campfire imaginable. Taking charge, Charlie guided everyone toward the dining hall at Shangriila. The manager of the food and beverage department was waiting at the entrance, having received prior instructions. He hurried over and greeted Charlie, saying, "Hello, sir. Are you a member of Shangriila?" Charlie replied, "No, I'm not a member, but I've arranged for a friend to book a private suite for me. Could I have your name, please? And what is the suite number?" "My name is Charlie Wade, but I'm unsure of the suite number. I reserved it through your manager, Mr. Cameron." The manager bowed respectfully and responded, "So you are Mr. Wade. Your suite is ready, please follow me." Charlie nodded slightly with a smile and said, "Thank you." As the manager led them to the suite, Paul asked with curiosity, "Charlie, do you know Mr. Cameron?" Charlie nodded politely. "Yes, but we're merely acquaintances." Paul remarked, "If I'm not mistaken, Shangri-La is one of the Wade family's properties in East Cliff, and Mr. Cameron here serves as the family spokesperson." Charlie looked at Paul in surprise. He hadn't expected this American to have such knowledge of China and Oris Hill. He asked, "Paul, you must have done extensive research about Oris Hill, right?" Paul humbly nodded, saying, "Yes. When I decided to relocate the company to Oris Hill, I made sure to study the local situation. This company is my father's cherished possession, and I wouldn't want to move it into an unfamiliar environment without understanding the groundwork." Charlie was taken aback. "Wow, Paul. I'm genuinely impressed. You're incredibly thorough and possess remarkable foresight. I'm certain you and your company will thrive in Oris Hill." "You're too kind, Charlie," Paul replied with a polite smile. Then, as if a thought struck him, he looked at Charlie with curiosity and asked, "Charlie, since your last name is Wade and you know Mr. Cameron at Shangri-La, are you part of the Wade family from East Cliff?" Charlie was taken aback when Paul posed such a direct question. Yet, he understood that Paul was merely speculating and would never acknowledge it openly. Before Charlie could refute the inquiry, Jacob let out a chuckle and remarked, "Oh, Paul, you're overthinking it. Charlie is our family's live-in son-in-law. If he truly hailed from the Wade family of East Cliff, it would be a classic Cinderella tale. We'd all be set for life." Jacob might have been a bit of a slacker who had never held a job, but he was well aware of the Wade family's reputation. In fact, it was hard to find anyone in the country who didn't know about the Wade family due to their widespread fame. With that understanding, Jacob was completely convinced that Charlie wasn't a member of that illustrious lineage. Sure, many people shared the last name Wade, but only one family held the status of the Wade family. Jacob was familiar with Charlie's background, having lived in an orphanage during his childhood, then working on a construction site at 18. Later, in his early 20s, Lord Wilson had taken him in, and Charlie became his son-in-law. How could someone with such a humble past possibly belong to Eastcliffe's Wade family? If Charlie were truly part of the Wade family, he might as well be the long-lost son of Jeff Bezos. Upon hearing Jacob's comment, Paul realized he had made an incorrect assumption. The Wade family would never allow one of their descendants to be a live-in son-in-law. Even the President of the United States wouldn't get away with that. With a chuckle, he said, "It seems I misunderstood. My apologies. I connected the dots because you're a Wade, you know Mr. Cameron, the spokesperson for the Wade family, and Shangriila is one of their properties. I made a wild guess. I hope you can forgive me." Charlie smiled back. "No worries, Paul. It's my pleasure, really." Amid their conversation, the manager led them to the suite's entrance and said, "Mr. Wade and esteemed guests, please." Once inside, Charlie invited Jacob to take the main seat and gestured to Matilda, saying, "Auntie Matilda, please sit beside my father-in-law. You two haven't seen each other for so long, I'm sure you have plenty to discuss." Matilda nodded with a warm smile. "Yes, Charlie, you can sit with Paul. I see you boys are quite engaged." Charlie quickly agreed, reminding himself to tread carefully in his conversations with Paul, as he seemed quite sly and cunning. Once everyone was seated, Charlie handed the menu to the two elders, inviting them to choose their preferred dishes. Jacob chimed in eagerly, "Hey, Matilda, I still remember what you love to eat, can I?" Matilda gasped in surprise, "No way. Do you really remember after all these years?" Jacob beamed. "Absolutely. I could never forget." He then lifted the menu and ordered several local Oris Hill dishes from the waiter. With each dish Jacob mentioned, Matilda's eyes widened in amazement. By the time he finished ordering, she was so stunned that her jaw nearly hit the floor. It turned out every single dish he ordered was her favorite from back in the day. Matilda exclaimed, "Wow, I can't believe you still remember all of that. Honestly, some of those dishes have slipped my mind too." With a sigh, she added, "I must say, South Haven cuisine is really tasty, but ever since I started college here, I've developed a preference for Oris cuisine." Jacob replied with a wistful smile, "I clearly recall you always mentioning that you wanted to cook a few South Haven dishes for me to sample. It's such a shame." He sighed and quickly suggested, "Oh, by the way, Matilda, how about coming over to my house to cook dinner? Honestly, I've been looking forward to this for so many years, and I really hope my dream can finally come true." Matilda felt touched by his words and responded, "I'm open to that, but I need to check if Paul is free tonight." Turning to Paul, she asked, "Son, do you have any plans for this evening? If not, how about we head over to Uncle Wilson's house for dinner? I'd love to meet his daughter too." Paul nodded enthusiastically. "Sure. Let's go." Jacob beamed with triumph. "That's a deal sealed. Matilda, what do you feel like cooking tonight?" Matilda shyly smiled, "Oh goodness, I can't think of anything at the moment." After a brief pause, she appeared to remember something and suggested, "How about we exchange WeChat details? Once I settle on a menu, I'll message you. I'll need your help to pick up the ingredients from the market. And don't forget to send me your address, I'll be there with Paul around 5:30. Excited, Jacob pulled out his phone, opened the WeChat scan function, and said, "Come on, Matilda, let me scan your contact." It had been over 20 years since they last connected. Matilda even needed to reach out to an old friend to get Jacob's number, which is why they weren't friends on WeChat yet. In today's world, having WeChat was far more significant than just having a phone number. Phone numbers were everywhere, available to delivery drivers, insurance agents, telemarketers, and even scammers. In contrast, your WeChat contact list was reserved for genuine friends or acquaintances. Thus, being connected on WeChat represented a special bond in this digital age. Moreover, being WeChat friends allowed you to view each other's homepage, including photos, videos, and snippets of daily life. If someone harbored feelings for another, they would naturally be eager to check out that person's page. At that moment, both Jacob and Matilda shared the same thought. Observing the interaction between the adults, Paul took out his phone and politely suggested, "Charlie, why don't we add each other on WeChat and exchange contacts too?" Although Charlie wasn't fond of adding strangers on WeChat, he felt it would be rude to decline Paul's request. So, he switched on his phone and replied, "Alright, I'll scan your contact." Curious, Paul then asked, "Charlie, what do you do for a living?" Charlie smiled slightly and said, "Well, I'm what you might call a house husband. My usual tasks include cleaning, laundry, grocery shopping, and cooking." Paul was a bit taken aback by this revelation, but instead of showing disdain or judgment, he flashed a generous smile and replied, "Wow, that sounds so leisurely and relaxing. Honestly, I'm a bit envious." Paul had been raised in a strict environment that emphasized intellectual growth, which shaped him into a broad-minded and impartial gentleman. As a result, he remained calm and composed when Charlie spoke about his job, in contrast to others who often reacted with judgment. Charlie, on the other hand, had no reason to feel embarrassed or ashamed. Having been a live-in son-in-law for 3 years, it was no surprise to anyone that he was seen as a moocher. At that moment, Paul said, "By the way, Charlie, since you know Mr. Cameron from Shangriila, could you let me know when it would be convenient for you to introduce us? I'm looking to expand my local resources and network in Oris Hill, as I'll be relocating my company here. I would really appreciate your help with this." Charlie was hesitant to reveal just how close he was to Isaac Cameron. He sensed that Paul might connect the dots regarding his ties to the Wade family, and he wanted to avoid any further scrutiny. So, with a touch of regret, he replied, "Honestly, Paul, Mr. Cameron and I are merely acquaintances. I happen to know one of his friends personally, and I met this person while working on a feng shui job." "Feng shui?" Paul exclaimed, taken aback. "Charlie, are you a feng shui master?" Charlie offered a faint smile and replied, "Oh no, please don't call me that. I'm not a master. I've read a few books and learned from an older master in the past. To be frank, it's more of an art of deception." To ease Charlie's discomfort, Jacob shifted the conversation, asking, "So, Paul, what kind of business are you in? I assume it must be a significant corporation, considering you moved your company from the States to Oris Hill, right?" "Uncle Wilson, our company is actually a multinational law firm, primarily providing high-end legal support to Fortune 500 companies," Paul explained. "So, Paul, you're a lawyer too, then?" "Yes, Uncle Wilson. My father and I are both lawyers. To put it simply, I've inherited his profession. I've heard that becoming a lawyer in the States requires very high qualifications, is that correct? Generally speaking, isn't a PhD the minimum requirement?" Paul smiled slightly. "Yes, Uncle Wilson, you're right. In the United States, the two professions with the highest academic requirements are doctors and lawyers. Typically, a formally registered lawyer must possess at least a master's degree from an accredited law school." Jacob nodded and asked, "What degree do you hold?" With humility, Paul replied, "I'm a PhD graduate from Yale Law School." Jacob gasped in awe. "Wow, Yale! That's a world-class Ivy League institution. It's truly impressive to be accepted into a doctoral program at such a prestigious university." "Uncle, to be honest, obtaining a doctoral degree only indicates that you have the academic credentials to practice law. The certificate merely opens the door. To become an exceptional lawyer, one must endure many years of growth and practical experience, typically 10 to 20 years and involvement in hundreds of successful cases." "So, in reality, I'm just a beginner," Paul clarified. He then turned to his mother and added, "In fact, I've just graduated. My experience isn't sufficient for me to run our law firm independently, so I only hold the title of general manager in name. The true hero behind the scenes is my mother, who supports and guides me in managing the company." Without her, the business would likely have faltered under my direction. Jacob stared at Matilda, feeling a mix of confusion and curiosity. Matilda, are you well versed in law and the firm? Paul laughed lightly and replied, Uncle, don't underestimate my mother. She holds a PhD from Yale, you know. She and my father met while attending the master's school at Yale and eventually got married. After that, my father established the law firm, and my mother was always by his side, supporting him. Without her assistance, my father's career wouldn't have flourished as it did. He sighed before continuing, Unfortunately, I'm not yet capable of managing the firm on my own, so I still rely on my mother's help. Matilda smiled and said, Son, you've done an impressive job. I truly hope you mature quickly enough to take over the company entirely, so I can finally enjoy my retirement. She sighed again, revealing her thoughts. Now that I'm back in China, specifically Oris Hill, my greatest aspiration isn't to start our family business here, but rather to experience the peaceful retirement of an old Chinese lady. As she reflected, she secretly glanced at Jacob, thinking, I've worked so hard during my time in the States, and honestly, I feel quite worn out. More sadly, I haven't truly experienced love in the last 2 decades. Now that I'm back in China, I want to release all my past burdens and embrace the life of a retired lady. How wonderful it would be to reconnect with you, my old love, and mend the regrets I've held for so long. Jacob understood that being a lawyer is a highly sought-after profession in the United States, mainly due to the attractive salaries and lifestyles it affords. Many lawsuits there involve enormous compensation amounts, sometimes reaching tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars. A few years back, an individual sued Marlboro, a well-known American tobacco company, claiming it induced smoking and led to death. The court awarded the man a staggering sum in compensation, hundreds of millions of dollars. Recently, an Asian man was assaulted by security personnel working for a major American airline. This incident severely damaged the airline's reputation, ultimately leading the legal team to secure tens of millions in compensation for the victim. For lawyers, winning a case typically meant they could take home 30 to 50% of the compensation as a bonus, or even more in some instances. This financial motivation is why lawyers in the US are so driven. The lucrative nature of their cases compels them to pursue victory by any means necessary. Winning a major lawsuit can net them millions, offering them a stark contrast to the earnings of ordinary individuals. As a result, lawyers in the United States enjoy a prestigious social status, often regarded as part of the upper class. The most esteemed lawyers can amass vast wealth, becoming billionaires and mingling with celebrities, affluent, and influential figures. Jacob couldn't shake the feeling of inferiority. He believed that Matilda and her family were exceptionally wealthy, easily blending into Oris Hill's upper-class society. In contrast, he felt he had little to offer. The lunch gathering at Shangriila turned out to be both delightful and enjoyable. Jacob and Matilda were both in high spirits. Although Matilda had been feeling unwell following her husband's passing, her mood seemed to brighten, as if the clouds had parted. Paul felt a sense of joy seeing his mother in such a cheerful state. On the other hand, Charlie harbored sympathy for his father-in-law. This sympathy stemmed from the realization that Matilda was simply too perfect for Jacob. Charlie couldn't help but worry about what might happen when such a glamorous, elegant, and wealthy woman returned to Oris Hill as a single lady. She would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, particularly from affluent older gentlemen, which could lead to complications for Jacob. After a long journey back to China, Matilda and Paul were feeling quite tired. Following lunch, Jacob and Charlie escorted them to their room at Shangriila. Once again, Jacob was surprised to find out that Matilda and Paul had checked into the ultra-luxurious executive suites. The executive suite at Shangri-La ranked just below the presidential suite, which accommodates 4 guests. The nightly rate was in the tens of thousands of dollars. This further highlighted Matilda's impressive financial standing, as they could afford to stay in such an opulent room. After saying their goodbyes, Charlie and Jacob left the hotel together. As they stepped out of the hotel, Jacob looked up at the sky, inhaled deeply, and let out a heavy sigh. "Dad, what's bothering you?" Charlie inquired. Jacob frowned and replied, "I never expected Matilda to lead such a wonderful life in the United States. She even runs her own law firm." I feel completely useless." Charlie smiled, gave his father a reassuring pat, and said, "Dad, I really don't believe Aunt Matilda thinks any less of you. She's very humble and down-to-earth. She doesn't seem materialistic at all. Try not to get hung up on these superficial differences." Jacob sighed once more. "I get what you're saying, but as a man, I can't help but feel inferior and embarrassed." "Dad, you're overthinking this. Just look at me. When Claire and I got married, I had nothing, no money, no status, no family background, absolutely nothing. The gap between Claire and me was far greater than yours with Aunt Matilda. Yet here we are, living a happy life together, right?" Jacob paused, taken aback by his son's words, and fell silent as he absorbed the message. Charlie was correct. None of his worries or insecurities mattered now because, given his current situation, bridging that gap felt impossible. But did that mean he could never be with Matilda just because he couldn't close the gap? Absolutely not. Jacob could still sense that Matilda held feelings for him, even after all these years. In fact, at the airport, she mentioned that she wouldn't mind if he picked her up on a bicycle. This clearly indicated that she wasn't concerned about superficial material possessions. Eventually, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, another significant issue soon occupied his thoughts. Jacob abruptly turned to Charlie, his expression tinged with concern, and asked, "Charlie, do you think your mother-in-law will ever come back home?" Charlie frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Dad, what do you want me to say? Should I say yes or no?" Jacob, taken aback, replied sheepishly, "Come on, let's not dance around the issue. I know you're not exactly thrilled with your mother-in-law, just like me, right?" Charlie stared at him in disbelief and exclaimed, "Dad, I never said that." Jacob squinted at him and said, "This is just between us, you don't have to hold back. Claire isn't here, so we can speak our minds, right?" Charlie understood his father-in-law's intentions. He was clearly seeking an ally in this matter. While Jacob was hoping that Elaine wouldn't return, Claire was eager to locate her mother as soon as possible. This created a psychological tug-of-war between father and daughter, leaving Charlie caught in the middle. With the current situation at a standstill, Jacob felt desperate to sway Charlie to his side. After all, there were only 3 residents in the household. If 2 of them wished for Elaine to stay away, that would constitute a majority decision. Jacob glanced at Charlie, trying to persuade him further. "Charlie, think about it. For years, your mom has berated you almost daily, even urging Claire to divorce you time and time again. I've witnessed it myself. Honestly, as your father-in-law, it pains me to see you treated this way. They say a son-in-law is like a son, but when has your mom ever treated you that way? Never. To her, you're just an outsider." Meeting Jacob's serious gaze, Charlie responded earnestly, "Dad, we can't decide whether or not she'll come back, or when she might return. Even if neither of us wants her back, she could show up unexpectedly tonight. It's entirely possible she might barge into the kitchen while Aunt Matilda is cooking and start a scene. Mom is an adult, she can come and go as she pleases, and we can't control her." In truth, Charlie had a way to influence Elaine's whereabouts, but he wasn't about to share that with Jacob. Jacob's face twisted in shock, a fearful expression crossing his features. "You don't really think it would be that coincidental, do you? If Elaine were to return just as Matilda is at our house, cooking and having dinner, chaos would erupt. Knowing your mom, she's bound to cause a ruckus." Seeing the fear in Jacob's eyes, Charlie quickly tried to reassure him. "Dad, I really don't think Mom will come back tonight. You can go ahead and invite Aunt Matilda over." Charlie's words did little to calm Jacob's nerves. He huffed, "How can you be so sure? You just said she can come and go as she pleases. What if she does show up?" Charlie chuckled, finding humor in the situation. "Dad, don't worry. I promise you, Mom won't return tonight. If she does, you can twist my head off and kick it like a soccer ball." Jacob retorted, "No, I don't want your head. I just want Matilda to enjoy a pleasant meal at our house without any drama." Suddenly, Jacob's eyes widened as a thought struck him. "I have an idea." My dear son-in-law, you need to help me. Charlie raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? What do you need me to do? Leaning in closer, Jacob spoke in a conspiratorial tone, as if they were plotting a strategy. When Matilda arrives, I'll lock the front door from the inside. If Elaine comes back, you need to block her from entering. You're strong, you can drag her away from the house. If you can't lift her, then you must knock her out. Regardless of the situation, you cannot let her come in and run into Matilda. Charlie had never imagined that his father-in-law could be so sinister, yet he could empathize with his feelings. After all, this was the woman who had been his first love, and he hadn't seen her in over 20 years, she was still as enchanting as ever. If he were in Jacob's position, he would surely want to protect this moment from any disruption. Additionally, Elaine was like a ticking time bomb. Once set off, her impact would be catastrophic, akin to the explosion of a nuclear device. Therefore, there was nothing unreasonable about Jacob's cautious approach. Little did they know that Elaine was currently trapped in a detention center, enduring unimaginable suffering. She would remain in this hellish situation until they received a green light from Charlie. Upon returning home, Charlie found that Clare had just arrived as well. He hurried over to her and asked, "Honey, did you go to the police station? What did they say? Has there been any news about Mom?" Clare appeared pale and anxious. "The police informed me that they've issued a citywide assistance notice and even contacted the Blue Sky Rescue Team, but so far, no one has seen Mom or knows where she is. They can't find any leads." Elaine had been arrested while at the bank, handling a transaction. Isaac had called ahead to ensure that no information would leak to the public. Moreover, Elaine had spent the entire time in the bank's VIP reception room, and only the bank manager and staff were aware of her presence. Isaac had also contacted the bank to ensure that no details about Elaine's visit were disclosed, leaving the public clueless and making it nearly impossible for the rescue team to locate her. He reassured Clare, saying, "Don't worry, dear. Mom has only been missing for less than 24 hours, let's wait a little longer." Jacob quickly chimed in, "That's right, Clare. Your mom went out yesterday afternoon, and it's only been a day and a night. There's no need to panic just yet." However, Clare shook her head resolutely. "No, I need to search for her again. I'm extremely worried." Then she turned to Charlie and exclaimed, "Charlie, please help me look again this afternoon, especially at places like the Mahjong Center, that's where Mom often goes." Charlie nodded immediately, saying, "Sure, I'll go look for her right now." Clare rushed forward, insisting, "You better not lie to me like you did yesterday." Charlie raised 3 fingers in a mock swearing gesture and replied, "Of course not, my dear. I promise I won't. I'll check every Mahjong center in Oris Hill thoroughly." Clare eyed him suspiciously, reminding him, "You must take pictures of all the places you visit and show me." She was still upset about Charlie and her dad choosing to go for drinks instead of searching for her mom the night before. Although Clare suspected that the idea came from Dad, she couldn't shake her disappointment. Charlie quickly inquired, "Dear, where are you heading later?" Clare replied, "I'm going to meet some of Mom's friends and check out the beauty salons they frequently visit for facials and spa treatments." Jacob chimed in, "Oh, Clare, I won't be going anywhere today. I've invited my friend over for dinner tonight. She wants to cook for us, so I need to gather the ingredients and tidy up the house." Clare questioned skeptically, "Dad, didn't you just have lunch with your friend? Why the need to see her again tonight?" Jacob cleared his throat and explained, "Lunch is just that, lunch. We ate at a restaurant. They traveled all the way from the States, and it's only polite to invite them over for a home-cooked meal. It's a decent way to show hospitality." Clare exclaimed in frustration, "Dad, even if you want to entertain your friend, can't you consider the circumstances? Mom is missing. How can you think about having a dinner party? Why not wait until Mom is home before making these plans? She is also your classmate, wouldn't it be better for the 3 of you to catch up together?" "Better my ass," Jacob thought to himself. "It's precisely because your mom is missing that I feel free to invite my friend over for dinner. If your mom were here, there's no way I'd entertain this idea." Of course, he couldn't say any of this to Clare. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "You just don't understand. She's been in the States for over 20 years, and now that she's back, I need to make her feel welcome. It's important to do this on the day they arrive. What would be the point of celebrating days later? They would think I lack common sense." He continued, "Besides, she didn't return alone, she brought her son along. He's around your and Charlie's age and is a lawyer running a well-known law firm. You young people should get to know each other, it could be beneficial for you in the future. It's a rare opportunity, don't you think?" Claire huffed in annoyance, "No, I don't see it as rare. I'm not interested in meeting your friend and her son, I just want to find Mom and bring her home as soon as possible." Jacob responded sternly, "Why are you being so childish? It's just dinner. Are you saying you won't eat dinner just because you can't find your mom? It feels like you're deliberately opposing me." "No, I'm not," Claire shouted, exasperated. "I just don't feel like socializing with strangers right now." Jacob was also frustrated and exclaimed, "She's my old friend. You shouldn't speak like that, especially for my sake." Deep down, Jacob wanted to say something he felt he couldn't. "If your mom doesn't return, this friend of mine could very well become your stepmother. Her son might become your stepbrother. It's good for you two to get to know each other now." Charlie stepped in, trying to lighten the mood. "Yes, dear, Aunt Matilda is Dad's old classmate. It's not wrong for him to want to make her feel welcome. As children, we should support him in any way we can, we don't want to shame him, do we?" Then, he quickly added, "How about this? Aunt Matilda can be our chef for tonight. I don't need to cook anyway, so why don't we go out and look for Mom while Dad takes care of his friend and dinner preparations? Aunt Matilda can arrive later to cook, and we'll return for dinner after searching for Mom. We can go out again after dinner to continue the search. That way, we won't lose any time looking for her, don't you think?" Claire felt a bit intrusive and was unsure how to ease the tension. Luckily, Charlie's suggestion helped, and she nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's do it your way." Jacob sighed with relief and shot a grateful look at Charlie. Meanwhile, inside the Oris Hill Detention Center, Elaine sat helplessly as she watched the other inmates finish their lunch. Among them, Gina devoured both of her meal sets, and the sight pierced Elaine's heart like a dagger. It was a painful scene that she could hardly bear. Having not eaten for over 24 hours, Elaine was battered and forced to endure a night in the frigid, damp toilet. Dizziness from hunger threatened to overwhelm her, and she felt on the brink of collapse. Despite her suffering, she dared not voice her complaints. Doing so would only provoke Gina's wrath and lead to more beatings. Lady Wilson, with her small appetite, was satisfied after just half of the rice portion from her lunchbox. With a leisurely pace, she approached Elaine, waving the leftover lunchbox in front of her with a grin. "Hey, you've gone without food for a night and a day. Are you hungry? That must be tough, right? Want to have a couple of bites?" Elaine looked at the elderly woman, hope flickering in her eyes as she asked cautiously, "Really? Mom, are you actually letting me eat it?" Lady Wilson nodded with a sense of superiority. "Yes, it pains me to see you starve like this. Here, take it, as long as you don't think my food is dirty." The detention center's lunch was unappetizing, just rice and a stew without any meat, but the aroma made Elaine's mouth water. She didn't care about the food's cleanliness, she would gladly eat it as long as it wasn't off the floor. With trembling arms, she reached out for the lunchbox, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Mom, thank you." But just as her fingertips brushed the box, Lady Wilson appended the leftovers onto Elaine's head. With a malevolent glare, Lady Wilson sneered, "You don't find me dirty, but I consider you filthy. Do you honestly think you deserve to eat my leftovers, you shameless wretch? I'd sooner toss it out or feed it to the dogs than give it to you." Confusion washed over Elaine as she blinked, rice and vegetables dripping down her hair. Despair overtook her as she cried out, "How much longer will you torment me? I'm already suffering so much. Why can't you just let me go? Sure, we haven't had the best relationship for decades, but have I ever harmed you? Have I ever laid a finger on you? Why do you do this? You want me to die, don't you?" Lady Wilson scoffed derisively. Do you really think I should respond to violence with violence? If you had been humble and polite to me, had invited me into the Thompson First Villa, do you honestly believe I would treat you this way? Elaine sobbed, I'm sorry, Mom, I truly am. Please, if I ever get a chance to leave this place, I'll come pick you up in the most luxurious limousine and prepare the finest room for you at Thompson First. She continued, I wrote you a letter, remember? After your 15-day detention ends, take the letter to Clare, she'll arrange the room for you. You could enjoy a wonderful life at Thompson First. Why do you want to torment me now? Lady Wilson ground her teeth in frustration. She struck Elaine's head hard with the aluminum lunchbox, growling, Why would I want to torment you? Believe me, I wish I could kill you right now. I wouldn't feel satisfied even if I killed you and skinned you alive. I've lived a life of luxury and comfort, when have I ever endured such humiliation? This is all because of you. Do you think I would ever show you mercy? Lady Wilson exclaimed, Wendy, come here. Let's take this troublesome girl to the restroom and rinse the food from her hair with cold water. She might sneak a bite when we're not looking, and I can't let that happen. Elaine gasped in horror, No. It's almost winter. If you rinse my head with cold water, I'll freeze. Gina, observing the unfolding chaos, snapped coldly, Enough with the nonsense. If I hear one more word from you, I'll douse you with cold water right after the old lady does. Elaine screamed in terror as Lady Wilson and Wendy dragged her towards the restroom. Without hesitation, Wendy shoved Elaine's head under the faucet and turned it on. The frigid tap water cascaded down Elaine's head, sending a jolt of brain freeze through her, followed by an agonizing chill that caused her to shudder uncontrollably. Desperately, she looked at the smirking Lady Wilson, pleading, Mom, please. Give me a towel. I'm going to freeze. Lady Wilson glared at her with disdain and retorted, You want a towel? Be quiet. You might as well freeze to death, it would be a relief for me from this torment. Or better yet, why don't you just die and save us all the trouble? Overwhelmed, Elaine crumpled to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Lady Wilson rolled her eyes and urged Wendy, Let's leave her here, she's too noisy. Wendy scoffed, Noisy? Your days of being a brat are just starting. I'll deal with you first, old hag, and then I'll make sure to confront Clare, that little nuisance. Meanwhile, Clare was completely unaware that her eccentric mother was facing torment at the hands of her grandmother and cousin. With Jacob opting not to assist, Clare had no choice but to part ways with Charlie during their search. Charlie would head to the mahjong parlors while Clare would explore the beauty salons. After receiving the car keys from Jacob, Charlie was about to get into Jacob's car for his so-called mission when Clare grabbed his arm and whispered, Charlie, what do you think of Dad's friend? Curious, Charlie asked, What do you want to know, sweetheart? Clare replied, I want to learn about her appearance, personality, family background, relationship status, and her plans after returning to China. Charlie responded honestly, Aunt Matilda is a strikingly beautiful and graceful woman. She has an excellent demeanor, is humble, and incredibly friendly. Her family background is straightforward, her husband has passed away, and she has a son, they rely on each other for support. Shifting to a more serious tone, Charlie added, It's not too shabby, though. They're quite accomplished. I heard they run a large law firm that provides legal services to Fortune 500 companies, and they've relocated their business back to Oris Hill. Her plans for the future involve preparing for retirement here. What? Clare exclaimed in disbelief. She's beautiful, graceful, possesses a wonderful temperament, and has the perfect personality. Even more importantly, she's a widow, a wealthy widow. That makes her an incredibly rare find among middle-aged singles, doesn't it? Charlie nodded seriously, replying, Yes, she's definitely a bachelorette, but she doesn't resemble an aunt at all. She seems more like an older sister. Clare, taken aback, asked, Really? How old do you think she is? Charlie responded, Probably around 37 or 38, maybe even up to 40. No way. Clare stared in sheer astonishment. It was rare to encounter a woman in her 50s who appeared a decade younger. Wasn't that a bit outrageous, even for a movie star? Charlie nodded firmly. I'm completely serious. She looks incredibly young and stunning. You know Catherine Zeta-Jones? Aunt Matilda looks even younger and more beautiful than she does. Clare was again taken aback. Are you kidding me? Charlie smiled. Well, she's coming over to our house tonight, so just wait and see for yourself. Clare no longer doubted Charlie's words. Instead, her anxiety grew. This woman is Dad's first love, and now she's widowed with such admirable qualities. With Mom and Dad's relationship so shaky and Mom choosing to be absent right now. Is this woman going to swoop in and take Dad away at a critical moment? Charlie chuckled slightly, feeling a bit awkward. You know, it's really not our place to interfere in their lives. Besides, Mom and Dad are free to make their own choices. All we can do is respect their decisions without getting involved. Clare felt a surge of frustration and impatience. She recognized that her mother wasn't perfect, but she was still her mother. The thought of her being abandoned was unbearable. This fueled her determination to find her mother and bring her home as soon as possible. Oh, it's getting late. We need to get moving. You have to try your hardest to visit as many mahjong centers as you can. Show them Mom's picture and ask every owner and customer. Charlie replied, but I don't have a picture of Mom. He had been trying to avoid Elaine's insults at all costs. Why would he keep a photo of her? Clare quickly said, I'll send you her ID photo. Once Charlie left home, he began visiting the mahjong centers in their neighborhood. At each location, he snapped a photo of the front entrance and the interior, sending them to Clare as proof of his visits. Whenever Clare inquired about his progress, he would deliver the same response repeatedly, the owner hasn't seen her, nor have any of the customers. While he didn't directly ask anyone, he was certain those would be the answers. With each update from Charlie, Clare felt reassured that he was genuinely helping her search for their mother. Yet her anxiety grew with each passing moment without any news about her. The police had informed her that the best chance of solving a missing person case was within the first 24 hours following the disappearance. If they could uncover clues during that critical time frame, the chances of finding the person increased significantly. Otherwise, the outcome could be grim. It had now been 24 hours since Elaine had vanished. This prolonged absence left Clare feeling anxious and distressed, prompting her to visit the beauty salons where Elaine often spent her time. At one of these salons, Clare approached the owner, showing her a picture of Elaine. Hi, have you seen this woman before? She inquired. The owner examined the photo with interest and replied, Oh, isn't this Mrs. Wilson? Clare was taken aback. Do you know my mother? The owner smiled warmly. Ah, you must be her daughter. Yes, she used to come here regularly with her friends, but I haven't seen her recently. Is she missing? Clare nodded, her concern deepening. Do you happen to know any of her friends? Could you share their numbers with me? The owner suddenly seemed to remember something and exclaimed, Actually, one of her friends is getting a facial right now. Let me call her out to see if she knows anything. Clare quickly replied, That would be amazing. Thank you so much. The owner beamed. You're very welcome, it's my pleasure. With a gentle smile, the owner picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Lily, could you please ask Mrs. Wayne to come out for a moment? Mrs. Wilson's daughter is here and wants to speak with her. A prompt response came back, Sure thing. Mrs. Wayne said she'll be out shortly. Clare waited anxiously and soon saw a plump woman emerging, her face obscured by a mask that could hardly contain her features, creating a rather comical sight. However, Clare wasn't in a humorous mood, she was desperate for any leads or information about her mother from this woman. Mrs. Wayne approached Clare, sizing her up with a curious glance. So, you're Elaine's daughter? She asked. Clare stood tall and replied respectfully, Yes, Auntie Wayne, I'm Elaine's daughter. Have you seen her since yesterday? Your mother. Ha! Mrs. Wayne scoffed, a hint of anger in her voice. I don't think I deserve to be friends with someone like your mom. Clare, confused and intrigued, quickly asked, Auntie Wayne, what do you mean by that? Did something happen between you two? Mrs. Wayne frowned, clearly upset. Oh, I wouldn't dare confront her. Just yesterday afternoon, I called her to see if she wanted to join me for a facial, and do you know what she said? What did she say? Claire pressed eagerly. Mrs. Wayne's voice rose with indignation. She told me I have no right to do facials with her, that I don't deserve her friendship. She even went so far as to say that only people like us go to beauty salons for facials. She wants to buy the whole salon just for herself and cut ties with everyone else. Then, looking directly at Claire, she continued, "Tell me, isn't your mom being unreasonable? We're supposed to be friends. I simply invited her for a facial session, and instead she insulted and belittled me. She called me a poor freak and bragged about her unimaginable wealth. What does that even mean? Did she suddenly get rich? Is that why she looks down on us? If she despises me so much, she shouldn't answer my calls. Why insult me? Who does she think she is? I can't believe how angry this makes me." Mrs. Wayne's expression contorted into a scornful grimace, causing the already tight mask to crumble and fall to the floor, a victim of her distorted facial muscles. She glanced down at the unfortunate mask lying on the ground, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. Her frustration only deepened as she replayed the events of the previous day in her mind. Although she and Elaine were not the closest of friends, they maintained a friendly relationship, often enjoying mahjong games and indulging in spa treatments together. They had a circle of acquaintances who treated each other with courtesy, but Elaine's absurd reaction the day before had ignited a fire of anger in Mrs. Wayne that had kept her awake all night. Claire stood nearby, bewildered by Mrs. Wayne's outburst. Why was her mother speaking about her friend in such a harsh manner? Claire had been trying to keep a low profile lately due to financial constraints, so what had prompted this sudden shift in attitude? Had her mother stumbled upon unexpected riches? Mrs. Wayne had even mentioned Elaine wanting to buy a beauty salon for herself, which hinted at a substantial amount of money. This raised another question: why would her mother disappear if she had come into money? What was really happening? Claire's confusion grew deeper. Just then, an exasperated Mrs. Wayne asked, "What's going on? Has your mom gone missing?" Claire nodded anxiously. "Yes. She hasn't returned home since she left at noon yesterday. She's not answering her phone, hasn't replied to any messages, and we can't even connect through video call. It's been a whole day and night." Mrs. Wayne looked taken aback for a moment before scoffing, "I'll bet that now that your mom has gotten rich, she's ignoring not just us, but you and your dad too. Maybe she's run off with the money." With a sigh, she added, "Honestly, it's a relief in a way. If she can turn her back on her own husband and daughter, it's no surprise she would look down on us, her poor friends." Claire's heart skipped a beat. She thought of her aunt, Hannah. Hannah had vanished with $15 million, rumored to have eloped with a younger man she had been seeing for some time. Could it be possible that her mother had disappeared in a similar fashion if, indeed, she had come into unexpected wealth, as Mrs. Wayne suggested? Claire's heart raced nervously. "Mrs. Wayne, do you have any other information?" Mrs. Wayne waved her hands dismissively. "I only called your mom once, and that was it. I haven't heard from her since, so I don't have any updates." Claire sighed in resignation. "All right then. Thank you, Mrs. Wayne." Mrs. Wayne replied curtly, "You're welcome. But really, I should be thanking you. I was feeling quite upset, but now I feel a bit better." Claire bowed graciously. "I truly apologize for the way my mom spoke to you, and I'm sorry on her behalf." Mrs. Wayne shook her head firmly. "No need for you to apologize. If your mom doesn't come back, then so be it. But if she does, tell her to stay away from me, or I'll slap that big mouth of hers, no matter how fucking rich she is now." Claire nodded awkwardly and quickly exited the beauty salon, thanking her once more. Once outside, Claire found herself grappling with the same question that kept swirling in her mind. If her mother truly had said those things to Mrs. Wayne, it indicated that she must have come into some money, otherwise, she wouldn't dare to act that way. However, Claire clearly remembered asking her dad for money for a facial at the salon just yesterday, even seeking help from Charlie, who had turned her down. In simpler terms, Elaine was broke. So, why had she spoken to Mrs. Wayne on the phone like a haughty, wealthy snob just a short while later? Had she suddenly come into a fortune within such a brief time? Where could she possibly have gotten the money? Even if she had indeed become wealthy, why would she choose to vanish? Was it truly because she looked down on Mrs. Wayne and her father after gaining wealth? While it wasn't entirely out of the question, considering her mother's tendencies, what about the Thompson First Villa, the dream home she had long desired? Logically, if she had stumbled upon a fortune, she would likely hide the money and remain in the luxurious villa, which suited her character. She wouldn't just disappear with her newfound wealth and abandon the villa, especially since she hadn't even spent a single night there yet. The more Clare thought about it, the more perplexed she became. Elaine's disappearance seemed to carry an odd and contradictory vibe. However, the investigation hit a dead end right where Mrs. Wayne had left it, leaving Clare unable to uncover any more leads for the time being. She needed additional clues to unravel these mysteries. It was the only way to discover her mother's location. If not, she might never find Elaine. Charlie aimlessly drove through the city center, his thoughts consumed by his mother-in-law. He wished to spare his wife from the torment he saw growing in her, but he hadn't quite figured out how or when to release Elaine. As he drove through an intersection, he noticed a striking message on a billboard: "Attention, citizens. Let's unite against illegal pyramid schemes and eradicate the root of these money-sucking scams. Together, we can create a safe and harmonious Oris Hill." An idea sparked in Charlie's mind as he read the slogan. He quickly called Isaac and inquired, "How is my mother-in-law faring in the detention center?" Isaac's respectful reply came through the phone: "Mr. Wade, your mother-in-law has faced physical hardships in there. It appears that everyone in her cell has taken a dislike to her and has been rough with her." Charlie responded with a soft "good" and remarked, "Well, she treated Lady Wilson terribly, and the old lady must hold quite a grudge. I doubt she'll make it easy for Elaine. A little suffering might be just what she needs." Isaac cautioned, "Mr. Wade, have you considered how to handle this situation? With all the suffering she's endured, if you let her out, I'm concerned she won't let it go. She'll definitely seek you out once she's free." Charlie chuckled lightly. "Don't worry about that. I have a plan in mind, but I'll need your assistance. We need to orchestrate a grand performance for her." Isaac quickly replied, "Absolutely, just say the word, and I'll be ready to assist." Charlie smiled faintly and added, "I don't intend to release her just yet. When the time comes, I'll reach out to you." "Understood, Mr. Wade." Mrs. Wayne's expression contorted into a scornful grimace, causing the already tight mask to crumble and fall to the floor, a victim of her twisted facial muscles. She glanced down at the unfortunate mask lying on the ground, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over her. Her frustration only deepened as she replayed the events of the previous day in her mind. Although she and Elaine were not the closest of friends, they maintained a cordial relationship, often enjoying mahjong games and indulging in spa treatments together. They had a circle of acquaintances who treated each other with courtesy, but Elaine's absurd reaction the day before had ignited a fire of anger in Mrs. Wayne that kept her awake all night. Clare stood nearby, bewildered by Mrs. Wayne's outburst. Why was her mother speaking about her friend in such a harsh manner? Clare had been trying to keep a low profile lately due to financial constraints, so what had prompted this sudden shift in attitude? Had her mother stumbled upon unexpected riches? Mrs. Wayne had even mentioned buying a beauty salon for herself, which clearly suggested a substantial amount of money. This raised another question: why would her mother disappear if she had come into money? What was really going on? Clare's confusion grew deeper. Just then, an exasperated Mrs. Wayne asked, "What's going on? Has your mom gone missing?" Clare nodded anxiously. "Yes. She hasn't returned home since she left at noon yesterday. She's not answering her phone, hasn't replied to any messages, and we can't even get through on video call. It's been a whole day and night." Mrs. Wayne looked taken aback for a moment before scoffing, "I'll bet that now that your mom has gotten rich, she's ignoring not just us, but you and your dad too. Maybe she's run off with the money." With a sigh, she added, "Honestly, it's a relief in a way. If she can turn her back on her own husband and daughter, it's no surprise she would look down on us, her poor friends." Claire's heart skipped a beat. She thought of her aunt, Hannah. Hannah had vanished with $15 million, rumored to have eloped with a younger man she had been seeing for some time. Could it be possible that her mother had disappeared in a similar fashion if, indeed, she had come into unexpected wealth, as Mrs. Wayne suggested? Claire's heart raced nervously. "Mrs. Wayne, do you have any other information?" Mrs. Wayne waved her hands dismissively. "I only called your mom once, and that was it. I haven't heard from her since, so I don't have any updates." Claire sighed in resignation. "All right then. Thank you, Mrs. Wayne." Mrs. Wayne replied curtly, "You're welcome. But really, I should be thanking you. I was feeling quite upset, but now I feel a bit better." Claire bowed graciously. "I truly apologize for the way my mom spoke to you, and I'm sorry on her behalf." Mrs. Wayne shook her head firmly. "No need for you to apologize. If your mom doesn't come back, then so be it. But if she does, tell her to stay away from me, or I'll slap that big mouth of hers, no matter how wealthy she is now." Claire nodded awkwardly and quickly exited the beauty salon, thanking her once more. Once outside, Claire found herself grappling with the same question that kept swirling in her mind. If her mother truly had said those things to Mrs. Wayne, it indicated that she must have come into some money, otherwise, she wouldn't dare act like that. However, Claire clearly remembered asking her dad for money for a facial at the salon just yesterday, even seeking help from Charlie, who had turned her down. In simpler terms, Elaine was broke. So, why had she spoken to Mrs. Wayne on the phone like a haughty, rich snob just a short while later? Had she suddenly come into a fortune within such a brief time? Where could she possibly have gotten the money? Even if she had indeed become wealthy, why would she choose to vanish? Was it truly because she looked down on Mrs. Wayne and her father after gaining wealth? While it wasn't out of the question, considering her mother's tendencies, what about the Thompson First Villa, the dream home she had long desired? Logically, if she had stumbled upon a fortune, she would likely hide the money and remain in the luxurious villa, which suited her character. She wouldn't just disappear with her newfound wealth and abandon the villa, especially since she hadn't even spent a single night there yet. The more Claire thought about it, the more perplexed she became. Elaine's disappearance seemed to carry an odd and contradictory vibe. However, the investigation hit a dead end right where Mrs. Wayne had left it, leaving Claire unable to uncover any more clues for the time being. She needed additional information to unravel these mysteries. It was the only way to discover her mother's location. If not, she might never find Elaine. Charlie cruised through town without a specific destination in mind. Just then, he received a call from Jacob, informing him that Matilda would be arriving at their house shortly. Promptly, he turned his car around and headed home. Meanwhile, Claire also got the same news from her father. Despite her hesitations, she decided to return home. When Lorine learned about the impending visitors, she adamantly opted out of dinner at home. Claire, hoping to avoid awkward silence, wished Lorine could stay. However, feeling uncomfortable, Lorine declined, claiming she had to work late and would eat alone. Claire didn't feel right forcing Lorine to stay, so she preemptively warned Jacob, saying, "Dad, when your friend comes over, please don't bring me into the conversation. I'm just not in the mood for anything today." Understanding her feelings, Jacob knew he shouldn't push her too hard, especially since she was willing to come home for his sake. He turned to Charlie and said, "My dear son-in-law, I need you to help lighten the mood at dinner later, all right?" "Sure," Charlie replied with a hint of uncertainty. Just then, the doorbell rang. Jacob darted to the intercom, practically bursting with excitement. "They're here. I'll get the door." He hurried out through the main door and made his way to the gate. Claire watched her father's unusual enthusiasm and asked, "Do you think something's going on between Dad and Aunt Matilda?" Charlie laughed. "They haven't seen each other in over 20 years. What else could there be?" "You're overthinking it." Claire frowned, her expression serious. "But Dad seems more than just happy, he's excited." Charlie tried to reassure her. "Well, they do share a history. You know that, right?" Claire quickly interjected, "But Dad is married to Mom. They aren't divorced." He should be loyal to his vows and act like a responsible husband. Charlie chuckled again. Why do you sound like you think he's having an affair? Come on, he's just seeing his first love after 20 years. It's really not that serious. Claire sighed helplessly. I'm not saying something is happening between them now, I'm just concerned. Outside the villa, Matilda stood admiring the grandeur of the most prestigious property in Orris Hill. She had been away from the country for quite some time, so she wasn't familiar with the local real estate market or the significance of Thompson First. Consequently, she hadn't thought much when Jacob mentioned their address, Thompson First Villa A05. However, upon arriving in the Thompson First residential area, she was taken aback by the opulence of the homes. Matilda was astonished and confused to discover that Jacob lived in such a luxurious villa. Her confusion stemmed from the fact that, when she had inquired about Jacob's recent circumstances from their college friends, she had heard he was not doing very well. While waiting for Jacob outside the gate, Paul checked the selling prices of Thompson First villas on his phone. Mom, it says these houses are going for around 80 to 100 million. And look, the Type A villas, like this one, are the largest and go for over 100 million. Matilda nodded thoughtfully and remarked, a price tag of 100 million isn't too outrageous, but I'm puzzled. How on earth can Jacob afford a villa here given his current circumstances? With a smile, Paul replied, well, you might want to ask him directly. Matilda returned the smile. Perhaps he's keeping his talents hidden. Paul considered this and said, to be honest, Uncle Wilson is a kind man, but I can't say he has much to show. In fact, I doubt he has anything to keep under wraps. Curious, Matilda asked, what do you mean by that? Paul responded, oh, it's nothing really. Just a strange feeling I have. Matilda chuckled lightly. All right, enough of that. I should be happy for my old friend who gets to enjoy such an extravagant villa. Other matters are not for us to judge. Paul nodded earnestly. Yes, Mom, you're absolutely right. At that moment, Jacob opened the gate and greeted them excitedly, hey, Matilda, Paul. You're here. Come on in. Matilda beamed. Wow, Jacob, your home is stunning. I had no idea you lived in such a luxurious community. I felt the grandeur of this place the moment I stepped through the gate. This must be one of the finest villas in Orris Hill, right? Jacob replied modestly, I'm not sure if it's the best, but I actually just moved in 2 days ago. Matilda and Paul followed Jacob into the villa, and once inside, Matilda couldn't help but exclaim in awe again at the beautiful decor in the yard. It looks like you put a lot of thought into the decoration. Did you hire a top-tier interior designer and landscaper? Jacob answered, no, we didn't. This villa was actually a gift to my son-in-law from a friend. Paul gasped. What? Uncle Wilson, this villa is worth over 100 million, isn't it? That's incredibly generous of Charlie's friend. Jacob nodded. Yes, and not only that, his friend also covered all the renovation costs. We only spent a bit on furniture and appliances. Paul muttered, I wonder if the villa came as a result of Charlie's feng shui work. Jacob chuckled. You're spot on. This villa is indeed a reward from one of his feng shui jobs. Honestly, Charlie may seem laid back and unambitious, but his reputation in feng shui is quite impressive among Orris Hill's upper class. A strange thought began to stir in Paul's mind. Typically, even the most skilled and dedicated feng shui masters wouldn't earn fees of 100 to 200 million per job. The fact that Charlie received such a beautiful villa, complete with high-quality renovations, suggested there were deeper reasons beyond the villa's monetary value. It appeared that Charlie was not an ordinary individual. He blurted out, actually, I have some belief in feng shui, but I've never encountered a truly capable master. Based on what you've said, I hope Charlie can help me assess the feng shui of my new company later. Jacob laughed. Just let him know your request. Charlie is a nice guy, he won't turn you down. At that moment, Jacob had already taken Matilda and her son, Paul, for a stroll through the courtyard. When Claire first laid eyes on Matilda, she was taken aback by her stunning appearance. Although she had heard Charlie praise Matilda's remarkable demeanor and beauty, she hadn't anticipated it would be this impressive. As Clare observed Matilda, a twinge of envy crept in. It was truly remarkable for a woman in her 50s to maintain such an exceptional level of grace and beauty. Matilda, in turn, was pleasantly surprised to see Clare. She hadn't expected Jacob and Elaine's daughter to be so striking and poised. Meanwhile, Paul, who stood beside Matilda, was equally astonished by Clare's beauty and demeanor. Jacob quickly stepped in to introduce them. "Matilda, this is my daughter, Clare." Then, turning to Clare, he added with a smile, "Clare, this is your father's old classmate, Matilda Mark. You can call her Aunt Matilda." Clare was still in awe of Matilda's beauty and grace, but a sense of worry nagged at her regarding her father's relationship with Matilda. In comparison to Matilda, her mother seemed to pale significantly. Given the instability in her parents' relationship, Clare felt anxious about the potential threat Matilda posed as a competitor. Despite her concerns, Clare extended her hand and shook Matilda's enthusiastically, greeting her with respect, "Hello, Aunt Matilda." Matilda smiled warmly and said sincerely, "Clare, you are absolutely beautiful." Clare responded modestly, "Aunt Matilda, you're too kind. I still have a long way to go to reach your level." "Not at all," Matilda insisted earnestly. "I wasn't as beautiful as you are at your age." She then turned to Charlie and smiled, saying, "Charlie, you're truly fortunate to have married such a wonderful wife." Charlie nodded, a slight smile on his face, and replied, "You're right, Aunt Matilda. I consider myself very lucky." Matilda then took a moment to introduce her son. "Clare, this is my son, Paul. He's a year younger than you and, technically, should be calling you his elder sister." Paul quickly extended his hand to Clare, saying earnestly, "Hello, Miss Wilson. I'm Paul Smith, and it's a pleasure to meet you." Clare hesitated for a moment, unsure if she should shake hands with Paul. Sensing the situation, Matilda promptly said, "Son. Remember, Clare is a married woman. You should be more careful with physical contact with the opposite sex." Paul snapped back to reality, quickly withdrawing his hand. He smiled awkwardly, saying, "I truly apologize for my mistake. I acted too hastily." Clare nodded slightly and returned his smile. Charlie was impressed, noting Matilda's exceptional manners. At that point, Jacob chimed in, "Matilda, I've already gathered all the ingredients and seasonings for our dishes. They're in the kitchen now. Shall we head there and start cooking? The kids can chat outside while we prepare. I'll help you in the kitchen." Matilda readily agreed, smiling as she said, "That sounds great. Let's whip up a delicious meal for the children today." She then advised Paul, "Son, stay here and enjoy a good conversation with Charlie and his wife. It's important for you to build a solid relationship with them, especially since you're looking to establish a long-term business presence in Oris Hill. Networking with them will benefit everyone in the future." Paul nodded eagerly, replying, "Don't worry, Mom. I know what to do." Jacob then led Matilda to the kitchen, turning back to his son-in-law with a grin. "My dear son-in-law, there's some excellent tea on the coffee table. Why not make a cup for Paul to try?" Charlie nodded as he replied, "All right, Dad. I understand." Jacob quickly added, "And don't forget about the reminder I gave you." Charlie knew exactly what Jacob meant. He was referring to the need for vigilance regarding Elaine, Charlie's mother-in-law. Jacob wanted to ensure that Elaine did not see Matilda at the villa if she returned. With a reassuring smile, Charlie said, "Don't worry, Dad. I won't make any mistakes now that you've given me these orders." Jacob smiled proudly and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You're truly a great son-in-law. I'll make sure to treat you well from now on." After finishing his words, Jacob hurriedly led Matilda into the kitchen. Curious, Clare asked Charlie, "What did Dad say? You both seem to be acting so mysteriously, like you're involved in some secret scheme." Charlie thought to himself, "There's no way I can tell you that your father wants me to keep watch over you. Plus, if your mother shows up, I need to ensure she doesn't enter the house. If necessary, I'll have to carry her out or, if that fails, knock her out first." So, he smiled and replied, "It's nothing major. Dad just asked me to entertain and take good care of Paul. He wants to ensure that our family is polite and hospitable to our guests." "Is that really the case?" Clare asked, sounding skeptical. Charlie responded earnestly, "Absolutely. Didn't you hear him ask me to prepare a cup of tea for Paul?" With that, Charlie quickly greeted Paul, saying, "Come here, Paul. I'll let you taste the premium tea that my father-in-law bought at a high price." Initially, Charlie assumed that Paul, being American, wouldn't know much about tea. He thought he could easily pass off the ordinary tea leaves as something special. To his surprise, Paul smiled and said, "Oh, I really enjoy tea. If Uncle Wilson has some good tea, I definitely want to try it." Charlie was taken aback but smiled again, saying, "Well, since you're knowledgeable about tea, you might find it a bit underwhelming." As he spoke, Charlie led Paul to the sofa and began preparing the tea. Clare, not wanting to linger with her father's first-love son, said, "You two can enjoy your conversation. I'll head upstairs for a bit to rest. I have a headache and I'm not really a tea person." "Excuse me." Paul quickly stood and said politely, "All right, Miss Wilson. I hope you feel better." Once Clare went upstairs, Charlie said, "Please, take a seat. No need to stand while we talk." Sitting down, Paul admired the Hainan Lexington sofa set, exclaiming, "This is crafted from excellent materials. I can tell at a glance that this is a really old set made from Hainan Lexington wood. The finish highlights the wood's beautiful texture. It's incredible." Charlie was a bit shocked. He hadn't expected Paul to be so knowledgeable about Chinese culture and traditions, despite being mixed race. Fluent in Chinese and well-versed in tea and woodworking techniques, was he really half American? It almost seemed like Paul shared the same interests as his father-in-law. If not for his blonde hair and fair skin, Charlie might have wondered if Paul was a son his father-in-law never knew about. Charlie glanced at Paul and asked with genuine curiosity, "Paul, have you visited China often in the past?" Paul shook his head and smiled, replying, "I come here occasionally for business, but I've never stayed longer than a week each time." Charlie looked puzzled and inquired, "So, how do you know so much about tea, furniture, and wood?" Paul grinned and explained, "It's mostly because my mother has a real passion for these things. I've been exposed to them since I was a child." He continued, "Even though I'm of mixed race and might look more American, I feel Chinese to my core. My mother has had a significant influence on me, and I have a deep appreciation for the culture, food, and traditions here." "I understand," Charlie said, nodding slightly as he prepared to boil some water for tea. He then got ready to use the tea leaves that his father-in-law had foolishly purchased on WeChat. Once the tea was brewed, Charlie poured a cup for both himself and Paul, saying with a smile, "Here, try my father-in-law's tea." Paul thanked him and took the teacup, bringing it to his lips for a small sip. Almost immediately, his expression turned slightly awkward. After tasting it for a while, he said sheepishly, "Uncle Wilson's taste in tea is quite peculiar. Honestly, I can't find anything particularly good or special about this tea. Why does he treat these leaves like a prized collection? Where did he even get this tea?" At that moment, Charlie realized that Paul truly had a more refined palate for tea than his own father-in-law. The old man had been enjoying this tea for some time, becoming convinced of its quality with every cup. If Charlie hadn't intervened, he would have undoubtedly bought even more of it from that seller on WeChat. Charlie chuckled and said, "My father-in-law got this tea from a scammer on WeChat. He paid a lot for it, but it's really nothing special." Paul quickly grasped the situation. He nodded and replied, "I have some top-quality beautiful golden eyebrows tea leaves that I had someone purchase for me from the South region. I'll bring some for you and Uncle Wilson to try when I get the chance. It's genuinely good tea, picked and roasted by a master tea craftsman." Charlie thanked him politely, then added, "My father-in-law isn't well-versed in tea, but he enjoys it a lot. Even if you gift him the finest tea leaves, he won't notice the difference. It might be better for you to keep the tea and enjoy it yourself." In truth, Charlie realized he had never bought his father-in-law any quality tea himself. Wouldn't it feel odd for an outsider to present him with such high-quality leaves first? Paul didn't think much of it and was unaware of Charlie's thoughts. Suddenly, he remembered something Jacob had mentioned before entering the villa and asked, "Mr. Wade, I heard Uncle Wilson say that someone gifted you this villa because you helped them with some feng shui issues. Is that true?" Charlie smiled slightly and confirmed, "That's correct. It's not just about feng shui. I helped them resolve some significant problems they were facing by assessing their feng shui." Paul responded earnestly, "Mr. Wade, I've always had an interest in feng shui and have bought numerous books on the topic. Unfortunately, I've never met a good feng shui master who could guide me. My limited free time means my research has been quite superficial." He continued, "By the way, Mr. Wade, I'm about to officially open my new company in Oris Hill. Would you be willing to check the feng shui of my company's premises?" Feeling that Paul was polite and had a high emotional intelligence, Charlie smiled and replied, "When will your company officially open? I can make some time to come by and take a look at the feng shui beforehand." Paul was thrilled and quickly said, "That's wonderful. Thank you. My company is opening the day after tomorrow. Would you be able to come by tomorrow if you're free?" "Yes, I can do that," Charlie confirmed. In the kitchen at that moment, Matilda donned her apron, ready to begin preparing the ingredients for a special meal, with Jacob by her side to lend a helping hand. Jacob stood nearby, doing his utmost to assist her with diligence and care. He had long envisioned this day, the day he could finally cook a hearty dinner alongside his cherished Matilda. After more than 20 years, he was astounded that his dream was finally becoming a reality. Matilda, too, felt a wave of emotions wash over her. Having spent over 2 decades in the United States with her husband, she and Jacob often cooked together, but this experience felt uniquely special. With him beside her, she sensed an endless intimacy that filled her with joy. The thought of cooking for him and sharing this time in the kitchen brought her immense happiness. As they worked side by side, their bodies inevitably brushed against one another, creating moments of accidental contact. Each time their hands grazed, their cheeks flushed with warmth. After all, they shared a rich history, they were each other's first love, having given their hearts and innocence to one another. Even after so many years, the memories of their past surged to the forefront whenever they were together. There was an undeniable chemistry between them, a magnetic pull that echoed the attraction that draws lovers together. As Jacob assisted Matilda, he often felt an overwhelming urge to pull her into his arms and hold her tightly. Yet each time, his shyness would take over, quelling his impulse. Matilda, typically adept at managing household tasks, felt a bit out of sorts today. With her first love so close, she found it hard to concentrate on her cooking. While chopping and preparing ingredients, she almost cut herself on more than one occasion, distracted by Jacob's presence. Jacob, too, struggled to focus. Instead of concentrating on washing vegetables, his thoughts were entirely consumed by Matilda. In that moment, he began to question their decision to move into the villa at Thompson first. If they were still in the cozy kitchen of his old house, their bodies would naturally be closer as they worked together to prepare dinner. However, the spacious kitchen in the villa allowed for ample room, making it easy for them to work without much interaction. This meant Jacob had to come up with creative reasons to get closer to Matilda. He wrestled with his feelings for a long time, unable to summon the courage to embrace her. Each time he found the bravery to act, his shyness would resurface, causing him to retreat. Then, as Matilda began to add shrimp to the pan for her stir-fried dish, Jacob finally gathered his courage. He wrapped his arms around her from behind and, with a nervous excitement, whispered, "Matilda, I've missed you so much over these last 20 years." Matilda felt her body tense when Jacob approached and suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. For over 20 years, she had secretly wished for this moment, to be embraced tightly by Jacob, the only man she had ever truly loved. Now, her first love from all those years ago held her close, his hands securely resting on her waist. In that instant, Matilda was flooded with emotions reminiscent of their youth. As her feelings surged, she instinctively placed her hand over his. But as soon as she did, a wave of realization hit her, this was not right. Panic set in, and she quickly pulled away from Jacob's embrace, smoothing her hair as she spoke awkwardly, Jacob, we can't do this. You're still married, and I can't betray Elaine. Jacob, visibly agitated, responded, she's the one who broke your trust and let you down. When we were together, Elaine knew about our strong bond. She was fully aware that I was your boyfriend, yet she took advantage of me when I was vulnerable. If she hadn't acted so shamelessly, we could have still been together. After a brief sigh, Matilda replied, while it's true that Elaine made mistakes, I was the one who chose to let you go. I decided to give you to her, and now I can't betray her. I shouldn't do anything that would hurt her. It's a matter of principle. I don't want to become just like her. Jacob argued passionately, that woman destroyed our relationship and the happiness we could have shared. Do you really think principles matter when it comes to someone as despicable as her? With determination, Matilda responded, I understand that Elaine plotted everything that happened. I know she's a villain, but I refuse to sink to her level just because I've been hurt. Looking Jacob in the eye, she continued, no matter what, you are still Elaine's husband. We can meet and share meals like friends, but starting a romantic relationship isn't an option. Tears welled up in Jacob's eyes as he looked at Matilda, his voice trembling as he asked, does that mean we can never be together again? After so many years apart, can't we try to make up for lost time? Don't you have any regrets? Matilda's face fell, her heart heavy. Of course I want that. If I didn't, I wouldn't have left the United States to return to Oris Hill. But I believe that a gentleman should handle love and finances wisely. Maybe there will be a chance for us after your divorce from Elaine. Without hesitation, Jacob exclaimed, then I'll divorce her right away. Matilda replied firmly, Jacob, please don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that if you divorce Elaine, we'll automatically be together. Nervously, Jacob asked, Matilda, what do you mean? I don't get what you're saying. Don't you want to be with me? With sincerity, Matilda explained, Jacob, we haven't seen each other in years. How can we just jump back into a relationship? It's not that simple. Continuing with her serious tone, she added, when we first fell in love, we were just students, spending our days in school, surrounded by classmates. We never had the chance to be alone together. Now that we're older, love feels different. At our age, we need to think not only about our feelings but also about our children and how they would perceive our relationship. We can't approach this decision as if we're still teenagers. It's essential that we think carefully and consider all aspects before arriving at a mature conclusion. Jacob quickly responded, I can't accept what you just said. I know, deep down, you still have feelings for me, and I feel the same way. Since we still care for each other, why can't we face this challenge together? With determination, Jacob pressed on, Matilda, I need you to be honest with me. Do you still have feelings for me? Matilda felt a rush of embarrassment as she replied, how can you expect me to answer that? We shared a profound love and had a wonderful relationship back in the day. We were each other's first loves, and we've been fooling ourselves for over 20 years. She continued, I've already expressed how I feel about this. We can't make decisions about our relationship based solely on our emotions. Jacob's expression turned pained as he cried harder, resembling a hurt child who had endured many grievances. He had carried the weight of emotional turmoil for years, which made Matilda's return feel like a breath of fresh air. Seeing Matilda again made him realize how challenging his life had been for the past 2 decades. He was determined not to continue living that way. Matilda's heart ached when she saw Jacob crying like a little boy. She approached him and gently wiped away his tears with her sleeve. Jacob, I know you've suffered so much over the years. If only we could turn back time. If we could go back to the day before our graduation ceremony, even if I learned about your relationship with Elaine, I would never have given you up. With a heavy sigh, Matilda added, sadly, that's all in the past now. Time cannot be reversed, and in an instant, we've both entered middle age, having lived nearly half a century. Jacob grasped her hands tightly, excitement sparkling in his eyes. Matilda! It's precisely because we can't turn back time that we shouldn't waste any more of it. We must seize every moment to enjoy the rest of our lives together. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jacob knelt on one knee and declared, Matilda, I want to be with you. Seeing Jacob kneel, Matilda felt a rush of panic and quickly tried to pull him back up. "Oh, Jacob! What are you doing? Please stand up." Jacob insisted, "If you won't agree to go out with me, then I'll stay here on my knees until you promise to be with me." Matilda glanced nervously at the kitchen door. "Jacob, please get up. What will we say if the kids walk in and see this?" Jacob responded earnestly, "If Paul walks in and sees us, I'll tell him that I'm deeply in love with his mother. I'll explain that I want to be with you and hope for his blessing. If Clare comes in, I'll tell her that I love you and want to divorce her mother so that I can finally be with you again." Jacob became visibly emotional while discussing this topic. He looked deeply into Matilda's eyes before expressing with heartfelt sincerity, "Matilda, I'm not kidding around. Everything I'm saying comes straight from my heart. Since you left me over 20 years ago, I haven't known happiness, not even for a single day. We're both getting older, why can't we set aside our reservations and focus on reigniting our love?" Matilda let out a soft sigh before responding, "Jacob, I've thought about what you just said too. Honestly, I have similar feelings and thoughts in my heart. However, our circumstances are very different now. The one thing I despise the most is being a third party. I don't want to be involved in anyone's relationship. That's why we shouldn't rush into anything. Give me some time, and I'll give you the same to think about us." Jacob quickly asked, "So, would you consider being with me once I divorce Elaine?" Matilda gazed into Jacob's eyes, her own bright and beautiful despite the fine lines around them. She said earnestly, "Jacob, I'll admit that one of the main reasons I returned to China was to see you again. I hoped we could revive our love." However, Matilda shifted the conversation, stating, "But we're not young anymore. We need to think carefully before we act. I can't answer your question about us getting back together until you are truly single. Only then can we explore our relationship and get to know each other better." Without hesitation, Jacob declared, I'm absolutely willing to be with you." Matilda responded seriously, "Jacob, I hope you also take a serious look at your marriage with Elaine. Reflect on whether any love remains between you two. If there is still affection, then I will be happy for you both. But if those feelings are gone, you need to clarify things with her as soon as possible. I know you well, if you don't confront this, you'll continue to suffer." Matilda was already a successful woman in life, but the one thing she had yet to achieve was her true love. That's why she had always held an obsession for Jacob. It's common for people to have someone or something they are deeply attached to in life. If they possess that person or object, they often feel fulfilled. But if they don't, they might carry regret throughout their lives. When Matilda returned to China, her main goal was simple: to reclaim the unforgettable love and relationship she had lost long ago. Jacob quickly said, "Matilda, as long as you don't reject me and are willing to be with me, I will definitely divorce Elaine." Matilda sighed softly and replied, "It doesn't matter whether you were intimate with Elaine on purpose or by accident. The fact is you've broken my trust and our relationship. If you truly want to make amends, I would be open to giving you that chance." As memories of the past flooded back, Jacob stood up and enveloped Matilda in a tight embrace. Holding her close, he said, "Matilda, I've regretted everything that happened for over 20 years. I refuse to live with regrets again. You must wait for me this time." Matilda nodded gently, whispering, "Okay, Jacob. I'll wait for you, but you can't hold me like this anymore. What we're doing feels wrong." Jacob replied stubbornly, "I don't care if it's right or wrong, I just want to hold you now." Matilda tried to break free from Jacob's grasp. Though she loved being in his arms, she had always lived by her principles and couldn't accept acting improperly with a married man. Panic set in as she said, "Jacob, please let go of me. We shouldn't be doing this. I still need to cook." Jacob countered, "I love you, and I know you love me too. So why shouldn't we embrace this moment? What's wrong with that?" After saying this, Jacob bravely leaned in to kiss Matilda. Matilda quickly dodged him, exclaiming, "Jacob, did I say all of that for nothing?" As their conversation flowed, an unexpected burning smell wafted through the kitchen. Matilda gasped, "Oh no. My stir-fried shrimp. In a flurry, she shoved Jacob aside, her cheeks flushed as she dashed to the stove. Peering into the pan, she cried out, "It's too late. It's all burnt. Quick! Turn off the burner," Jacob urged. "Otherwise, it'll char even more." With urgency, Matilda switched off the gas. By now, the shrimp was utterly ruined. She sighed in despair, "This is all your fault. That was my signature dish, and now it's completely ruined." Feeling guilty and awkward, Jacob quickly suggested, "How about I run out and grab you another bag of shrimp?" Meanwhile, Charlie and Paul, who were sipping tea outside, caught a whiff of the burning odor. Charlie instinctively asked, "Do you think they've burnt something?" Paul frowned and replied, "My mom is a skilled cook. I doubt she'd let something like that happen." Standing up, Charlie said, "Paul, stay here and relax. I'll check on them, just in case." "I'm coming with you," Paul insisted, eager to help. Before Paul could rise, Charlie gently placed a hand on his arm, smiling as he said, "Please, just enjoy your tea. I'll handle this alone." As Charlie walked toward the kitchen, he pondered if Paul's mother and his father-in-law were engaged in something inappropriate while cooking. If they were, it would be quite embarrassing for Paul to walk in unexpectedly. For Charlie, however, it was a different story. He had no blood ties to either Paul's mother or his father-in-law, which meant he could simply enjoy the spectacle. Oblivious to Charlie's thoughts, Paul let him go ahead and enter the kitchen alone. Upon reaching the kitchen, Charlie opened the door and peeked inside. To his surprise, he found the two of them busy cleaning up the charred remnants of the dish. They were dressed neatly, showing no signs of any mischief. Charlie felt a twinge of disappointment. His hopes of witnessing an amusing scene were dashed. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that both his father-in-law and Matilda had flushed faces, suggesting they might have just shared a moment of intimacy. Feigning shock, Charlie asked, "Dad, Aunt Matilda, did you burn something? Are you both okay?" Jacob quickly responded, "We're fine. Nothing to worry about. We just accidentally burnt a dish, and we're sorting it out now." Charlie couldn't help but think it was unlikely for a dish to burn with two people watching over it, leading him to suspect there was more to the story. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jacob suggested, "Charlie, why don't you go back outside and enjoy your tea with Paul? Aunt Matilda and I can manage this ourselves." The two initial lovers put in a lot of effort in the kitchen, and after over an hour of hard work, they emerged with a table brimming with delicious dishes. Jacob stepped outside and announced to Charlie and Paul, "Get ready. Dinner will be served soon." Then, Jacob turned to Paul and asked, "By the way, Paul, how about having a drink or two with me tonight?" Paul smiled faintly as he retrieved a gift box from his bag. "Uncle Wilson," he said, "I've brought along 2 bottles of 30-year-old Kwaichow Matai liquor. But this isn't just any Matai, it's an exported version from over 20 years ago. This liquor made its way to the United States and has been preserved by collectors ever since. Each bottle weighs around 2 kilograms." Jacob was taken aback and exclaimed, 30 years of aging, plus over 20 years since it was exported? That means it's been over 50 years now." "That's right," Paul replied with a smile. "It's probably around 56 years old now." Jacob sighed, saying, "This liquor is incredibly valuable. It would be a shame for you to give it to me. You should really keep it for yourself." Paul quickly responded, "Uncle Wilson, there's no need to be overly polite. I actually brought this as a gift for you. If you're up for it, we can open a bottle and enjoy it together tonight. If not, we can always choose another drink." Hearing Paul's offer, Jacob smiled and said, "Thank you. In that case, let's open a bottle tonight." Then, Jacob turned to Charlie and said, "Charlie, could you please go upstairs and invite Clare down for dinner?" Charlie nodded and replied, "Sure, I'll go get her right now." With that, Charlie stood up and made his way upstairs. Upon reaching their bedroom, he found Clare lying on the bed with her back to the door. He called out, "My dear wife, it's time for dinner." Just as Charlie was about to step into the room, Clare said, "Oh, don't come in just yet." Immediately, Clare stood up, still facing away from Charlie, and pretended to wipe tears from her eyes. Concerned, Charlie hurried over to her. Upon seeing her red and swollen eyes, he asked, "Wife, why are you crying again?" Clare shook her head and insisted, "I'm not crying. My eyes are just a bit uncomfortable." Charlie felt a pang of distress. "Why do you insist on lying to me? Your eyes are so red and swollen, how can you say you're not crying?" Then, he gently asked, "Is it about Mom?" Clare fell silent for a moment before sighing and saying, "It's been over 30 hours, and there's still no news about Mom. I'm really scared that something terrible has happened to her." As she spoke, Clare couldn't hold back her tears any longer, sobbing, "And with something this serious happening at home, I thought Dad would feel the same way I do. But I truly didn't expect him to." Unable to finish her thought, Clare broke down, overwhelmed with anger and grief, and began to cry loudly. Charlie quickly wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back as he comforted her, "My dear wife, please stop crying. Mom is going to be fine. Don't worry. I assure you, she's all right." Clare sobbed and questioned, "How can you assure me of anything? You don't even know where my mom is or what she might be going through. She could be in danger." Charlie replied earnestly, "Don't worry, Clare. Since I've made you a promise, I won't let anything happen to her. I'll enlist the help of some very capable friends to figure this out, okay?" Clare looked at him anxiously and asked, "Are you serious? Will your friends really be willing to help you?" Charlie smiled reassuringly before saying, "Don't worry. I'll give it my all and reach out to them for help. Who knows? Someone might be willing to assist me. They have more power and capability than we do, so their connections could be invaluable. Maybe they can help figure out what happened to Mom." Clare let out a sigh of relief, gratitude evident in her voice as she replied, "Charlie, thank you so much for everything." With a warm smile, Charlie responded, "Silly girl. I'm your husband, you don't need to be so formal with me." As he spoke, Charlie gently patted her shoulder and continued, "Let's have dinner first, okay? Afterward, I'll reach out to some of my friends to see if they're willing to help. If they're not, I'll plead with them. No matter what it takes, I promise to bring Mom back home safely." Clare nodded enthusiastically, feeling comforted and relieved by his words. Previously, Clare had felt isolated in her concern for her mother's disappearance, but with Charlie's unwavering support, she felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Charlie couldn't help but feel a deep sense of empathy for Clare. He could see how much she had been struggling with the worry over Elaine's absence. He feared that if he didn't bring Elaine home soon, something terrible might happen to Clare before Elaine could even face any serious issues in the detention center. Thus, he resolved to put his plan into action the following day. He had already devised a strategy to ensure Elaine's release from the detention center by the day after tomorrow. After comforting Clare, Charlie led her downstairs to the dining room. In the dining room, Jacob and Matilda had prepared an impressive spread of dishes. At that moment, Paul stood nearby, opening a bottle of precious Kwaichow Matai aged liquor. When he noticed Charlie and Clare coming down the stairs, he quickly asked, "Mr. Wade, would you like to share a drink with me?" Charlie offered a slight smile as he replied, "Sure, I'll join you for a drink or two tonight." Clare, however, leaned in to remind him softly, "Aren't you planning to look for your friends after dinner? You shouldn't drink too much now, or you won't be able to drive later." Charlie smiled back, reassuring her, "It's fine, I'll take a cab after I drink." Since this is Paul's first visit to our home as a guest, it would be impolite not to share a drink with him. Clare considered his words and nodded slightly, saying, "All right, as long as you won't be drinking and driving." Just then, Jacob emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot of minced beef soup, placing it on the dining table. Spotting Clare, he smiled and said, "Oh, Clare. You must try all the dishes Aunt Matilda has prepared. I sneaked a taste of a few, and I can tell you, her cooking is absolutely fantastic." However, Clare felt no appetite at all, especially since the meal was prepared by her mother's former love rival. Reluctantly, she sat down at the dining table to be polite for her father's sake. At that moment, Matilda stepped out of the kitchen, taking off her apron and carrying bowls and chopsticks. She smiled as she saw Charlie and Clare at the table, saying, "I apologize for making you wait so long for dinner." Then, looking at Charlie and Clare, she added, "You must be hungry by now. Why don't you pick up your chopsticks and try some of the dishes I made?" The dining table was adorned with an array of home-cooked dishes from South Haven, all lovingly prepared by Matilda. There was steamed fish in vinegar sauce, braised shrimp, braised pork belly, stewed fish head with bean curd, sautéed eel, and more. The presentation of these dishes was truly remarkable, resembling those crafted by professional chefs at restaurants. Matilda felt a twinge of regret as she mentioned, "There was supposed to be another stir-fried shrimp dish, which is my specialty, but we got so caught up in the kitchen that it burned. I'll have to make it for you another time." As she recalled the stir-fried shrimp, Matilda's thoughts drifted to the moment when Jacob had unexpectedly hugged her in the kitchen, causing a blush to creep onto her cheeks. Charlie felt his appetite surge the moment he laid eyes on the spread Matilda had prepared. Yet, out of courtesy, he refrained from diving into the dishes right away. Instead, he reached for a bottle of liquor and poured several glasses for everyone. Holding his wine glass, he beamed and said, "Aunt Matilda and Paul, welcome back to China and Oris Hill. It's truly a pleasure to have you as our guests. Let's raise a toast together today." Jacob chimed in eagerly, "Absolutely. Let's enjoy a drink together." Matilda lifted her glass and expressed her gratitude, saying, "I truly appreciate your kindness and hospitality toward my son and me. I never expected to share a home-cooked meal at my old classmate's house on my first day back in Oris Hill. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity." Jacob smiled warmly and replied, "Matilda, we've been friends for so many years. There's no need for such formality over something as simple as this." He continued, "Besides, all these delicious dishes on the table tonight are thanks to you. You did all the cooking, and I feel a bit embarrassed that my old classmate took on the task of preparing dinner for everyone while she's a guest." Matilda chuckled and said, "Why should you feel embarrassed? We already agreed that I would cook for everyone tonight." Charlie interjected with a smile, "Come on, let's raise our glasses and toast together." As everyone lifted their glasses, the three men downed their drinks, while the two women took a modest sip from their wine glasses. Clare's expression was slightly frosty, but it was understandable. She had made a genuine effort to be welcoming toward Matilda. Matilda recognized that Clare might have some reservations about her. In an effort to bridge the gap, she smiled and suggested, "Clare, why don't you try the braised shrimp I made? I'd love to know if you enjoy it." With that, Matilda picked up a shrimp and placed it in Clare's bowl. Clare felt a bit awkward. After all, this was the woman who had been her father's first love, now serving her food in her own home. It felt unusual to her. Nevertheless, she nodded graciously and replied softly, "Thank you, Aunt Matilda." Clare then took a bite of the braised shrimp. To her surprise, the flavor was extraordinary. She had never tasted such delicious braised shrimp before, despite having eaten it many times in the past. Matilda's shrimp was a perfect blend of sweetness, saltiness, and aroma. Clare thought to herself, even the finest restaurant wouldn't be able to match the flavor of Matilda's cooking. She was genuinely impressed. Aunt Matilda was indeed remarkable. Not only was she stunning and had a wonderful demeanor, but her culinary skills were exceptional as well. At that moment, Clare couldn't help but think back to the meals her mother had prepared over the years. There was only one word to describe her cooking: terrible. The contrast between Matilda's talents and her mother's was stark. What was even more frustrating was that her mother had never tried to improve her cooking, which still tasted the same as it had 2 decades ago. After Clare married Charlie, Elaine shifted the cooking responsibilities onto her. Fortunately, life improved for the family after that. While Charlie's cooking was decent, it still paled in comparison to Matilda's culinary expertise. At that moment, Matilda served Clare some steamed fish drizzled with vinegar sauce, smiling as she said, "Clare, why don't you give the fish a try? This is one of my special dishes, although I haven't made it in a while, so I hope it suits your taste." Clare noticed Matilda's enthusiasm as she placed the fish in her bowl. To avoid hurting her feelings, Clare nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you, Aunt Matilda, but you don't have to keep serving me. You should eat first." Matilda nodded, still smiling, and said, "All right then. Just make sure you eat plenty today. If you can't reach any dishes, ask Charlie to help you out." Clare agreed immediately. She then sampled the fish Matilda had prepared and was taken aback by the delightful flavor. Matilda's cooking was truly exceptional. The fish was tender, flavorful, and aromatic. Jacob was equally astonished. He had never tasted such delicious home-cooked food in his entire life. There was a profound difference between enjoying a meal at home and dining out at a restaurant. There was a comforting warmth that came with home-cooked meals, a feeling that lingered long after the last bite. This was why the saying exists, to win a man's heart, first fill his stomach. At that moment, Jacob felt utterly captivated by Matilda's culinary skills. He looked at Paul with envy and remarked, "You're really lucky, Paul. Your mother's cooking is simply incredible." Paul smiled and replied earnestly, "Uncle Wilson, it all depends on your perspective. For example, when I was in college, I suffered because my mother wasn't there to cook for me. Everything I ate seemed bland and unappetizing. Later, I had to travel a lot for work, frequently flying back and forth to the United States, which meant I rarely got to enjoy my mother's cooking. I've become so accustomed to her flavors that I find it difficult to enjoy eating out." That's a painful realization too. Jacob sighed and said, "That's true. It's easy for someone to shift from a modest lifestyle to a luxurious one, but it's hard to go from luxury back to frugality. Your mother's cooking is genuinely delicious. If I were you, I'd lose interest in any food outside." Upon hearing the underlying message in her father's words, Clare felt a bit discontented. She raised her wine glass and said, "Aunt Matilda, let me toast to you. It must have been quite a journey for you to return from the United States, and I want to warmly welcome you back home." Matilda quickly picked up her wine glass, smiling as she replied, "Thank you, Clare. Let's enjoy this drink together." Clare clinked her glass gently with Matilda's. She then sighed and said, "It's such a pity that my mother isn't here right now. She's spoken about you for so many years, and she would be thrilled to know you're back in Oris Hill." At the mention of Elaine, both Jacob and Matilda's expressions shifted noticeably. They understood that Clare was intentionally bringing up Elaine to remind them that this was her mother's family home. Even in her absence, Elaine remained the heart of the household. Matilda felt a bit embarrassed and smiled awkwardly as she replied, "I haven't seen your mother in ages, and I really want to catch up with her." Then, turning to Jacob, Matilda asked, "By the way, where is Elaine? Why isn't she here?" Jacob quickly responded, "She's been visiting her mother for the past few days. She'll be back soon." Everyone truly relished the meal tonight, thanks to Matilda's exceptional cooking skills. Even though Clare felt a bit repulsed by Matilda and was somewhat dissatisfied with her, she couldn't resist the allure of Matilda's delicious dishes. Typically, Clare was mindful of her diet, but tonight was different. She ended up eating 3 times her usual portion. The same could be said for Charlie and his father-in-law, Jacob. Both indulged in the feast and nearly polished off everything on the table. After finishing his meal, Jacob discreetly slipped his hand under the table to loosen his belt, seeking relief for his overstuffed stomach. Meanwhile, Jacob couldn't help but think, Matilda is truly the epitome of perfection in every way. How wonderful it would be if I could leave Elaine and be with Matilda instead. That would be like ascending from the depths of hell to paradise. Charlie shared similar thoughts, imagining how ideal it would be if his father-in-law ended up with Matilda. Such a scenario would undoubtedly lead to a more comfortable life for him in the future. If Matilda were his mother-in-law, he would have no complaints whatsoever. Her incredible cooking skills would mean he wouldn't need to step into the kitchen ever again as a step-mother-in-law. It was unfortunate that he couldn't just wish Elaine away. Later, he needed to meet with Isaac to discuss how they could facilitate Elaine's release from the detention center. Once dinner concluded, Matilda took the lead in cleaning up the dining room and kitchen. Charlie quickly offered to help, but she politely declined, insisting that it was a woman's role to handle the kitchen duties. After finishing the cleanup, Matilda remarked, "It's getting late. Paul and I won't impose on you any longer. Thank you for your wonderful hospitality, we truly enjoyed the meal." Jacob quickly responded, "Oh, Matilda. We should be the ones thanking you. Your delicious home-cooked South Haven dishes were a treat. It feels like a wish I made over 20 years ago has finally come true. Matilda smiled and nodded slightly. This had been her wish for many years as well, but it wouldn't be appropriate to express that in front of Clare. Instead, she simply replied, "All right then. We won't intrude on you and your family any further. We'll take our leave now." Jacob inquired, "How did you both arrive here?" Matilda explained, "Paul drove us today, but we parked our car outside the villa community." Jacob responded, "Oh, will Paul be able to drive after drinking?" Matilda smiled and replied, "He can't drive, but I can. I didn't drink much." "Ah, right." Jacob chuckled. "I completely forgot about that. Let me walk you both to your car." Without waiting for Matilda's response, Jacob opened the door and stepped outside, gesturing for her to follow. Grateful, Matilda said, "Thank you, Jacob." Charlie and Clare accompanied them to the gate, exchanging polite farewells as Jacob escorted Matilda and her son to their vehicle. Once everyone had departed, Clare shut the door and turned to Charlie, asking, "It's clear that there are feelings between Aunt Matilda and my dad. Do you think my dad might cheat?" Charlie responded earnestly, "I truly believe Aunt Matilda isn't that type of person. She sticks to her principles. Even if she has feelings for Dad, she would wait until he and Mom are officially divorced before pursuing anything with him." Clare shot back angrily, "What are you talking about? Why would Dad ever divorce Mom?" Understanding that Clare wouldn't easily accept this possibility, Charlie decided not to delve deeper into the topic. Glancing at his watch, he suggested, "My dear wife, you should stay home and rest tonight. Don't go looking for your mother anymore. I'll reach out to some friends and see if they can help." Clare gave a slight nod before asking, "Do you want me to come with you?" Charlie quickly replied, "No, it's fine. I'll just take a cab and look for them myself. You've been worried about Mom for the last couple of days, so please go back to your room and rest." With a sigh, Clare agreed, "All right. I won't go with you. Just remember to call me if you have any updates." Charlie assured her and opened the door, saying, "Okay, I'm heading out now." After bidding farewell to Clare, Charlie left the villa at Thompson First and made his way to the entrance of the community, where his father-in-law, Jacob, had just seen off Matilda and her son. Noticing Charlie's departure, Jacob quickly asked, "Charlie, are you really going out at this late hour?" Charlie nodded slightly in response. "I'm going to ask some friends if they have any leads on Mom's whereabouts." Jacob's expression shifted to one of panic as he anxiously grabbed Charlie's arm. "Who are you going to see? Are you planning to ask Don Albert for help or Miss Moore?" Charlie explained, "I'll be reaching out to various friends since they have connections in Orris Hill. Maybe we can uncover something about Mom." "Oh," Jacob sighed, clutching his chest with a heartbroken look. "My dear son-in-law, must we be so frantic? Can't we take a step back and just relax? We've hardly had peace these past 2 days. Do you really want to disrupt that?" Charlie understood Jacob's feelings. He knew that his father-in-law was reluctant for his mother-in-law to return home, especially since he had just rekindled a relationship with his first love and was hoping for its continuation. The last person Jacob wanted to see right now was Elaine. However, to Charlie, his wife's happiness outweighed Jacob's. He looked at Jacob and said, "I'm sorry, Dad. Clare has been in a terrible mood lately, and I worry that if we don't find Mom soon, it could lead to something bad for her. I need to bring Mom home as quickly as possible." Jacob's face twisted with concern as he insisted, "Charlie, Clare is an adult. She should be able to handle crises. Can't you just let her wait a couple more days? Please, I'm begging you." With a slight smile, Charlie reassured him, "Dad, there's no need to worry so much. Even if I ask my friends for help, we might not find Mom immediately." Jacob exclaimed, "How can I not worry? Don Albert and Miss Moore are incredibly capable in Orris Hill. If you reach out to them, they could probably find her and bring your mom home tonight." Seeing the desperation in Jacob's expression, Charlie replied, "Dad, we shouldn't focus solely on the outcome we hope for. Instead of worrying about whether Mom will come home in a few days or not at all, let's hope she returns soon. He continued, once she's back, you can have a proper conversation with her and finalize the divorce. That way, you can pursue your own happiness without any concerns. Charlie's words jolted the old man awake in an instant. At that moment, he realized that avoiding the issue was not the answer. The best course of action was to confront the situation head-on and seek a resolution. If he truly wanted to establish a proper relationship with Matilda, the only path forward was to divorce Elaine. He understood that he could only marry Matilda and make her his official wife after he had divorced Elaine. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jacob felt a sense of relief and promptly told Charlie, "All right, I get it now. You should go find your friends. I'll start looking into the divorce procedures and will speak to your mother about it as soon as she returns home." After saying goodbye to his father-in-law, Charlie hopped into a cab and headed to Shangriila. Isaac was already there, waiting patiently for him. The lobby manager greeted Charlie with respect and escorted him to Isaac's office. As soon as Charlie closed the office door behind him, Isaac expressed, "Young master, I apologize for making you come all the way here just to see me." Charlie waved his hand dismissively and replied, "It's much better for me to come here to discuss this matter. If you had come to my house, it would have been difficult for me to explain everything to my family." He then inquired, "So, how is my mother-in-law doing in the detention center after trying to steal $20 billion from me?" "She's not doing well at all," Isaac quickly responded. "I've heard that she has become quite unpopular among the other inmates. She hasn't eaten anything since she was locked up." Charlie nodded slightly, his expression indifferent. "She brought this upon herself. She can't blame anyone else for her predicament." Isaac replied earnestly, "Young master, I never expected to encounter someone so bold. She wasn't even concerned about transferring $20 billion into her own account. It's astonishing that she didn't stop to think about the implications of having such a large sum in her possession." Charlie smiled and remarked, "My mother-in-law is obsessed with money above all else. She was the other woman in my father-in-law's previous relationship, only getting involved because he was relatively well off at the time. Little did she know that once she married into his family, their financial situation would take a turn for the worse. She has spent her entire life chasing after wealth, yet she has never truly attained it. I can only imagine how distressed she must feel now." Isaac suggested, "Young master, I believe it's best to continue teaching her a lesson. You should keep her in the detention center for at least 3 to 5 years to ensure she truly understands the gravity of her actions. Are you really considering letting her go after just 2 days?" Charlie nodded. "The only reason I'm thinking of releasing her is out of concern for my wife. However, if my mother-in-law doesn't change her ways and live honestly after her release, I will certainly find other methods to ensure she learns her lesson." He continued, "By the way, make arrangements for someone to go to the police station to interrogate her tomorrow. Follow the plan I laid out and gather all the necessary actors and props for a convincing performance." Isaac responded promptly, "Yes, young master. Rest assured, I have everything prepared." Charlie replied casually, "I'm here today mainly to review the entire process with you once more. We need to ensure there are no errors tomorrow." Isaac nodded and said, "Young master, let's start organizing the plan right away." After Charlie completed the arrangements for the following day with Isaac, he took a cab home, moving at a leisurely pace without any sense of urgency. Meanwhile, at the Oris Hill Detention Center, Elaine was trapped in a waking nightmare. Since her imprisonment, she had endured relentless beatings and various forms of torment. Lady Wilson not only drenched her with a bucket of water but had also deprived her of food for 2 consecutive days and nights. At this point, Elaine felt like she was on the brink of collapse. She was battling a severe cold accompanied by a high fever. The fever made her feel as though she was burning from the inside out, and she feared she might faint. Despite her condition, she was not permitted to lie on her bed. Instead, she could only curl up in a corner of the cell, shivering in the cold. Elaine was acutely aware of her intense cold, exacerbated by her fever, and she trembled uncontrollably. Realizing she might not survive much longer, she began to plead desperately, "Please, have mercy on me. Can I have a quilt? I am freezing and genuinely need warmth." Lady Wilson sneered and replied, who do you think you are? You really believe someone like you deserves to cover up with a quilt? Let me make this clear, you'll be sleeping in the toilet tonight. Wendy chimed in, saying, Grandma, I think she should also take a cold shower. Why don't we drag her into the bathroom and give her a cold bath tonight? Upon hearing this, Elaine's tears flowed freely as she cried out in despair, Mom, I can't endure this any longer. If you force me into a cold shower and make me sleep in the toilet, I truly believe I will die tonight. I'm begging you, please, have mercy on me and let me go. Lady Wilson retorted viciously, do you still think I would feel pity for you? I hope you die soon. Don't wait until tonight, just do it now. Elaine sobbed, Mom, any misunderstandings between us are just the typical conflicts between a mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law. I have endured your treatment for more than 20 years. Why do you continue to torture me? Even if you're upset with me for not letting you move into the villa, you shouldn't wish for my death, should you? After speaking, Elaine turned to Gina, pleading, Sister Gina, I understand that you despise an unfilial daughter-in-law. But the only crime I committed was preventing my mother-in-law from moving into the villa with us. My mother-in-law is simply trying to tarnish my reputation. I've been part of the Wilson family for over 20 years, and I've never laid a hand on her or raised my voice. Instead, I have been the one bullied and tormented. The worst I've done is mock her during the Wilson family's financial struggles. Yet, that's nothing compared to how she has treated me. You've seen how she has treated me these past 2 days, beating me, cursing me, and attempting to break my spirit, all because she wants me dead. As a rational person, can't you see who the real villain is here? If I were as wicked as she claims, do you think my mother-in-law would still be alive and well enough to torment me? Her vitality proves that I'm not the evil one, she is. By this point, Elaine was in tears, feeling deeply wronged and unjustly treated. When Lady Wilson saw Elaine daring to point fingers at her, she stormed over and slapped Elaine across the face in anger. Without hesitation, the old woman grasped Elaine's hair and slammed her face against the wall, shouting, You shameless wretch! How dare you try to create discord between me and my friends? Just wait and see if I'll kill you tonight. Upon hearing Elaine's tearful accusations, Gina suddenly grasped the validity of Elaine's claims. The elderly woman, Lady Wilson, continually accused Elaine of being an unfilial daughter-in-law, alleging that Elaine was scolding her, physically assaulting her, and preventing her from moving into the villa at Thompson First with her. However, Lady Wilson didn't appear to be a victim of long-term abuse. She looked physically and mentally robust, displaying a resilient spirit. Moreover, she was anything but fragile when she lashed out at Elaine. Thus, even if Elaine deserved some criticism for her lack of filial piety, Lady Wilson's animosity towards her seemed magnified many times over. As Gina witnessed the old lady continue to strike Elaine, she sensed something was amiss. She quickly interjected, Please stop hitting her, old lady. This seems a bit excessive. No matter the circumstances, there's no need to resort to violence like this, right? Elaine felt an immense wave of relief wash over her at Gina's words. Having spent the last 2 days confined in the detention center, it was clear to her that Gina was Lady Wilson's ally and source of support in this place. With Gina backing her, the old lady felt emboldened to scold, insult, and physically attack Elaine without fear. However, if Gina withdrew her support or began to empathize with Elaine, Lady Wilson would likely cease her attacks, allowing Elaine to have a more peaceful existence in the detention center. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Elaine continued to cry, pleading, Sister Gina, you're a reasonable person. You can see right through the old lady's intentions, she wants me gone. I haven't done anything to her. If you don't stand up for me, I might actually be beaten to death by this cruel, heartless old woman. Lady Wilson, feeling impatient, exclaimed, Gina, don't be taken in by this woman's lies. There's no truth to her words. In response, Gina stated, Is there truly no truth in what she's saying? I may not know either of you well, but I'm not blind. It's clear that you're quite healthy for your age and haven't shown any signs of injury or mistreatment. So why are you treating her this way? Why such a desire for her demise? Lady Wilson was taken aback for a moment. She suddenly recognized that perhaps she had indeed gone too far. Even though she still harbored significant resentment, her actions had begun to sway Gina's perception. Gina was starting to see her behavior as excessive. If Lady Wilson didn't address this situation, Gina's sympathy would surely tilt towards Elaine, creating an unfavorable outcome for her. As this realization struck her, Lady Wilson burst into tears and pointed an accusatory finger at Elaine, lamenting, "Gina, don't let this wicked woman deceive you." With her voice trembling with anger, Lady Wilson continued, "Do you think she's a good person just because she hasn't physically harmed me? Do you have any idea what she's done to my family? There was a time when my son had a wonderful girlfriend, his first love. She was the epitome of the perfect daughter-in-law, beautiful, elegant, and far superior to this shameless woman. My son was set to marry her right after their graduation, but just before that momentous day, something terrible happened." Gina, surprised, asked, "What happened?" Lady Wilson angrily gestured toward Elaine, saying, "This shameless woman took advantage of my son when he was intoxicated, sleeping with him, and then shamelessly informed his girlfriend about it. Heartbroken, my son's girlfriend ended their relationship and fled abroad. As a result, my son was coerced into marrying this deceitful woman whom he never loved. It's been over 20 years, and he has not experienced a single day of happiness. All of my son's misery and unfortunate marriage can be traced back to this shameless woman. She's the one who destroyed my son's life. Do you really think that by hitting her a few times, I can compensate for my son's lost happiness?" The entire cell was taken aback. No one had anticipated that Elaine could commit such a disgraceful act in the past. What do women despise the most? A cheating partner and the other woman involved. Lady Wilson's words reignited a wave of hatred and disgust toward Elaine among the inmates. The chorus of scorn began. This vile and shameless woman had the audacity to do something so disgraceful at such a young age. Unbelievable. Exactly. What kind of decent woman would engage with a man who's already drunk? She's nothing but a shameless hussy. She's truly revolting. The only way to teach a shameless vixen like her a lesson is through a good beating." Seeing the inmates rally against Elaine, Lady Wilson felt a sense of satisfaction. A thought crossed her mind, "Elaine, that wretched *tch. Is she trying to create discord among us at this moment? I'll make sure she suffers." With tears in her eyes, Lady Wilson continued, "Do you know what's even more appalling? This disgraceful woman was actually roommates with my son's girlfriend. They shared a dorm and were best friends. But then, she betrayed her best friend and engaged in such a treacherous act. She slept with her best friend's boyfriend. Not only did she try to steal her best friend's partner and ruin their relationship, but she also caused her best friend to leave and move to the United States. I heard she hasn't returned to China in over 20 years, all because of this shameless woman." Lady Wilson's revelations instantly wiped away any sympathy the other inmates had begun to feel for Elaine. Hatred for Elaine took its place. Elaine felt herself spiraling into panic. She never expected the old woman to drag Matilda's situation into the conversation, completely obliterating any support she had garnered. What Elaine had done to Jacob and Matilda, a couple deeply in love, was an act of extreme malice that all women loathed. Consequently, the inmate's sympathy evaporated in an instant, replaced by an even greater animosity toward her. One woman sprang down from the upper bunk and approached Elaine in just a few strides. Removing her plastic slippers, she began to strike Elaine's face with them forcefully. "I'll beat you to a pulp, you shameless woman. My husband left me because of a vixen like you." A chorus of support erupted from the other women, with one shouting, "Great job. Teach this shameless hussy a lesson." Elaine could not help but scream in pain as two more women joined in, punching and kicking her. Lady Wilson watched the chaos unfold with a cold sneer on her face. "Elaine, if you think you can take me on with your pathetic skills, you're truly asking for trouble." Elaine never imagined she would face such brutal treatment, paying dearly for her past actions related to Matilda, especially after more than 2 decades had passed. Initially, she believed she could sway Gina to support her. However, she was blindsided when Lady Wilson undermined her efforts by resurrecting this long-buried issue. Instead of gaining ground, Elaine found herself sinking into a dark void. The women who violently attacked her all shared a painful history involving a third party disrupting their relationships. As they struck and kicked Elaine, they channeled their pent-up rage, showing her no mercy. The pain Elaine endured felt unbearable, as if she were on the brink of death. A few times, she teetered on the edge of shock, only to be jolted back to reality by the kicks and blows from the other inmates. Once the assault subsided, Lady Wilson declared, "I think we should take this shameless woman to the toilet so that she won't bother us anymore." "Absolutely," one inmate responded sharply, adding, "The old lady is right. We should just dump her in the toilet." The inmate then turned to her companion and said, "Come on. Let's each grab one of her legs and drag her straight to the toilet." "Okay," her partner agreed eagerly. They seized Elaine by her legs and began to haul her towards the toilet. Wendy quickly followed them. Upon seeing the other two toss Elaine into the toilet, she filled her washbasin with water and doused Elaine with it. With a smirk, Wendy taunted, "Elaine, you should give up on your fantasies. What did you think you could accomplish today? Do you really believe someone like you can stand up to Grandma?" The cold water shocked Elaine awake, causing her to tremble violently, consumed by regret. She realized she shouldn't have spoken out in front of Gina or tried to evoke sympathy from her. If she hadn't accused Lady Wilson, perhaps she wouldn't be in such a dire situation. What haunted Elaine the most was her reckless decision to steal her son-in-law Charlie's bank card. She never imagined Charlie would turn out to be a major international fraudster. If she hadn't taken his card, Charlie would likely have faced the consequences while she remained free. All of this turmoil stemmed from her inability to control her impulses, leading to this brutal ordeal. Regret engulfed her. That night, Elaine huddled in a corner of the toilet, clutching her legs, desperately trying to survive until dawn. She developed a high fever during the night, leaving her weak and exhausted. To make matters worse, she hadn't eaten anything in the past 48 hours. When the other inmates entered the toilet the next morning to wash up, Elaine was so depleted that she couldn't even lift her eyelids. One inmate went out to gather breakfast for their cell, which consisted of the same porridge and steamed buns as the previous day. As Gina and the other inmates enjoyed their meals, Gina noticed Elaine hadn't emerged from the toilet. She ordered one of the inmates, "Go check if that shameless woman is dead. If she's still alive, drag her out here." The inmate entered the toilet and found Elaine shivering in a corner. She stepped forward, grabbed Elaine by the hair, and began to drag her out. When Elaine was pulled from the toilet, Gina had already devoured most of Elaine's lunchbox. Having finished her steamed buns, Gina intentionally left about a third of the porridge. She looked at Elaine and teased, "You haven't eaten anything for 2 days and nights. You must be starving, right?" Elaine, lost in a daze, finally spoke up, "Sister Gina, please, I need some food. I really can't go on like this." With a sneer, Gina poured the remaining porridge from the lunchbox onto the ground. She then playfully tapped the mess with her toes, mocking Elaine as she said, "Want something to eat? Go ahead and lick it off the ground." Just the day before, when Gina had made the same request of Elaine, she had resisted vehemently. Elaine felt humiliated at the thought of kneeling down to perform such a degrading act for a mere meal. But now, her hunger overshadowed her pride. What did her dignity matter if it meant filling her empty stomach? Kneeling to lick porridge off the ground seemed a small price to pay. With determination, Elaine knelt and began to lick the cold porridge from the concrete floor without hesitation. Lady Wilson watched in shock as the scene unfolded before her. The thought of Elaine potentially facing 10 to 20 years behind bars filled her with a sense of excitement. As Elaine consumed the porridge bit by bit, she didn't mind that she was also swallowing sand. Survival was all that mattered. Just then, the prison guard opened the cell door and looked at Elaine coldly, saying, "Elaine, come with me. The police are ready to interrogate you." Those held in the detention center had not yet been sentenced, they were classified as suspects. It was standard procedure for suspects to be taken to the police station for further questioning. Upon hearing she was to be interrogated, Elaine felt no hesitation. She struggled to her feet and rushed towards the door, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with the guard, "Please, just take me away quickly." Unbeknownst to her, this interrogation was merely a facade orchestrated by her son-in-law, Charlie. The prison guard was taken aback by Elaine's pitiful condition. Her face and body bore wounds, and she had lost 2 of her front teeth. He quickly instructed her, "Come on, follow me. The police officers are waiting for you outside." The 2 police officers assigned to her case were the same ones who had brought her in just 2 days prior. They were momentarily stunned by Elaine's transformation in less than 48 hours. However, aware that someone had intervened to ensure they wouldn't press her too hard, they decided to overlook her condition and said, "Let's go. Our vehicle is ready outside." One officer produced a pair of handcuffs and approached Elaine, securing them around her wrists behind her back. As she followed the officers out, Elaine's anxiety bubbled over, and she asked nervously, "Officer, I've been wronged. Have you made any progress on my case? When will I be cleared? When can I go home?" Overwhelmed, she broke down in tears. The police officer responded, "You're implicated in an international fraud case, the largest ever recorded. You are our first suspect, and your arrest has marked a significant breakthrough in our investigation." He continued, "If you have any accomplices, it would be wise to confess now and provide us with their names. Cooperation could lead to a more lenient punishment for you." Trembling and weeping, Elaine cried out, "Officer, please believe me. I swear I knew nothing about this. You should be arresting my son-in-law. I can take you to him now. If you have any questions, he can answer them. You can even do whatever you want to him, I don't care. But don't mistake me for a criminal." After being taken to the police station, Elaine was swiftly escorted to an interrogation room. Several police officers entered and took a seat across from her. One of them asked, "Elaine, have you genuinely reflected on everything over the past 2 days? Are you prepared to confess to all your crimes?" Tears streamed down Elaine's face as she replied, "Officer, I've told you repeatedly that I've been wronged." The officer let out a cold snort and responded, "What? Do you honestly believe this is our first day interrogating suspects? If we can't capture any of your accomplices, we'll place the entire blame on you. In that case, you could face the death penalty for your crime." Hearing that she might be facing execution sent Elaine into a panic. She immediately pleaded, "Officer, I've explained many times that the card isn't mine." The officer smirked and asked, "Is your son-in-law named Charlie Wade?" Elaine quickly inquired, "Why? Have you investigated him? Did you catch him? Did you manage to extract any information from him? Did you torture him to get a confession?" At that moment, the officer pulled out a black card from his file and placed it in front of Elaine, asking, "Elaine, is this the bank card you used to withdraw money 2 days ago?" Elaine recognized the black card instantly. For the past 2 days, it had occupied her thoughts constantly. If it weren't for this card, would she have ended up as a prisoner, enduring so much suffering and abuse? She had a vivid memory of this card. With a pained expression, Elaine admitted, "Yes, that's the card. I took it from my son-in-law. He's the real culprit. You need to arrest him immediately and punish him for his crime." The officer sneered and then took out a paper bag. He opened it and poured its contents onto the table. Elaine gasped in surprise as a multitude of identical black cards spilled out, at least several hundred of them covering the table. "Did you find all of these in that bastard Charlie's possession?" she exclaimed. The officer replied, "To be honest, there's an international criminal organization forging these black bank cards. They operate with a high degree of professionalism and intelligence. They purchase personal information online and set the passwords of the forged cards to match the owner's birth dates. Then, they send these cards to unsuspecting individuals to trick them into checking their balances. Each of these hundreds of cards has a balance of $21.9 billion. Once a deceived person succumbs to greed and attempts to withdraw money from the card, they unwittingly become an accomplice to the international criminal group, helping to defraud the bank. Fortunately, you didn't manage to withdraw or transfer any money before your arrest. Otherwise, you would have become a target of that criminal group the moment you stepped out of the bank. They would have kidnapped you, demanded your bank card password to seize the money you just scammed, and then eliminated you to cover their tracks. In that case, you would have vanished from this world 2 days ago. Elaine was left speechless, asking, "Are you saying that the international criminal organization sent this bank card to my son-in-law, Charlie?" "Exactly," the officer affirmed sternly. "In fact, they didn't just send this card to your son-in-law. From what we know, at least a few thousand people in Oris Hill have received similar cards. Tens of thousands more have received them nationwide." The police officer continued, "Your son-in-law is truly a commendable and generous individual. He lacks any form of greed." Upon receiving this bank card and discovering its balance, he promptly reported the situation to us. We advised him to take his time and not rush his actions. However, you stole his bank card and went directly to Citibank to withdraw the funds." Elaine sighed in regret. "Oh. Had I known this was the case, I would never have stolen his bank card, even if it meant facing dire consequences." Tears streamed down Elaine's face as she wept uncontrollably. She was completely blindsided by this turn of events. It became clear that a criminal organization had stolen Charlie's personal information, forged a bank card, and sent it directly to him. Their aim was to ensnare Charlie and entice him with the staggering $21.9 billion balance on the card. Once Charlie transferred the money into his own account, the criminals would confront him, coercing him to hand over the funds. They intended to eliminate him afterward, ensuring that he would take the fall for the entire fraud scheme. As this realization hit her, Elaine felt a chill run down her spine. She had no doubt about the truth of the officer's words. In that moment, Elaine understood just how close she had come to danger when she attempted to transfer the $21.9 billion to herself at the bank. If the police hadn't intervened and arrested her in time, she could very well have fallen victim to those criminals. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Elaine reflected on how fortunate she was to have escaped such a fate. Even the harsh treatment she endured in the detention center felt minor in comparison to the prospect of becoming a ghost. Through her tears, Elaine pleaded, "Officer, now that you know I've been gravely wronged, can you please let me go?" The officer responded coldly, "If we release you and you disclose this information, you will only provoke the criminal organization. It would hinder our chances of apprehending the suspects in the future." Elaine quickly assured him, "I promise, officer. If you let me go, I won't tell a soul about this." The officer asked, "Are you certain you can keep this secret? You must not even mention it to your husband or daughter." Elaine nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes. I can do that. I will absolutely do it." The officer replied skeptically, "I don't believe you. If you slip and say anything, it could have dire consequences for this investigation. Can you handle the repercussions?" Still crying, Elaine insisted, "Officer, I swear I will never speak of this. I will take this secret to my grave. I won't utter a single word to anyone." Elaine was fully convinced by the tale the police officer had shared with her. Her biggest fear at the moment was the possibility of the officer keeping her in the detention center, preventing her from spreading any rumors or causing unnecessary panic. If that were to happen, she had no idea when she would finally be free again. With tears streaming down her face, Elaine looked at the police officer with desperate eyes and pleaded, "Officer, I promise I won't breathe a word about this to anyone. Please, just let me go. If you keep me locked up in here, I don't know how I'll survive." The police officer shook his head slowly and replied, "Elaine, I can't take your word for it. I've encountered many individuals like you before. You might promise us that you won't tell anyone, but as soon as you're out, you'll spill everything because you can't keep quiet." He continued, "Moreover, you shouldn't think that we've detained you solely to solve this case. We are doing this for your own protection. If we release you and you start spreading rumors or talking recklessly, the criminal organization involved will surely catch wind of it. They could come after you, eliminate you, and then frame you for their crimes. You could end up as the scapegoat for all their wrongdoing. Wouldn't that be an even greater injustice? To safeguard you, it's best that you remain in the detention center until we apprehend all the suspects. Once that's done, we can release you without any concerns. Our intention is simply to ensure your safety." In desperation, Elaine responded, "But how long must I wait before I can leave? I'm begging you, please show some mercy and let me go. I won't say anything at all. I would even kneel down and beg if it meant I could be released right now." I can't bear being locked up any longer." As she spoke, Elaine was almost breathless from crying. "Enough," the police officer said coldly. "We cannot take that risk. This involves Interpol from 23 different countries. We cannot be held accountable if this case falls apart because of you." One of the officers, acting as the voice of reason, chimed in, "I think she seems genuinely sincere. If she can control what she says and keep quiet about this, perhaps we can consider letting her go." The officer who had been more skeptical replied, "Who will take responsibility if she accidentally reveals crucial information? What if something happens to her?" The more understanding officer turned to Elaine and asked, "Elaine, do you truly believe you can keep your mouth shut and avoid saying anything inappropriate? If you can, we'll need you to write a guarantee letter. If you promise to do that, we might let you go. But if you speak out or divulge any details after your release, we'll have no choice but to arrest you again and keep you locked up until this case is resolved." Elaine wiped her tears with her sleeve, gasping for breath as she replied, "Officer, I swear I won't say a word about this. Honestly, I'm a timid person who fears for my life. This situation is directly tied to my safety. Even if you threaten me or point a gun at me, I won't utter a single word." At that moment, the skeptical officer asked, "What about your son-in-law? Will you confront him about this as soon as you are released?" Elaine was momentarily taken aback. Would she even have the chance to confront that scoundrel Charlie? Who could she blame for all the beatings and humiliation she had endured while being locked up in the detention center? At that moment, Elaine hesitantly posed a quiet question to the police. "Well, officer, am I really not allowed to discuss this matter with my son-in-law in private at home?" The police officer playing the villain slammed his hands on the table in frustration and shot an annoyed glance at his colleague, the one portraying the hero. "I've already told you that trusting this foolish woman is out of the question. You even suggested letting her out of the detention center. Did you catch what she just said? She wants to confront Charlie about this. That would not only jeopardize our case but also put her own life in danger." The hero officer's expression darkened instantly. He stared at Elaine and replied coldly, "Elaine, I must say, you're disappointing me. I genuinely thought you could keep this under wraps without saying a word. I never expected you to consider confronting your son-in-law for revenge. Did we really go through all the trouble to explain things to you for nothing?" Feeling panic rise within her, Elaine stammered, "Officer, to be completely honest, I ended up in this awful situation because of Charlie's bank card. So why can't I just ask him about it?" The hero officer snapped back, "Foolish. Charlie is just one of many innocent victims who received that bank card from the criminal organization. They're monitoring his every move, possibly even watching him closely. We don't know if they've set up any cameras or recording devices in your home. If you bring this up or mention anything about the case to your son-in-law, you'll be putting your life and your entire family's lives at risk." Elaine was taken aback, exclaiming, "Then I swear I won't say anything. I won't breathe a word about this. I promise, I won't say anything to anyone." The villain officer scoffed, "You think I believe you now? Let me make this clear, it's too late. I've known for a long time that people like you can't be trusted. If we let you go today, we're taking a huge gamble, and you'll likely end up dead soon." After finishing his harsh words, he turned to the hero officer and said, "We should just lock her back up in the detention center. We can release her only when the case is resolved." The hero officer nodded in agreement. For safety's sake, that seems like the only option. Upon hearing their conversation, Elaine broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably while hitting her handcuffed hands against her mouth in despair. Through her tears, she pleaded, "Officer, I know I've made mistakes. I truly realize my errors. I won't say a word about this to anyone. Please don't send me back to the detention center. I can't bear the thought of what might happen to me there." The villain officer glared at her, responding coldly, "I can't trust you at all." Filled with regret, Elaine felt like berating herself for her foolishness. Why did she have to mention Charlie? What could be more important than securing her own freedom right now? Besides, what could she possibly gain by confronting Charlie about this? The criminal organization had targeted Charlie precisely because they preyed on people's greed and inability to resist temptation. Even if she confronted him, she wouldn't stand to benefit at all. Even worse, the criminal organization was behind this whole scheme. If they found out she was aware of the situation while confronting Charlie, wouldn't that put her life in grave danger? She had been so close to freedom, but her big mouth had seemingly squandered that chance. As she repeatedly reflected on her situation, the only solution that came to mind was to cry and threaten to hang herself. In a moment of desperation, she told the officer, "If you don't let me go today, I'll hang myself in the detention center as soon as you send me back." Upon noticing the desperate expression on Elaine's face, the police officers exchanged concerned glances. The officer, who assumed the role of the hero, addressed her, saying, "Elaine, we might consider letting you go, but first, we need to discuss a few things. If we decide to release you today, what will you tell your family about where you've been for the last 2 days?" Elaine stammered, I'll tell them, for the past 2 days, during this time." She hesitated, struggling to find the right words. The truth was, she had no idea how to explain her sudden disappearance to her husband and daughter. After all, she had been missing for 2 full days and nights without any explanation. On top of that, she bore visible signs of abuse, with bruises all over her body, and she had lost her 2 front teeth, leaving her looking quite miserable. The officer, maintaining a detached demeanor, suggested, "How about this? I can help you come up with a story for your family. Once we finalize our discussion, you can tell your husband, daughter, and son-in-law that you got involved with an MLM organization, which brainwashed you into committing fraud at the bank. Then, you were caught and arrested by the police." Elaine nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Officer, I promise. As long as you let me go, I'll tell my family exactly that. I won't mention anything else about this situation. I won't cause any trouble or delays." The officer gave a slight nod before saying, "All right, we'll discuss this among ourselves and then make a decision. For now, you'll be taken back to the detention center. If we choose to release you, the detention center will handle all the necessary paperwork." Elaine anxiously asked, "Officer, what if you decide not to let me go?" The officer, taking on a more intimidating tone, slammed his hands on the table and barked, "I already told you that we need to discuss this first. Just return to the detention center and wait patiently for our decision. There's no room for negotiation." Fearing further confrontation, Elaine nodded and replied in a shaky voice, "So, I should go back and wait for your news, officer?" "Yes," the officer replied coldly. "One of our colleagues will take you back to the detention center now. Remember, do not speak about this matter as soon as you leave this room." Elaine nodded firmly and promised, "Don't worry. I won't say a word about this, even if it costs me my life." 2 police officers then escorted Elaine back to the detention center, where she felt increasingly despondent. She hadn't anticipated the extent of the situation or the complex scheme behind it all. This was a grave matter, and confronting Charlie to settle the score seemed impossible. She knew that if she accidentally revealed anything, the police would surely arrest her again, and she didn't know how long she would remain locked up. Meanwhile, as Elaine was being transported back, Jacob was seeking a chance to reconnect with Matilda. He had enjoyed a delightful homemade dinner with her the previous night, and Matilda had been the one to cook it, which left him in high spirits. Early that morning, Jacob decided to text Matilda, inviting her to revisit their old university, the place where they both had studied, to reminisce about their shared past. Upon receiving Jacob's invitation, Matilda quickly agreed without a moment's hesitation. Jacob quickly tidied himself up and got dressed. His anxiety about going out was so overwhelming that he decided to skip breakfast at home. When Clare noticed him all dressed and ready, she immediately asked, "Dad, where are you off to so early in the morning?" Jacob replied with a cheerful tone, "I've got an appointment to meet your Aunt Matilda. We're heading to our alma mater today since it's been over 20 years since she last visited Oris Hill." Claire's expression shifted to anger as she exclaimed, "Mom has been missing for more than 2 days now, and there's been no word about her. How can you think of going out with Aunt Matilda when we need to search for Mom? Aren't you going to help us look for her?" "Well," Jacob chuckled softly, then added in a hushed tone, "aren't you and Charlie already looking for her? You both are young and can manage it better than an old man like me. I'll just wait for your good news." Claire shot back, "Dad, I'm really getting frustrated. How can you not see your priorities right now? Is visiting Aunt Matilda more important than making sure Mom is safe? Is it really that urgent for you to go to the alma mater today?" Jacob recognized that he was in the wrong. He understood that his actions were misguided. Not wanting to continue the argument, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Oh, it's getting late. I need to head out now or I'll be tardy. We can talk when I get back. Bye." With that, Jacob hurried out of the house. Claire attempted to stop him from leaving, but it was too late. Jacob was already out of the villa. Frustrated, Claire turned to Charlie and said, "Did you see that? Dad didn't even invite you along to meet Aunt Matilda. I bet she's not bringing her son either. They're going to enjoy their time alone together." Charlie quickly responded, "Oh, Claire. You're overthinking things. They're just old classmates catching up. It doesn't mean they're doing anything inappropriate." With tears in her eyes, Claire replied, "You don't need to defend them. I can see exactly what they're up to." She then asked Charlie, "By the way, did your friends find out anything about Mom? Any updates?" Charlie answered, "They told me they'd have news for me today. I asked them to dig deeper, and they mentioned that there haven't been any serious public safety issues lately. So, the chances of Mom being in danger are quite low. We should have her back in a day or two." Claire's mood brightened at Charlie's words. She sighed and said, "I really hope your friends are trustworthy. It would be wonderful if Mom came home today. Otherwise, I think I might just lose it." Charlie couldn't help but think that it was certainly possible for Elaine to return home at any moment. However, the key was making sure she kept quiet. Otherwise, her return could pose a risk to him. In that case, it might be better to keep her confined in the detention center. At that moment, Charlie sent a text to Isaac asking, "How are things with my mother-in-law?" Isaac quickly replied, "I've had the police talk to her. They made it clear that this is a serious situation. I doubt she'll dare to say anything reckless." Feeling a bit relieved, Charlie suggested, "Let's do this, send more people to the detention center to create a scene. That way, she'll really grasp how serious this is, and we can ensure she stays silent." Today, Jacob looked exceptionally handsome and stylish, as if he had just returned from a trip abroad. There was an unspoken understanding between Jacob and Matilda this time. Jacob chose not to bring Charlie, and Matilda left her son, Paul, at home. Jacob drove his BMW 5 Series to Shangriila to pick Matilda up, eager to revisit their alma mater together. Matilda, dressed in a long grey wool coat, exuded class and elegance, leaving Jacob captivated when he spotted her at the Shangriila entrance. He quickly exited his car to open the door for her, unable to hide his admiration. "Matilda, you look absolutely stunning today." Matilda smiled modestly and replied, "I'm no longer young, so I can't possibly be that beautiful. I decided to make an effort and dress nicely today since we're returning to our alma mater. I wouldn't want to embarrass it." She continued, "Plus, we'll be having a class reunion with our old friends today." Jacob tapped his forehead lightly, realizing his oversight. "Oh, right. I was so excited about visiting our alma mater that I completely forgot about the reunion. Do we have a venue booked? If not, I can ask my son-in-law to help arrange it." Matilda quickly assured him, "We've already decided on the location. I asked Paul to handle everything for tonight. He told me he secured a reservation at a place called Glorious Club." Jacob was taken aback. Glorious Club? Their membership requirements are quite strict. Did Paul manage to get a membership as soon as he arrived in Oris Hill? Matilda chuckled. "I'm not sure about all the details. All I know is that he mentioned our law firm has a long-standing partnership with Glorious Club's parent company, which entrusts their overseas legal affairs to us." Jacob felt a jolt of surprise. The parent company of Glorious Club was owned by the renowned Moore family in Oris Hill. He hadn't anticipated that Matilda's family had such connections. Initially, Jacob had intended to ask his son-in-law, Charlie, to arrange the reunion at Glorious Club to impress Matilda. However, he was impressed that Matilda's son had already taken care of everything. With a welcoming gesture, Jacob said, "Come on, Matilda. Please, get in the car." Matilda graciously thanked him before settling into the passenger seat of Jacob's BMW 5 Series. As they drove toward Oris Hill University, Jacob asked, "You haven't been back here in over 20 years, have you?" Matilda replied, "I've returned to China a few times, but I visited South Haven and never came back to Oris Hill." Curious, Jacob asked, "Is it because of that incident from years ago? Is that why you've avoided coming back to Oris Hill?" Matilda responded earnestly, "Yes, that incident played a part in it. I didn't want to relive those memories. Additionally, I have no relatives in Oris Hill, and I've lost touch with all our old classmates. That's why I stayed away." Jacob nodded thoughtfully as he reminisced about their last class reunion. During that event, many of their former classmates had teased him about the love triangle he once had with Matilda and Elaine. At that moment, Jacob turned to Matilda and said sincerely, "Matilda, I'm sure some of our old classmates are going to make jokes about that situation from back in the day at our reunion today. I hope you won't take it to heart. They're just being a bit rude and nostalgic." Matilda smiled gently and replied, "I'm okay with light-hearted jokes, as long as they keep the facts straight. If I were really worried about ridicule, I wouldn't have organized this class reunion. It's been over 20 years since we've all seen each other. What's the point of teasing me now?" Upon arriving at Oris Hill University, Jacob parked his car in the lot near the entrance. He and Matilda then strolled side by side toward the campus. Since classes were already in session, the university grounds were notably quiet. Walking along the concrete pathways, Jacob remarked to Matilda, "Our university has undergone quite a few renovations over the years. It hardly resembles its former self. Honestly, it used to be pretty dilapidated." "Absolutely." Matilda sighed. "I remember when we only had that one concrete path leading to the school gate. The other paths were just made of slag and ash. Sometimes, the school would even ask local students to bring burnt briquettes from home to help pave the roads. They would turn muddy and disgusting whenever it rained. Yet, oddly enough, I find myself missing it now that we're talking about it." "Yes, yes." Jacob agreed with a smile. "I remember bringing burnt briquettes from home too. Do you recall that sports meeting we were supposed to have, but the track was in terrible shape? We went to great lengths to gather materials to fix it." Matilda chuckled. "Of course. You used your allowance to pay several boys to ride around the city on tricycles to collect burnt briquettes." With bright, emotional eyes, Matilda added, "I still remember how you led a group to cover nearly half of the school's track with those briquettes. The teachers were so grateful they even made you the president of the student association." "Yes," Jacob said, rubbing his hands together shyly. "The spirit of dedication was truly valued back then." Matilda nodded, reminiscing. "You were really brave, and there were countless girls who admired you. I recall there was always a long line of girls interested in you at school." Jacob blushed and replied, "But there were even more boys who liked you. I lost count of how many guys were smitten with you." Matilda smiled. "That's all behind us now. The number of admirers we had back then doesn't matter anymore. People can say they like you, but those feelings are often fleeting." Pointing to a small park adjacent to the campus, Jacob remarked, "That used to be a large forest. Many couples would sneak in there at night for their dates. We spent a lot of time there, remember?" Matilda, usually calm and composed, felt a blush rise to her cheeks at Jacob's words. How could she forget that forest? It was a sacred spot for many couples in love, including Jacob and her. Back then, it was a place where everyone felt free to indulge their desires. As long as they were in love, they felt they could do anything they wanted. During that time, there weren't many other options for couples looking for a romantic evening, which is why so many young lovers flocked to that forest. In hindsight, it seems the youth of that era were far more open-minded and daring compared to today's generation.